Warning. The information shared in these conversations and videos are intended for general knowledge and entertainment purposes only. It should not be considered as legal advice or professional guidance. Additionally, any documentation or references to specific content are solely for the purpose of discussion and understanding. It does not imply endorsement, promotion, or support of said content. The views expressed in these videos and/or conversation are those of the individuals involved and do not represent any official stance or opinion. The content you are about to experience may contain strong language, including explicit words and phrases. This language is used for artistic expression and may be integral to the storyline or character development. It is important to note that the use of such language does not endorse or promote offensive behavior. Viewer discretion is advised, and please enjoy the show responsibly. Disclaimer. Copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976. Allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. The Canadian Copyright Act, Section 29, allows an individual to use copyright-protected materials when creating a new work, such as a mashup, and to post the new work online on a site like YouTube. Fair dealing provision for specific purposes like research, private study, education, parody, satire, criticism, review, and news reporting.
Step up, step up! Yeah! We pledge! We pledge! We pledge! We pledge! Yeah! Step in the arena, mind locked and loaded. Truth on my blade, every line's exploded. You swing your words, I counter with precision. Battle of reason, this is my mission. Raise your fist, let them know. No. Raise your voice, let it blow. Woo! We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreat. Yeah. No fear, no chain, no treason. Woo. We clash our swords of reason. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreat. Yeah. No fear, no chain, no treason. Woo. We clash our swords of reason. Step back, I'm a scholar and a fighter. Every claim you throw, I strike tighter. Logic and power, I never fold. In the war of words, I'm solid gold. Raise your fist, let them know. Whoa. Raise your voice, let it blow. Woo. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. Yeah. No fear, no chain, no treason. Woo. We clash our swords of reason. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. Yeah. No fear, no chain, no treason. Woo. We clash our swords of reason. Every thought a fortress, every claim a storm. We forge a truth where chaos takes form. Ideas ignite like lightning through the night. In the war of minds, we bring the light. Step in, feel the heat. Truth is my weapon, never beat. Raise them high, break the ceiling. With a fire, with a feeling. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. No fear, no chain, no treason. We clash our swords of reason. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. No fear, no chain, no treason. We clash our swords of reason. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. No fear, no chain, no treason. We clash our swords of reason.
Welcome, everybody, to Swords of Reason right here on the Speakeasy Show, Mondays, Tuesdays, and Wednesdays. This is where logic meets passion. If you're new here, the format is simple. Each debater gets 10 minutes for their opening statement, followed by 5 minutes of uninterrupted rebuttals. After that, we enter the arena for a full hour of back and forth. This is where the arguments can clash and the iron can sharpen the iron. And then finally, each side delivers a 5-minute closing statement to lock in their case. When that's done, we'll move into a 30-minute Q&A. I'll drop a live Q&A in the chat. It's actually there already for you. But keep in mind, these super chats, PayPals, and Cash App questions, they will take priority. So if they fill up the entire 30 minutes, we may not get to the Q&A. So if there's something you want guaranteed to be asked, make sure you send it through one of those priority options. And then once the formal debate wraps up, we open the doors to a chaos and chill panel. This is where the community can hop in, challenge the debaters, ask follow-ups if the debaters choose to stick around, because that part is optional for them. But it's always where things get fun anyways. Today's debate prompt: Black people should pay white people reparations. And for the affirmative, tonight we have stepping into the Swords of Reason arena, we have Martae, a professional bodybuilder whose discipline isn't just forged in the gym, but sharpened in the battlefield of ideas as well. Known for his pop culture commentary, political debates, and openly sharing his walk with God, Martae brings a mindset built on structure, conviction, and accountability. And you can find his channel linked in the description below. So make sure you guys go check him out and show some support. And for the negative tonight, we have the first Amender, known for his sharp, hot news breakdowns, unapologetic political debates, and his bold debate a woke liberal call-in show he does right here on YouTube. He's no stranger to live fire exchanges, and you can find his channel linked in the description as well. So make sure you guys go check him out and show some support as well. With that being said, we are going to get right into opening statements. So, Martae, whenever you are ready for your opening statement, I will start the timer up with your voice.
Let me do a mic check. How am I sounding?
Sounds good.
Okay, I just want to make sure that my mic's not cutting in and out. It's been messing up since my debate last night with Wick TV. Anyways, back onto this. You can start my time. Speak easy. Ladies and gentlemen, judges and opponents, reparations are a terrible ass idea. Let's be real here. They are divisive and unjust, but no one gets them because they're not a net good. Let's get this straight and let's get this out of the way. Especially blacks do not deserve reparations. I can demonstrate why. White Americans deserve reparations from black communities. Here's the brutal evidence-based reality. Reparations fail every test of justice and benefit. Slavery ended 160 plus years ago. No living victims, no living perpetrators exist now, forcing taxpayers, including recent immigrants and black taxpayers, to pay trillions for ancient sins created resentment, not reconciliation. Estimates run 10 to 14 trillion dollars. If we're thinking about this, a massive wealth transfer that fuels inflation, balloons debt, and solves zero root problems. Lump sums rarely lift long-term outcomes. History actually proves this, which I can demonstrate. We've already poured billions into affirmative action, billions into welfare, and tons into anti-discrimination laws. More race-based handouts entrench victimhood, kill personal responsibility, and fracture society. Net good? Hell to the nah. Net disasters, if we're tallying real current harms, whites are actually the creditors. No white American alive owns slaves, yet black communities disproportionately impose massive ongoing costs to the systems. Cost white taxpayers largely foot. They largely bear this cost. Latest data hammers this home with a welfare whopping EBT drain. Black Americans, 13 to 14% of the population, make up 25 to 26% of SNAP recipients. USDA, this is from my 20 to 23 to 24 data consistently through 25 reports. Whites are the largest group numerically, 35%, but blacks are massively overrepresentative relative to the populace share. Trillions transferred over decades from working, mostly white taxpayers to recipients. Reverse reparations are already paid. Now add interest for the imbalance. Property value destruction also happens. Violent crime disproportionately involving black perpetrators. Historically, FBI patterns show black arrests 25-30% for violent offenses. Despite population share, slashes nearby home values significantly. So when blacks move in, let me cut to the chase. Property value goes down and plummets, costing everybody money. Brookings studies link higher volume crime, 10 to 20% drops in property values. Majority black neighborhoods face systemic devaluation for 48% or 48,000 per home on average, totaling 156 billion in cumulative losses nationwide. White flight, if you guys know what that is, from cities like Detroit or Baltimore cost white families billions in lost equity. Crime doesn't just harm victims, it erodes wealth for everybody nearby. BLM, I'm pretty sure my opponent supports this, and the George Floyd riots 2020 unrest cost $1 to $2 billion worth of damage, costing taxpayers thousands and millions of dollars of damage in insured damages. Industry estimates often cited in record civil disorder catastrophes. We literally broke records, plus massive uninsured torch cities scarred, mostly peaceful. Tell that to the owners whose livelihoods vanished, mostly white people. Taxpayers disproportionately white footed the bill for cleanup and recovery. Now let's move on to the criminal justice system. All this strain, which blacks represent 37 to 38% of the prison population. And these are BJS recent figures. Despite 13% of the population, corrections cost $80 billion plus yearly. Higher incarceration, education shortfalls, healthcare burdens, all extra taxpayer dollars sucked out disproportionately from non-black contributors. Bottom line, if reparations compensate for ongoing burdens, whites and non-black taxpayers are owed big. The flow has been one way for generations. Welfare extraction, asset devaluation that I went over, riot destruction, and also prison costs. Slavery cost us more than the cotton gin did anyways, because keeping slaves cost us money. Hundreds of thousands of dollars. And that's even a low ball. The ledger doesn't lie. Rebuttal hammer, crushing the counter arguments right now. I'm going to say that racism. Facts aren't racism. Denial's delusion. These disparities are documented by government sources, USDA, FBA, all the BHS, Brookings Institute. All this are not fringe claims. First Amender, ignoring them perpetuates the problem they claim to fight. Historical legacy. Every group has grievances. Irish people, Jewish people, Asians, natives, yet only one demands endless trillions of dollars from payouts from innocents today. This is the qualification nightmare that we're looking at. Who qualifies? Mixed races, recent African immigrants, DNA tests. How would you even do this? The bureaucracy would devalue billions of dollars before a dime reaches anybody. And all of this would be devoured before that even starts. If you even think about doing this. Matter of fact, you would even call me mixed race because my mom's black and my dad's half black. So how much would we get? A quarter? This would cost so much money to try to figure out anyways if we were going to get reparations. But we're talking about now. Blacks costing the systems billions and trillions of dollars. We can actually tally that right now instead of all of this that you would even be talking about, because I'd like to get into the devaluation of the money of how you come up with, how blacks come up with reparations. So perpetual score, settling scores destroys nations. Universal fixes, meaning school choice, real justice reform, economic incentives for all, building progress, race-based handouts, they poison it. Matter of fact, anything that my opponent brings up is going to poison the solutions. So we are going to reject reparations outright for everybody. Invest in opportunity for everybody. That's how we move forward, not backward into tribal debt, I would say debt games. So right now, instead of playing these games, I would say nobody gets reparations. But if you want to play the semantics game, I think that whites are owed reparations from blacks because of their inherent cost of the system, their debt. The prison system was a minority, I would say. And then not to mention this EBT, all this other stuff. And not to mention this, let's bring up DEI, which is inherently racist towards white people, costing thousands of dollars in taxpayer funds. And then not to mention this, but also safety concerns too. If you hire Shaniqua to fly a plane and she's unqualified because instead of hiring merit-based, you're costing thousands of dollars in injury claims and all this. She's higher likely to crash a jet than Samuel Struthers, who graduated on merit.
Martae, you muted yourself on the stream right there. I can put you back 10 seconds there.
All right, here we go. So, yeah, I just want to end this right here, and I'm anxious to get into the debate. My opponent before the debate, I had actually brought up like the rat uteruses that happened in the previous debate, which was very interesting. He thinks that's a low blow. And I mean, he brought a sippy cup and all this. All these are not jabs. There is claims, not ought claims. He's extra sensitive tonight, so be wary. The guy might crash out. But back to this, First Amender, I'm here for a serious debate. I studied for this debate and I prepped for this debate. I'm ready to hear a serious debate from you, and I'm ready to hear your argument. I can see my time.
All right. Thank you for that opening statement, Martae. With that, we are going to hand the mic over to First Amender. First Amender, whenever you're ready for your opening statement, I will start the timer up with your voice.
Whenever you are. The notion that Black Americans owe reparations to white Americans is not credible or a serious position in any mainstream historical, economic, or policy discussion. It is a largely rhetorical device that is used to deflect or mock legitimate debates about reparations for slavery and subsequent systemic discrimination rather than a coherent argument grounded in evidence or precedent. The core concept of reparations, whether for slavery, Jim Crow segregation, redlining, or other documented policies, rests on the principle of addressing specific large-scale harms inflicted by governments and institutions of identifiable groups with lasting intergenerational effects. In the U.S. context, this refers to the enslavement of millions of Africans and their descendants from the 17th century until 1865, during which enormous wealth was extracted through unpaid labor, followed by over a century of legal de facto discrimination that prevented wealth accumulation and equal opportunity. Economists and historians have estimated this scale and this stolen labor and its compounding effects in the trillions of dollars when adjusted for interest and lost generational wealth. The idea of reversing this, claiming Black Americans owe whites, typically relies on a handful of weak assertions, none of which hold up to any scrutiny. Number one, claims that social welfare programs, affirmative action, or other public benefits represent reverse reparations paid to Black people ignore the basic facts. These programs are universal and broadly targeted safety nets and anti-discrimination measures available to citizens of all races. White Americans, as the largest demographic group, are the primary recipients of any such benefits. Social Security, Medicare, farm subsidies, and even means-tested aid like SNAP, they are not framed as racial compensation. They are responsive to broader societal needs, including poverty that affects people across racial lines. Arguments about welfare or the government spending disproportionately benefiting Black communities overlook that systemic barriers rooted in historical discrimination contributed to higher poverty rates in some Black communities. But even then, the net flow of resources of American history overwhelmingly favored the building of white wealth through policies such as the GI Bill's unequal implementation, FHA redlining, and exclusion from the New Deal benefits in many cases. Any attempt to frame Black Americans as collectively owing whites inverts the victim-perpetrator dynamic entirely. Slavery and Jim Crow were state-sanctioned systems of exploitation of oppression enforced primarily for the benefit of white society at the time, suggesting descendants of the exploited owe anything to the defendants of beneficiaries or to society at large has no parallel in accepted reparations frameworks. When reparations have been paid elsewhere, such as Japanese Americans interned during World War II, Holocaust survivors, or Native American tribes, it flows from the responsible government or institution that harmed the group, not the other way around. No reputable scholar, economist, historian, or policymaker seriously advances the Black owe whites position as a legitimate counterproposal. It appears almost exclusively in online debates or opinion spaces, or as a provocative talking point to undermine discussions of racial justice, rather than a policy proposal with any institutional backing. Legitimate critiques of reparations for slavery, focusing on practical challenges, examples, who qualifies, how to fund it, political feasibility, or alternative approaches like road investments or education and economic opportunity, not on flipping the moral ledger to demand payment in the opposite direction. In short, this framing is intellectually dishonest because it equates centuries of forced extraction and discrimination with modern race-neutral remedial policies. It dismisses the documented asymmetrical history of harm in favor of false equivalence. Serious conversations about America's racial wealth gap and historical accountability deserve better than bad faith reversals. They require engaging with evidence, not rhetorical gotchas. Thank you. I cede my time.
All right. Thank you for that opening statement. So that is going to conclude the opening statements. We're going to move into the uninterrupted rebuttal round. This is where each side will have 5 minutes uninterrupted to respond to their opponent's opening argument. And then after that, we'll get into the open hour. So, Martae, we're going to hand the mic back to you. Whenever you're ready for your 5-minute uninterrupted rebuttal, I'll start the timer up with your voice.
So my opponent, hold on real quick. Can you hear me now? We're good. Okay. So my opponent talks about this and says that this isn't the current status quo or even brought up in current discussions, because right now, I will say why. Right now, we're dealing with immigration and other issues right now. The reason why we voted for our beloved president that you adore also as well, too, First Amender, Donald J. Trump. We have to get rid of a lot of the scum that's in America right now, which would be the Islamist scum and this Islamist surge that's happening. And a lot of these illegals that come in and siphon off our system as well, too. I think that we have to deal with this problem before we get to the next. That's why we haven't arrived at this discussion of reparations yet, or anybody else. So when we're saying this, what I'm referring to is reverse reparations. In this reverse reparations scenario, funding for whites' ongoing societal costs, which I brought up, and I also have the data and analysis for this when he says, I'm here for facts and not anything else. Data shows that whites would maximize economic impact through innovation, entrepreneurship, and productive investing, generating jobs and GDP growth and multipliers far beyond consumption, because what people are doing is they're having this replacement conversation now. That's the mainstay of the conversation now. If we have all these foreigners come in, we'll have GDP consumption go up. Well, instead, why don't we promote our own? I think that that's more viable solution. And I know that that goes to the immigration argument, but also this transfers to the Black community. Right now, we have more white innovation than anything else. And even we can go to historical relevations of what's happened in the past right now. Who has innovated American society most? I can't say it's Blacks. What have Blacks built in America besides what, a railroad and everything else? And plus, not only that, we can say that they were provided jobs to do so. So when you say this, that they were taken out of funds and robbed of resources and siphoned from all of this economically, they were actually a burden on the system. And I can actually demonstrate this as well, too, because when the cotton gin came out, guess what happens? You didn't have to pay for food, board, housing, or anything else, or maintenance, or even extra resources, which would be people to look out and watch out. So the innovations and the patents dominance for whites accounts for 80% of U.S. investors. Patent recipients and all this are USPTO-linked studies. Surveys show that 80% of Caucasians among patent holders. Whites are 3 times more likely to patent than Blacks. Patents drive high-impact sectors. This is where the reparations would go anyways, because I could demonstrate this. Superstar investors, which are mostly white people, earn top wages and create industries. Where are all the Black industries we have? Oh, shit, we don't have that many in society. Extra capital would accelerate R&D patents, closing diversity gaps, already costing trillions in lost growth. A lot of these diversity gaps that you would even argue in your whole debate cost us trillions of dollars. The diversity gaps even trickle down to like DEI, all these other extensions because of race-based politics that we have. Brandon Johnson, hell, is saying that we have ice-free zones. That's costing cities thousands of taxpayers of dollars when you have non-regulated areas where federal agents can't come in. And this would be the National Guard, everybody else barring from coming in there, allowing, the infiltration of illegal scum coming in through these cities, costing thousands of dollars of taxpayer dollars by increasing crime, promoting more distribution of wealth within themselves, which they also don't share to us, but they would share amongst themselves by siphoning the community, by lowering property value. And also this, they're not even registered to be here. A lot of people are Somali immigrants. So when you're talking about this, we're not talking about American slave descendants. We're talking about the Blacks who are currently replacing our Blacks at a rate like the Somalis and everybody else at a different rate. Are you saying that they should deserve some kind of reparations? Hell no. We already have a Somali scandal that's happening right now, and they would identify as Black. So which one is it, First Amender? And if we're going down to this, we're also going ahead and giving Blacks our handouts as well, too, by doing this replacement in Hollywood, everywhere else. And not to mention this, where's the production in Black communities where they're adding to society through aerospace, science, and engineering? We don't see this. They're in that negative and drain. And I'm not talking about Blacks as a whole. I'm talking about Black culture. That's what I'm referring to. Black culture is a siphon on the system. If you give Black, and I know this may be a little jab at Blacks right now, this would be it myself too. All you'd have is an uptick in Nike sales and all these other things, which is commercial cost. And you would say this go back to the system. But let's be real here. Blacks get pissed. They burn down cities because of George Floyd. Charlie Kirk gets killed. They have peaceful vigils, and they pay the stadium money, which makes more money to hold peaceful protest. This is crazy. Blacks are a net drain on the system. Now we should have reverse racism because nobody's alive that should pay for it.
All right. Thank you for the. Oh, sorry. Thank you for that 5-minute uninterrupted rebuttal. We're going to hand the mic back to First Amender for his 5-minute uninterrupted rebuttal. So, First Amender, whenever you're ready, I will start the timer up with your voice.
Okay. So first you say that blacks don't deserve reparations. White Americans deserve reparations. Okay. Reparations for what? Reparations, for starters, is not a vibe. It's not a feeling. It's not a my group had it hard. It's compensation that is tied to specific, documented, state-imposed harm. So, for example, Japanese Americans received reparations for internment. Holocaust survivors received reparations for the Holocaust. Victims of government abuse have received compensation. That's the standard. So if you're claiming that white Americans deserve reparations, what I want you to do is identify what are the specific race-based government policies that targeted whites, the measurable economic harm caused by it, and the mechanism for repair. If you can't do that, you're not really making a serious argument. You're just reacting. So let's talk about the claim that billions have already been spent on affirmative action, welfare, and race-based handouts. That's just factually sloppy. Welfare programs are income-based, not race-based. The largest raw number of recipients of welfare programs in America are, in fact, white Americans. SNAP is not a black program. Medicaid is not a black program, and poverty relief is simply that. It's poverty relief. Affirmative action is not a cash transfer either. It is a limited admissions and hiring consideration tool. It has already been largely dismantled. And here's what's the key point, right? A few decades of partial mitigation does not erase centuries of exclusion from wealth building systems. For most of American history, Black Americans were legally barred from owning property. They were excluded from the GI Bill benefits in practice. They were redlined out of mortgages. They were segregated into underfunded school districts. They were denied business loans. Wealth compounds. If you block a population from asset ownership for generations, that gap does not simply disappear because you introduced some policy in the 1970s. You do not get to break someone's legs for 200 years, hand them crutches for 30 and say, see, we fixed it. Now the crime, now onto your ridiculous crime argument. Violent crime is higher among Black perpetrator. Crime correlates very strongly with poverty, concentrated disadvantage, and neighborhood instability, not skin color. When you control for socioeconomic conditions, disparities shrink dramatically. And where did those concentrated poverty zones come from? Redlining maps drawn by the federal government, racial covenants, urban renewal projects that were bulldozing Black communities for wealth centers, policing strategies that concentrated surveillance in specific communities. If you engineer the conditions that point to the outcomes of proof of an inherent flaw, that's circular logic. That's like setting a house on fire and then saying, wow, that house produces a lot of smoke. Must be the house's fault. Now to your ridiculous BLM nonsense. So, first of all, supporting the civil rights movement is not the same as supporting criminal destruction of property. I could support police reform and also oppose rioting at the same time. If you want to equate movements with their worst actors, then by that logic, every conservative should be owning January 6th. We don't do guilt by association. That's just lazy. So onto addressing your some internal contradiction you have here, right? You're saying that reparations are stupid, but also that white people should get them. So you actually can't have it both ways. Either reparations are illegitimate in principle, or they're legitimate when tied to documented harm. If they're stupid, then they're stupid across the board. If they're legitimate, then you need to show the harm. You don't get to reject the framework when it applies to Black Americans and then suddenly embrace it when you think it benefits white people for whatever reason. That's not principle. You're just applying some stupid tribal reaction. So on to regarding how much time do I have? Fuck, I only have 30 seconds. I guess I'll cede the rest of my time. I wish I had more time.
All right. Thank you for that uninterrupted rebuttal. Great rebuttals from both sides. Before we move into the open hour back and forth, I just want to talk to the audience real quick. If you're watching right now, make sure you hit the like button, subscribe to the channel, and subscribe to tonight's debaters. Their links are in the description. And we host all kinds of debates here on Swords of Reasons, politics, culture, ethics, internet topics, anything where reasoning and passion collides. So if you enjoy the format, make sure you stay locked in because we got a lot more coming, and join the Discord, discord.gg/bear cave. If you want to get on to Swords of Reason, say you are interested in a topic, I can get you an opponent. So hit me up in the Discord there. Also, a reminder for the live chat after closing statements, we'll be doing a 30-minute Q&A. I've already put the Q&A form there in the chat, so you can put your questions in there. But remember, the super chats, PayPals, and Cash App questions, they do get priority. So if they fill up the whole 30 minutes, we may not get to those questions. If there's something you really want answered, send it through one of those options, and we'll make sure it gets asked. And finally, thank you to both of our debaters for being here tonight and bringing your perspective into the arena. Whenever one of you is ready to open up the open floor exchange, just jump in and I'll start the timer with your voice.
Yeah, crime is just a result of, I would say poverty is a result of a lot of crime. So when you say this, it's actually the inverse. To me, it doesn't really make any sense because, and let me go ahead and clarify this because actually you mischaracterized what I just said. So when I said that nobody deserves reparations but whites do, that's actually not what I said. What I said, actually, let me go ahead and still man my own statement that I said. I said nobody deserves reparations, but if anybody is more inclined to deserve reparations, it'd be white people, because what they could do with this is increase the GDP of our national sovereignty financially, and not to mention this, instead of outsourcing to illegal immigrants, and then not to mention this, but Black people who basically just waste spending, and this is demonstrably proven as well too. Can I hear a response to that even?
No, because you have a giant problem on your hands. Sure. I asked specifically, and I want to just get a confirmation with the moderator who had sent me the following on Discord, and allow me a moment to pull it up.
Is this more whining and prattle right now from you, or like?
No. I want to be very clear that this was your position. This was 1,000% your position. This is the way that it was. Stop talking.
Go ahead.
Making a point.
Go ahead and make your point, First Amender.
Speakeasy asks me, Martae, who you have debated on my show before, wants to challenge you specifically to the debate prompt. Black people should pay whites reparations. And indeed, if you look right below you on the Speakeasy podcast, it says specifically, Black people should pay white people reparations. And there inside your name, where it says Martae Rueless, it says 4. That means you're in favor. In order for you to continue this debate, you need to agree that Black people need to pay white people for reparations. Do you agree with that?
I literally just said that, but you didn't listen to a damn thing I said, First Amender. But anyways, let me go ahead and dumb it down for you. Yes, Black people should pay white people reparations. Now, what you're talking about is some historical issue that's happened. Now, we've since been divorced from our grandfathers and our grandfathers' grandfathers who suffered through slavery and all of this. And you would say this would even be field incarceration through some mercenary systemic issue that's happened, right? Granted, every single race has been put through slavery and some systemic issue. Now, there are no whites alive that have ever owned slaves in America and currently own slaves, or were never alive to even stop this. So yes, I'm for the 4, but I'm just saying, as a premise for foundational start, nobody should. That's my ultimate belief system. But since this debate is for, yes, I am for Black people paying white people reparations. Now we can continue, First Amender.
Can you define reparations in policy terms? What specific policy are you referring to where black people have to give white people reparations? I'm sorry,
So,
white people. Yeah, yeah.
oh gosh,
Yeah, go ahead.
can you kind of like stop tongue tripping over yourself? Okay, back to this. I pointed out incarcerations and corrections, meaning like the 37 to 38% prison population. Not to mention this, but $80 billion in black shares, violent criminal arrests, right? We're talking about 20 to 30%. And then not to mention this, but every time black people get pissed, they burn shit down. This is unequivocally something that happens underneath a liberal, I would say not only this, but a liberal presidency. This happens. But now that we have Trump in office, that has decreased a lot. Now, what's happening right now is we have a lot of white liberal women that are caping for black people right now. That's happening, and I think that should stop. That costs taxpayers thousands of dollars because government funding has to come in, and what they're using is they're using blacks as a scapegoat right now. And blacks are trying to co-sign this, but they can't even do this because they're not going to say white lives matter. Black people will never say this. It's never happened. Immigrants are never going to say this. So white people who are white liberal women are literally dying in the streets for black people who are never going to say that white lives matter. That costs taxpayers thousands of dollars in excess resources from government officials who have to come in and be hampered through arrests, who have to go ahead and not only this, but stop PDF aisles from committing more crimes, which that's literally what this is. I know I'm going over a few topics right now, but also property devaluation happens all the time. This is something historically you could even admit to. Blacks move in, property value goes down. Graffiti goes up, crime goes up. Mom and pop stores get robbed to the degree where they have to close up and close down shop because all of a sudden black people like to steal all the time. Why did the Asian or white person follow me around the store? Because stereotypes are mostly true. I cost their business thousands of dollars, not me specifically, but black communities do this. They don't give back. To be honest with you, I'm just being honest. The numbers prove this, and systemically, we can also demonstrate this as well too.
All right. I'm going to ask the question again because you did not answer the question, not even a little bit. Can you define what reparations in policy terms? Don't spout off a bunch of things saying incarcerations and corrections, 38% of prison population, violent criminal arrests. Every time black people get pissed, they burn shit down. This happens under liberal presidency. This is decreased because of Trump. Graffiti, mom pop stores get robbed. None of that is a policy term in terms of reparations. So I'm asking you specifically, please define what reparations you mean in policy terms that black people need to give to white people.
Okay, I can give a descriptor of this without putting a name or a label on this. So as I mentioned I would say my preface to the debate, the DEI spending, I mentioned that there's a $68 to $69 million a year in DEI that costs the system a lot of money. This is through accidents, injury claims, all this other stuff. There will be a reduction. And not to mention this will go right back in the taxpayer's pocket as well too, because we're hiring merit-based systems. We're actually costing more money because of feelings-based, race-based merit systems because of this. That's where the money would come from. And I think that's what you're alluding to when we talk about this. Now, granted, I'm not going to put some fancy slogan or any label on this, but if you're talking about reparations, where the money would come from, this would go right back into the system. Affirmative action, that's also in relation to DI as well, too. And not to mention this, but EEOC enforcement, $435 million for discrimination enforcement. All of this, race-based claims right back in Americans' pockets, increasing GDP. And not only this, but evidentiary, I'm going to go on a little side tangent, but say whites are more responsible with all this budget cut compared to black communities at large. It's a fact.
I'm just writing down what you're saying because you're going all over the place. You're not answering my question once again. Can you define reparations in policy terms, right? So when you say DI spending 68, 69% spending in DEI, cost systems a lot of money. There'll be a lot of reduction in DEI. Affirmative action, EOC enforcement, $435 million, race-based claims, evidentiary, side tangent. Why are white people are more responsible for budget cut? None of that answers my question. I'm going to ask you again. Can you define reparations in policy terms? What specific policy would you enact for reparations, specifically that black people need to pay to white people? Go ahead.
Remember what I said? I'm not going to put a fancy slogan or title on this. We're talking about structured initiatives designed to acknowledge and redress and close the gap caused by a lot of the systemic issues that we currently have in society right now. State-sanctioned injustices, like what's happening with DEI. Not only this, but what's happening with injury, not to mention this, but lack of merit-based programs, things like this. These are structured initiatives. That's the definition of what I'm talking about. These are designed to acknowledge and magnify these issues that are happening. That's what that is.
You're once again not answering my question. Can you define reparations in policy terms? You're the one arguing in favor of reparations for black people to white people.
Direct material.
What reparations in terms of policy would you apply? Stop rattling off gish gallop of a bunch of different points that don't have anything to do with one another. Answer the question. Can you define reparations in policy terms?
Hold on, First Amender. Matter of fact, not only am I supporting black people should pay white people, but I'm telling you why. When I tell you the why, you want me to go through definitions? We all know
what you mean by reparations. What do you mean by reparations in policy terms? Are you okay?
Benefits.
This is a direct. I am directly asking you this question. Why can't you answer this simple question?
Direct material benefits.
Direct material. Okay. How so? How do you do the direct material benefits?
All of this is beyond cash, including apologies, education, scholarships, and things like that. We don't have the I would say the national advancement of white people, right?
I'm not asking the national investment of white people. I'm asking,
are you listening to
what direct material benefits do black Americans have to give to white Americans? How? What do you do?
I brought this up. Beyond cash, reparations can also include apologies, and not to mention this, but cutting DEI, cutting other programs that are race-based, cut out merit for the common layman, things like this. This is one way we can do this. And remember, when I brought this up, it saves the taxpayer thousands of hundreds of dollars from doing this. We're actually doing things. This is just a common sense approach. And what you're doing is avoiding this by saying, okay, we're just going to keep these incentives for black people. For why? Because of their race? That's crazy. We're long gone from slavery and all these economic systems that you were saying was probably burdensome to the community, even redlining and all this. We're in 2026 right now. All you have is an emotional argument bitching about a past that's long forgone right now. We're here right now. Set the slate clean and eliminate DEI programs and all these other things that are robbing our communities, and actually acknowledge the fact that black communities are costing thousands of dollars to taxpayers, and put this in the pockets of other communities who are more responsible with this GDP and incentivize the community to actually start with a common sense approach. That's all I'm asking for.
You're still so. First of all, none of that is reparations, and so the direct material benefits. I don't know what you mean by what direct material benefits. What are you referring to?
EBT is cash, right?
Cutting EBT.
Did I say cutting EBT?
I'm asking you. Asking you. Do you not understand? I don't understand what you're trying to say. Saying the word EBT doesn't mean anything. I'm saying, hey, you want to cut direct. You want direct material benefits. Black people have to give to white people. Stop talking.
You asked me.
You're asking direct material benefits. You're asking for. So what direct material benefits do you want to apply? Please define what you mean by reparations in policy terms. Go.
Literally telling you right now,
because you're just filibustering. Explain it.
You're doing it again. I'm on the route
to fucking idiot, dude. Let me know when he's done with his fucking idiotic nonsense.
Is this a micro rage quit right now? This is crazy. All right, as First Amender gets a sippy cup right now, I brought up the material benefits that we have right now and the reduction of all of this outsourcing and waste that we have. This is crazy. The cope is premium right now.
Fuck.
So the losses.
Are you going to actually answer my question, or are you just going to make me drink more?
I'm talking about a reduction of program and waste that we have, senseless waste. That's what we would call the reparations, because we've been giving handouts to the black community through government-based programs for eons, I would say at this point, what it feels like for just being black. And to me, that this is crazy. I think we should incentivize a merit-based program again in society. It's just common sense. That's all I'm voting for is common sense. I don't care about your emotional battle.
Take a shot, chat, every time that he does not answer the question.
Every time you don't like my question, I guess you're okay. Down.
So can you define reparations in policy terms? You started off good by saying direct material benefits, but what specifically? You can't just say direct material benefits. Give me an example. Give me policy.
example.
policy wise, yeah, cutting EBT is not reparations. That's not
policy.
reparations. That's not
It
what that
is.
is. That's
That
not what that is. And
yeah,
also, FYI,
that's a
cutting
form of
EBT
reparation.
that
Giving
affects the
handouts.
poor, not minorities.
The poor
What
is
are
a
you
result of
talking about?
by black people.
So
The poor
again,
is a result that's
it is
caused.
again, once again,
causal.
the overwhelming amount of people that are that accept that are poor is in fact white people in the USA by raw number, not by percentage, but definitely by raw number. So now I'm going to ask you once again, right? Can you define reparations in policy terms? You said specifically direct material benefits. So please go on. What direct material benefits would you apply in your policy term reparations? Go ahead.
Okay, can I talk real quick because you're still talking with your.
That was a question. Answer the question.
You made a claim. I'm going to address that. Then I'll get to
What
your
a fucking idiot. Take another shot, y'all. He ain't fucking answering the question. He's never going to answer the question. You know why? Because these morons aren't serious. They never were serious. Take a shot every time he doesn't answer the fucking question. Look at him crash out in the corner.
Thousands of dollars. That's the way that we're going to have this money come from. I don't think that we're going to outsource this money from some imaginary place. It has to come from somewhere. I would look at the net losses of GDP, and not only this systemically from these handouts that we give to the black community. And when you talk about poverty is a causation, is causal due to crime. Who commits crime? A lot of black culture commits crime. And when I say black culture, this is also bleeding over into white culture. I think that this is a net negative, costing the city thousands of dollars in our society, thousands of dollars, and setting us back into some form of slavery where we have to have immigrations come in, or immigrants come in and replace our population. That's what the black community is literally doing right now. I think that if we can reset a standard that basically eliminates DEI and all these other programs, that would put money back into our pocket. Now, when you're talking about how EBT is not reparations, literally we're giving black people handouts because they're making excuses. Where did this originate from? This was part and parcel from the black community. Whites are adopting this because of liberal agendas basically coming in and trying to cater for black people. That doesn't make any sense. All we need to do is revamp the culture and change culture and society to a merit-based program. That's all I'm arguing for. In reparations, this comes out of losses that we're making, basically because we're conceding to people because of their race and their skin color. That's ridiculous and stupid. It's just making excuses and handicapping the black person from succeeding in the future. You can't even address any of this that I brought up.
EBT is just simply a payment system like SNAP or WIC, for example. This is based on income, not on race. So cutting EBT would mean that you would want to get rid of wanting to feed the poor in what? To stop DEI or whatever. So again, none of this is policy. I need you to answer my question directly. Stop talking. I have four questions. I have 4 questions. We haven't even made it through the first. So I'm going to ask the same exact question again because you're once again not answering the question. Can you define reparations in policy terms? You started initially by saying direct material benefits. Great. Good start. Now, please explain, what do you mean? Define reparations in policy terms. Go ahead.
Okay. Localized efforts increasingly can be common in the U.S. if we actually put this money back in the taxpayers' pockets because of this loss of revenue through to all these incentivization for non-merit-based programs that we have that are also burdens on the system. When we think about this, successful implementation requires definitions, which I agree. You want
another fucking shot, guys, because he ain't fucking answering the question. Fuck me, dude. Fuck me.
Beyond that sounds really gay, by the way. Because
I'm going to be dead. I am going to be dead by the end of this debate because you are the king of Gish Gallop, the absolute. You could be. I think that you should be a basketball player. You know why? Your fucking pivots are through the fucking roof. I cannot tell where your arguments are going. You're going to mention one thing and then you're going to bring up the Trump presidency when we're talking about whether or not black people should pay white people reparations. So once again, I'm asking you, please answer my fucking question. Can you define reparations in policy terms? Go.
Racist coming from you. You're going to tell a black person he should
define your policy. Get another shot, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, fucking Martae Rueless. Once again,
alcoholic?
He is questionless, not answering a single goddamn question. Go ahead.
All black people can do is play basketball and play sports. Yeah, white trope it again. That's so. Did you come here to be an alcoholic or engage in me in a serious conversation about this?
No, I came to engage in a very serious conversation with you. So I'm asking you, since you seem to be in the for that black people should pay white people reparations, surely you could answer the simplest question of defining what you mean by reparations in policy terms. So you started by saying direct material benefits. Now you're saying local efforts in the USA, putting it into taxpayer pockets, incentivization of non-merit-based programs, more non-answers. Give me an actual answers. Define reparations in policy terms. Go.
All right. You're not even contending with the argument that I have right now, and you're trying to
He can't answer just answer the question. Fuck, take another shot, everybody. He ain't answering the fucking question.
This guy is not even serious, but I have a solution-oriented approach, which you don't even want to contend
Answer the fucking question.
When I bring this
Stop
up,
talking meta. That's what right-wings like
Here,
to do.
one sec. Let me see if I can help bridge a little bit of a gap here. What I think Amender's asking here, from what I'm hearing, it's like he's asking us, or he's asking you, how much, by what authority? Because I think the first thing you said there was material.
No, what I'm asking is, I want him to define what reparations he wants in policy terms. Specifically, tell me what are black people going to do for white people? What is going to happen? Where are the reparations? EBT is FYI. Removing EBT is not a reparation. That's not what that is. It is a payment delivery system for SNAP and things like WIC.
So
okay, it's not.
So just to be clear, you're asking him who pays, who receives, what's the form of payment, what's the justification principle,
policy. Yes.
Yeah. So that's the breakdown. Okay. I was just trying to maybe
this
from
is literally
a listener
question
and
one
maybe
out
I
of
can
4
bridge
questions
this
I've
gap.
written
So
down.
I think what Amender's asking is I think the form of payment is a big part of what Amender's asking here and how that happens.
Yeah, the form of payment was what I was talking about. If we cut these waste in these government programs that we have that just cater to people just because of their skin color and because of their race, we're going to have this go back into the taxpayer's pocket. Yeah, when I bring this up, he doesn't want to contend with that and says, okay, well, where does the money come from when I just explained where the money is going to come from? What this does is it's a beautiful program, and it's not having blacks go out of their way to do something substantial that they already do. I'm just saying to operate on a common sense approach, eliminate these favorable programs that just cater to people just because of their race and skin color. And if we eliminate this, we'll literally put the money in losses back into taxpayers' pockets just because of this. We can go across the board. This would be eliminating programs such as DEI. This would be critical race theory bullshit classes that we have. And not to mention this, the education rates would skyrocket, putting education back into black communities' pockets so that way they can earn more money.
Take another drink, Chad. He ain't fucking answering the question again, but go ahead and keep going on your stupid filibuster.
Answers your question. All of it goes back into their pocket.
Let me ask you this. What is a reparation?
To do this,
we have to start square fucking one because you have no idea what you're talking about. What is a reparation?
Okay, so reparation is paying back people through probably harm and experience, some societal impact that's burdened a society or people from harm. And I would say the Japanese have gotten this because of the fact that that they've been enslaved at a certain period. And it's just, all this is just accommodations. You know what?
Help you out, right?
Setting the bar back.
Reparations, right, is an affirmative compensation for harm. Okay?
That's what I said.
Write that down. I need you to write that down.
I don't have to. I just elaborated on that.
Okay, you know what it is. Great. So bringing up cutting a program.
Yes.
That's not a reparation, is it?
That is
all you're doing is reducing spending or access. Those are totally separate categories. A reparation is, once again, is an affirmative compensation for harm, not reducing spending across the board.
Great.
Okay.
Brought
So I'm
that
going
up.
to ask you
White
once
people are
again,
being harmed
you're
right
not
now.
answering the fucking question. One more time.
White people are
Can
being harmed
you define reparations in policy terms? And no, ending DEI practices is not that. And no, cutting EBT is not that. Please define, because you accurately define what reparations are, and you know what reparations are. Okay. Give me a policy of reparations that black people have to give to white people. Go in policy terms.
I'm going to address the first point you made, even though you answered the question. You're not going to go ahead and have me bite bullets that I'm not going to accept. Matter of fact, let's contend with this real quick. When you say that people are just spending money and we're just going to get this from somewhere, I've actually allocated these funds by cutting out these programs. That's crazy. It's a form of reparations. All of this is a form of reparations.
Take another shot, y'all. He's once again not answering the question. What is wrong with you?
That's a form of reparations because black people have been getting handouts for a long time. All this does is handicap the community from moving forward, keeping them in a slave state mind. That's all I'm saying. This is a very common sense approach. And the fact that you won't even accept this, you want people just to get handouts forever. No, I think we should have a merit-based system in America. And where we're talking about reparations, yes, white people are being harmed by this. How is DI not harming people? How is not race swapping harming people? How is not recruiting from other nations to replace ourselves with other blacks harming people? That changes our culture and traditions and everything else. Not to mention, this is beyond financial and monetary losses that we're talking about. This is cultural incentivization, loss of our religious beliefs and ideals and everything else. This is more than a financial loss that we're talking about. Reparations don't even have to be financial, First Amender. This could be the recoup of the values that we have as Americans. We don't have to lose on account of slavery that's been foregone. All we have to do is swipe the slate clean and say, blacks, because you cost us $3,000 during the riots and everything else, hey, guess what? We're not going to put up with this bullshit anymore. And we're going to eliminate all these race-based programs that incentivize the American taxpayer by having common sense approach. That's all I'm saying, First Amender.
So just to keep the definition tight for both sides, I think this is what's going on here, what we're missing. So like usually in policy terms, it usually means like a targeted like a compensation transfer or a benefit, right? So like usually some type of cut would be a policy preference rather than a reparation. So are you saying that like you have using a different definition when it comes to reparations, or are you wanting to argue cuts instead? I just want like a so you guys aren't talking, like clarify whether you're redefining reparations or making a separate claim.
So I'll even clear this up real quick for you, Speakeasy, and I'll make this really plain to the audience as well too. The black community has been getting handouts for a long time. This isn't through EBT. This is also through systemic programs that we have. Not to mention this, but handouts, and also societally, we'll even redefine things like black entertainment television. Yeah, white entertainment television. It'd be racist. Whites are basically hamstrung all the time when it comes to educational programs like the NAACP. If white national advancement of white people happen, oh shit, we don't have scholarships for that, but blacks have scholarships and free government handouts because of their black skin color and complexion. These are our reparations, but redefined in a different way where we're giving handouts to blacks. So when black people say we should get reparations, you've been getting them the whole time. And this is through handouts because, oh shit, you're black. Okay, you're more likely to do this. We'll have a grant for you, but there's no grants for white people. There's no grants for anybody else that's Eastern European. There's only grants for people who are people of skin color and race. These are reparations. Where is this coming from? Taxpayer funded. We're even saying donors and everything like that. That's what I'm saying. That's my form of reparations that they've been getting in various forms. I'm only touching the iceberg on this too.
All right. I have a diagram that I would like to share if I could. Speakeasy, can I do that?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. And are you able to share that with everybody else? Does it
Yeah,
is it
I'll bring
showing?
it up.
You make it
I'll
nice
bring
and
it up.
big for everybody to see. So this right here is what is called a pivot in basketball. Okay, where you can avoid what is happening. You could hold on. I just want to I don't even know why I'm showing this to him. He's an expert at this. He is God King of
Oh, because I'm
pivoting.
black.
If
Because
you
I'm
could
black.
just
I'm different in
please,
basketball.
if you could just please do me a favor and just answer the question directly instead of spending and wasting my time with another pivot, I would really be very appreciative of it. Okay, you can remove that now. I'm happy.
Like I hear what you're
So
saying.
once again, so I'm going to ask you once again, can you define reparations in policy terms? This is question 1 of 4.
I just
You
did.
didn't. You
That is my
didn't.
definition of
You didn't. So
because
explain it.
you like.
Explain. Define what you ending DEI programs is not a reparation. We've already agreed that reparations are an affirmative compensation of harm. If you are referring to an affirmative compensation of harm, affirmative is not removing the funding for some perceived thing that you think of. That's not what a reparation is. If you're talking about we should remove these things and that would be reparations, that's not what a reparation is. That's not what it is. You shouldn't have. Here's the thing. You know what's the worst part about this? You're the one that came up with this prompt. You're the one that is asking me. No, it's not. No, it's not. You're just an idiot. You don't know what you're talking about. You're just a moron that has no idea what he is talking about. Didn't even Google what a fucking reparation was, and then just wanted to pivot and talk about fucking nonsense while having no ability to even engage in the actual questions.
It's a form of reparation. First Amender went over this and entailed this, and then you go over your diatribe of
now let's try. Well, I mean, it's obvious to me that you're just going to pivot on the next fucking question. Okay. So rather than me ask you the same question, because it's obvious that you have zero policy, you have no accurate definition of a reparation in policy terms. So automatically already on this, on its face, you're not serious about this. If you cannot answer that simple question, you're not serious about this. So now we're going to go, no, but that's not a fucking reparation, idiot. Hey, idiot. That's not what that is. Reparations, Jesus Christ, man. We need to have affirmative action in your fucking college so that way you can fucking learn your freaking, your basic freaking logic here. This is fucking insane. Let's try one more time. Number 2. Okay. Number 2. Let's try it this way.
Aspirin as a minor, as a
Please
youth,
provide me what specific race-based federal policy targeted white Americans. Give me a very real race-based policy, federal policy that negatively impacts white Americans. That doesn't affect that doesn't affect white people.
It does. DEI
no, it
only
fucking doesn't. You're an idiot. You don't know what you're talking about. That affected minorities. That doesn't affect white people. And if anything, that affects white people positively. DEI affects the part that the fucking idiot right-wingers like to think. They like to think the idiot right-wing thing where they're like, oh, diversity, equity, and inclusion. That means like black people and black people bad. Black people need be merit-based, despite the fact that we have created redlining laws and all sorts of stuff that specifically discriminate against black people and fuck everybody else. And we're going to give all the good stuff for white people. And then we wonder why black people do very badly. But once again, right, I'm asking you, right, what specific race-based federal policy targeted white Americans negatively? Please.
How does DEI help white people? You just lied to me. Go ahead.
Okay, the part that Republicans like to think or forget about is called DEI, diversity, equity, inclusion, and then there's an A at the end of it. Did you know that there's an A? That's the part that everybody forgets. It's called accessibility. So people that have, say, mental health issues, or if they have some physical malady, so that includes white people. That positively affects white people. Are you in favor of, say, handicapped spaces? Are you in favor of handicapped spaces?
No, DEI has systemic.
You're not in favor of handicapped spaces. Get rid of the ramps. Fuck handicapped people.
That's not what I said. Matter of fact, you're mischaracterizing this right now.
I'm asking you.
When it comes to white people, this is had been an overarching overcorrection of affecting white people. DEI harms white people. It doesn't aid in white people when it comes to DEI. Now, you can go to the minority of maybe handicapped people and all these other people who get in through DEI, but that program, once cut, will actually have a merit-based systemic approach to the job market. Matter of fact, if you eliminate, that's a net positive. We should get rid of DEI. You're arguing for handicapping Black people so that way they can go ahead and be handicapped from improving on merit-based systems. Well, they can't even do this because you're handicapping them by giving them free handouts. Just because of the color of their skin, you're going to have a pilot flying your plane that's less competent to fly it compared to who has an education and more competent to fly a jet than Shaniqua Stevens. This is crazy. Merit-based programs, all I'm talking about.
You have no idea what you're talking about. Okay.
Yeah, you can't tell me that
DEI also helps white people. I don't know how else to communicate this with you. I'm like, remove like you talking about podcast after podcast after podcast saying the same nonsense DEI bullshit. I'm saying take the time to actually read what DEI includes. So let's say, DEI isn't necessarily about race. Okay. What it's designed to do is remove barriers to make workplaces fairer and more inclusive.
That's the American Disability.
That also can benefit white. That's a fucking DEI.
No.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. You're an idiot. You don't know what you're talking about.
The separate
can benefit
that we have.
It can benefit white employees just as much as other people. Okay. If you have, for example, better mental health and psychological safety when employees feel respected and heard, that would be an example of DEI. That also affects white people. Okay. If you have, say, fewer conflicts, better teamwork, higher morale when people are feeling included, which also include white people. It's not necessarily race based.
Imaginary.
Right? It's not. You're an idiot. You don't know what you're talking about. You don't know what you're talking about. Right?
Program.
I'm trying to explain to you that DEI doesn't have to be race specific. There are non-race specific benefits that many people value. Okay. But you don't know what you're talking about. Things like,
know what I'm talking about.
For example, do you support paid family leave?
Yeah, I can say that could be a separation of that. Yes, for sure.
That's DEI. That's a part of DEI that positively affects.
Let's create
specifically that will positively affect people that are pregnant, which is women. Women get positively affected by paid family leave. Also in favor of men doing that of paid family leave as well. Okay, but again, that's a form of DEI. Flexible scheduling, that's a form of DEI. Accommodating somebody for their disabilities, that's also DEI. Anti-bias hiring practices to ensure qualifications do matter. That's DEI. These are things that legitimately do help white people.
No, DEI, if you
ask my God. Oh my God. He's stupid.
We already know it affects white people. There's no way to say that this hasn't been turned into a race-based program. You can say initially.
I'm going to ask the question one more time.
Initially, in its onset, you
can have question 2.
Like the ADA.
Don't pivot.
Universally,
I just want you to not pivot.
DEI has been weaponized against us.
Yeah, I get it. You're stuck in podcast mode, right? I'm trying to get you into conversation mode, right? No, you're just parroting the same shit that idiot podcasters say. So I'm going to ask you once again, what specific race-based federal policy targeted white Americans? Because DEI is affecting everybody. That would positively affect everybody, including white Americans. I'm asking specifically, what specific race-based federal policy targeted specifically white Americans in a negative way? Go.
I brought up DEI, which is a race-based program, and you don't want to contend with that, which is crazy. This is
because it positively affects white people too, you fucking moron.
No, it doesn't.
But saying no doesn't make the problem any less wrong.
Because I'm going to describe this right now.
Jesus Christ. He's actually fucking brain rotted, dude. He's not answering the fucking question.
I just want to try and steer us back because is there a way that we can someone here directly connect the DEI to the framework with the reparations?
I will real quick. DEI negatively
it has nothing to do with it. Actually,
let him answer first a minute.
I have a shitty mic, first of all, so when he talks, it cuts me out and I can't talk. So So I'm fighting my mic and him at the same time too. But back to this, DI affects everybody. So when we talk about reparations can be something like a handout, right? It can't just be a handout. This can be in the form of apologies, everything else, and a systemic change. So let me go ahead and actually detail this for you and make it really simple. This is a form of DEI when we put the money back into taxpayers' pockets, because DEI is a net negative to society, which overarchingly is an overcorrection that affects white people. So when we're talking about this, the devaluation of this to society as a net negative would actually put money right back into American taxpayers' pockets. There's no way you could say DEI more impacts society in a good way, because as a merit-based system, it doesn't work that way. We all know that this has been weaponized against white people. That's a proven fact societally as well too. It's been a net negative. DEI has also siphoned funds from us by giving people jobs who aren't deserving of this, costing taxpayers thousands of dollars through accident claims, increasing because of this, because Shaniqua got this because she's black compared to Bob the Builder, who's more competent at this job. That saves money. All I'm coming at you is common sense, so that way we can incentivize Americans to use a common sense approach and approach this by not siphoning funds from the national, I would say, financial burden of responsibility of just having people get handouts. That's all I'm saying, is denying these handouts is a form of reparation because it goes back into people's pockets. That's all I'm saying. That's the reason why I brought up DEI. That's it.
So I think what's happening is a definition dispute when it comes to reparations. Like, so the affirmative here you're saying is it can include a targeted like tax relief as a restitution, where the negative says reparations require the active transfer. So why don't both sides here argue why your definition preserves the meaning of reparations rather than stretching it?
We both agreed to what reparations were. I said reparations are an affirmative compensation for harm. He said that's what I said, which would mean he agrees with that.
Reparations is a form of trying to repair. You ever notice that the word repair is in reparations? If we think about this, we're trying to repair broken system dynamics that we have right now. The best way to do this and incentivize American taxpayers is to repair the current damages happening right now. I did bring up the George Floyd riots and the BLM riots because that was a race-based thing that happened. And we look at this socially, it costs taxpayers thousands or hundreds of dollars, and we justify this through losses. We'll say we'll justify this through losses, and then also give BLM such, I would say government funding has actually went toward this as well too, to incentivize them for what? This makes no sense. All I'm saying is to not waste spending. Let me just make this more concise. If we cannot waste spending, we're saving money. This money goes back into taxpayer pockets and actually improves the competency and wellness of normal Americans and sets us on the right track. That's all I'm saying.
Okay. So DEI, once again, isn't necessarily about race. Okay. I'm gonna tell you again. Okay. For example, right, DEI can be used for better mental health and psychological safety when employees feel when they're respected or heard, right? There's also the fact that reparations themselves, they're used specifically as, and I want to be very clear, as an affirmative compensation. Okay, it is specifically compensating somebody for some past thing. That's why it says it's an affirmative, as in you're making active steps to compensating somebody. Okay, not so the negation of the fact would literally not be a reparation. You're the one who came up with this debate prompt. Do you actually agree with the idea of an affirmative compensation for harm blacks have done on whites?
Let's address the lie that you said DEI has nothing to do with sex or race. That's asinine. It absolutely has a lot to do with sex and race.
What a fucking idiot. He won't answer the fucking
fact.
question.
You're denying a fact. No, because I'm not going to bite these bullets that you keep throwing at me, and also inserting.
It's not biting a bullet. It's a fucking question, and you won't answer them. You're just pivoting.
I'm not going to accept lies that you tell me throughout this debate. I can answer a question.
I
but also,
wrote down what you said, dickhead. What do you mean lies?
so we're
All
gonna
I
ask-
did was say the things to you back and then re-asked the same question because you won't answer the fucking question. What
So
do
now
you mean lies? What am I lying? No, it's not an ad hom. You're just an idiot. I'm not
dickhead.
wasting. That's not the part of the argument. The argument is I want to see if you're actually serious about this.
Is dickhead a part of the
Define-
argument?
You once again could not define what reparations you meant in policy terms. And once again, I'm asking you, and I haven't got a single goddamn note on this question because you once again keep pivoting. What specific race-based federal policy has targeted white Americans negatively? Please explain it to me.
I mentioned DEI, and you're
DEI
not.
doesn't negatively affect white people, you moron.
It does negatively.
Oh my God. He's so stupid. He is so stupid. It hurts.
Hold on. Can I ask you?
Let Martae answer, and then Martae also maybe you can also add in like specifically how DEI functions as a reparation mechanism, or they're like taking it away would.
Okay, so if we're talking about DEI, I bring this up, and when I say that it affects it is specifically targeted towards race and sex, and he says no. Well, diversity and inclusion, that is part and parcel with all this. When we're saying if you're white and heterosexual as a male, we'll turn you away because we need to have a balance and a quota of white people that are liberal women. And I would say overarchingly, that's what's happening right now. That's the mainstay of the nation as far as DEI. What he says is like in purpose, this is what DEI is supposed to do, but it's been weaponized against white men in America. Literally, this is what it's doing. And it's almost like he has got a veil over his eyes. And to answer your question, when we talk about this speakeasy, if we actually eliminate these programs, it will save us thousands of dollars putting money back into taxpayers' pockets who aren't responsible for this. We want to promote, I would say, merit-based programs. This isn't a merit-based program. All this does is handicap people who are begging for handouts from racism that has happened a long time ago that they never experienced. Matter of fact, like I said, there's not a white person available now that's ever owned America in slaves or also witnessed slavery or was able to stop it at the time. All you're going to do is penalize white people who are who have nothing to do with this. So if you woke up First Amender and you saw $400 from reparations taken out of your paycheck, would you be pissed?
Jesus Christ, he's so stupid. He won't answer the question. You're not answering my question once again, okay?
I asked you a question.
No, because once again, you keep
No.
answering the question by saying it's DEI.
Speakeasy
You
answered
keep
the question.
saying that the question is DEI.
Speakeasy asked.
The answer to the question isn't DEI. And the reason why is because DEI is not designed to target white people. Okay. The
And
whole
weaponized
point of DEI is to reduce systemic barriers for underrepresented groups, which does also include white people. Okay. I understand that there are some white men or some individuals, especially men, who look at DEI initiatives like, I don't know what, like bias training or an outreach program that somehow it disadvantages white people, right? Which you're not even white, which is, there's this idea that it is, I didn't say you had to be. And then
What does that have to do with anything?
what that does is that that fuels this idea of there being a reverse discrimination legally and officially, just so you're aware. What?
That makes no sense. Matter of fact, you pivot to basketball and me being black and I'm not white. This sounds like a bigot talking to me right now. This is crazy. Almost like racist First Amenders talking to me.
I'm going to tell you once again,
Contend with the
legally and officially,
right now.
legally and officially,
You're not taking this seriously.
DEI is not meant in any way to harm whites. Data shows that whites still remain advantaged in most sectors. Okay, I understand that there's a perception
You
of
didn't even
being
answer my question.
targeted, becoming a flashpoint in political and cultural debates. However, by sheer metric, whites are advantaged in most sectors. DEI does not harm white people. It also benefits white people. So I'm going to ask you once again, what specific race-based federal policy has targeted white Americans. Do not say DEI. That's not an answer.
Oh, that is an answer. You just don't want to
Oh
accept.
my God, no, because it's idiotic. It's idiotic. I
Question, if
just
you go
explained to you why it's idiotic, and it doesn't work. White Americans are also positively affected by DEI practices, whether you like it or not. It
Here's
also
my
includes accessibility, which
Here's
also
my
includes things like paternal leave, which is a part of DEI. That's
That's-
all DEI. White
Okay.
people benefit from DEI. So I want to understand what specific race-based federal policy has targeted white Americans. Answer the question.
Because 14% of whites are benefited doesn't mean that the other 75% are saying, okay,
Take a
well,
drink, everybody. He's once again not answering the fucking
help out.
question. Dude,
Doesn't mean that whites
holy shit, my whole chat is super fucking drunk.
Oh, Martae, you had muted yourself there. And I just want to just maybe help clarify something here. You're arguing that, are you arguing that DEI created like a measurable economic injury to white people,
Yeah.
and like removing it would be
Yes.
a form
So-
of restitution or restitution?
There's been a trickle down of there's been actually a catastrophic event that's happened in America recently where not only DEI but other systems are affected by DEI too, because in I asked First Amender a question, two things. If he woke up in $400 was missing from his paycheck, would he be pissed about this? Even though he's never owned a slave or any of this other stuff, would he be mad about this? Probably yes. And also, I want to ask him a question. Would you want a DEI heart surgeon if this happened? Right. Most likely it's probably not going to be a white person, because if we're talking about the stark minority when it comes to DEI affecting him, yeah, it does affect the stark minority of white people in a positive way, but that's not what it's been weaponized for. When we talk about in DEI's inception, when it was created, yes, this was supposed to help everybody else, but that's not what it's been used for. You're denying the objective reality that right now socially, that this has been weaponized against white people. And when I bring this up, you don't want to contend with this because it destroys your whole fucking argument.
If you acknowledge that it has positively affected white people, then that means that it is not a specific race-based federal policy that targets white Americans negatively. Please explain to me a specific race-based federal policy that negatively affected white Americans. Please.
So here's the thing, though. We have so when I bring this up, you don't ever want to address this. That's why we can't get past this. You just don't want to bite the bullet. You don't want to eat that when that is a specific race-based policy that we have. You just don't want to take it because you're saying, well, just because one white person can benefit from this, it doesn't mean whites don't benefit from this. That's not the point. Overarchingly, it's an overcorrection of something that has systemically weaponized, been used against us as a whole. Blacks are affected by this as well too, because what happens is education suffers and we lose money. Not to mention that, but it also increases crime when we have less quality of teachers because they're just hired because they're black or whatever else like this. There's a trickle down approach where it affects everything else and crime rises. Education levels are plummeting through the basement right now. Job market's plummeting through the basement right now when it comes to safety. Safety is decreasing through the basement as well too. So I'm pretty sure OSHA's having a deal right now to deal with all this and recover all this. So when we talk about reparations, we have to recover financial recoups from losses from all these programs that have happened. And we can't even get past DEI because you don't want to accept that DEI affects white people as a whole. Systematically, it does. And the fact that you're denying objective reality is crazy.
All right. Then define with me, what measurable economic damage did that policy cause?
I just went over the whole detail about how this affects.
No, you pivoted to all sorts of things that are unrelated to one another. So I'm asking you a very directed question. You believe DEI has caused economic harm to white people. Show me.
Okay, are you done talking?
Yeah, show me.
Okay, as I've talked about with DEI affects hiring in the job market. And we're not talking about merit-based programs with education. You're hiring lower quality people. This jeopardizes systems and also decreases and reduces safety, which costs thousands of millions of dollars to taxpayers, which are mostly white Americans due to blacks and minorities through DEI hires. These are damages that need to be recouped, and we can reverse this if we eliminate this problem. And also this program that also caters to blacks. And not only that, but minorities for not merit-based programs and not merit-based incentives. That's crazy. That's how this affects everybody. Me too. It affects you. It affects Speakeasy and everybody else.
I didn't hear a measurable economic damage. So I'm going to ask you once again. You say that DEI has caused measurable economic damage to white Americans. Fabulous. Amazing. Show me. So what that means is don't open your gob. What that means is pull up a fucking paper and show me measurable economic damage. Specifically that DEI caused to white Americans. Go.
You want me to look this up? Because I can look this up.
Yes, look up something so I can read it.
Okay, because I know, trust me, bro, doesn't work. And even when I talk about objective reality,
correct, it doesn't, because you're an idiot that has no idea what he's talking about.
All right, let's go to it.
That's why I need an academic source, because I don't trust morons like you. That's correct. So now, please, if you could, I need to know what measurable economic damage the policy caused white people in terms of DEI. Show me.
So you showing me a white person playing basketball to a black person pivoting is not only bigoted, but that also doesn't help
what
either.
A
so you're
fucking idiot. He cannot answer one question. We're on the third question. He can't answer a single fucking question. What measurable economic damage did that policy cause? Show me.
So hold on. When
he's opening my gob, he's opening his gob again, as if anything he's going to say is going to make a fucking difference. What measurable economic damage did the policy cause? Show me.
Notice how he interrupts me when I tell them I'm not only
what a fucking douche.
Let him answer. Let him answer first, Amender.
So he's got plenty of ad homs right now and nothing to actually contend with the DEI argument, which I brought up and thoroughly went over how this systemically affects everybody, not just black people, but Americans.
I haven't even made an argument because you won't answer a single fucking question solidifying your point.
Let him finish.
You won't answer.
So when I did bring this up and I said, I'm looking this up and I had a conversation through this, the guy kept calling me dickhead and all this stuff. Not only is he a bigot, but he doesn't want to contend with the argument that I brought up. I want to actually get past this diversity and equity inclusion thing that's been weaponized towards white people. When we say this, if we eliminate these programs, it's going to help a whole lot. Matter of fact, I'm looking this up right now on the causal circumstances, because we obviously know that these stats that I brought up in the beginning of the debate, I can actually look this up, but we don't even, let's move past DEI if you don't want to do that, but I'm still going to look that up just because I'm good faith anyways. Hold on 1 second real quick while I look this up. I mean, I think it would be like an objective reality that we can all see, but I don't mind looking this up as well too.
Mm-hmm.
There's plenty of articles right now, but I want to get to a source because I don't want to give you everything else.
Would love it.
Right. That's what I'm leaning towards right now, because there's so many articles right now, but I want to give you something that actually shows real metrics displaying how this handicaps.
So one thing that I like to use, just FYI, and I've used this, this is many times. Have you ever heard of consensus.app?
No, I have not heard of this consensus.app.
Okay. So I tend to use it whenever I have a strict scientific question, because what it does is that it aggregates all just as thousands and thousands of papers into a single source to see what is the exact scientific consensus regarding a scientific question. This is not a standard AI app, but it does use AI learning. And I just want to show you right here, right? This is not one study. This is an aggregate of many, many studies all put together, asking it a general question. So I'm going to share my screen real quick, Just give me a second. I have to share the consensus.app. Okay. Do you see it? Are you able to make it big for me?
Yep. Just a second there.
Okay. So I asked, all I did was ask it a very simple question that anybody can ask it. What measurable economic damage did DEI cause? So the evidence on the economic effects of DEI programs is largely mixed, with no clear, reliably quantified net economic damage identified so far. Has DEI been shown to cause measurable net economic harm? So there is a study right here that says yes. It's actually a single paper back in 2023, and it said that it was a single commentary in a non-peer-reviewed news outlet claiming large-scale economic harm from the lack of DEI. However, it is lacking empirical data. There is, however, 90% no by 9 papers saying multiple peer-reviewed empirical studies and theoretical models, often with large or diverse samples, found no measurable economic damage from DEI and sometimes report positive effects. So I want to just go over this. Right. Because what I'm interested in is I want to get to the truth of the matter. Okay. I want to understand where people are getting things from. I want to understand your perspective. And I genuinely want to have these good faith debates. I don't want to call you an idiot, but when I find that there is no substance behind the argument, it's incredibly frustrating.
It's in the back chat, Speakeasy.
So hold on. No, bring it back. Wait, bring it back. What the research actually measures is,
I actually have something that contradicts everything that you just put up, but we can go through this now.
Okay, so
Pew research. I have that in the back. But let's
go ahead. Share it. You can remove mine, and then we'll move on. Go ahead. What you got?
Intern. Let's scroll down a little bit real quick.
Just let me get what you sent me up here. So this is what you.
So when we scroll down, scroll down, and then I don't know if you want to accept the cookies or not to get out of your screen, but so this is what we have right now. I'll even read this right now. More Americans say DEI practices help rather than hurt Black, Hispanic, and Asian women, as well as white women. In turn, far more Americans.
Can you
where are we? Sorry.
Can you link this so I can read it?
Right where there's a graph on the right side.
Can you link it in chat so I can read it?
Yeah, right there, Speakeasy, right there.
Okay.
So I'll even read this right now. In turn, far more Americans say DEI hurts white men.
Pew research now.
Hurts white men than it helps them. 36% versus 14%. That's a huge gap right there. These findings come from 2 recent surveys.
What is the title of this paper? Can you go to the top so I can read it? Because it just went to immigrant populations instead of the actual.
I can send you the link in the back here. I thought
can you just throw it in the chat? I'd appreciate it.
Yeah, views of DEI have slightly become more negative among U.S. workers. That's a title.
You see it there in the back?
Yeah, I understand that people view it negatively, right? But in terms of actual economic impact, that's not observed. We don't have any evidence of that.
No, you just contradicted yourself. People observe this, and then you say it's not observed.
People feel a way, but that doesn't make it fucking
now you're
true.
saying feeling. You said it's observed.
Listen. If I'm, say, for example, if I am in a room filled with flat earthers, it doesn't matter if everybody in the room thinks the room is flat and I don't think the room is flat. It doesn't matter if they all mog me in a debate saying flat earth is real. That doesn't make it true. That's not how this works.
Hold on.
Just because people feel a specific way doesn't mean that the fact is real. So I'm asking you once again to please answer my question. What measurable economic damage did DEI cause? Show me an actual source. I understand that there's people that feel a specific way, but that doesn't mean a real measured economic harm.
These are measured circumstances. So you're denying Pew Research right now with the 3
What
graphs.
a douchebag. You're not
Um,
understanding at all what I'm saying. You
Real
are not
quick,
even attempting.
This is more than just feelings right now. We're talking about the GDP.
Not answering the question. Once again, chat.
I
Link
am-
one
up.
second. I'll let you finish your answer there, Martae. But we are coming to the end of the hour here, and
On to
usually when
Q&A.
it's
I couldn't
still
even get to
a
the
little
fourth one.
fiery, I usually like to offer if you guys would both like another 30 minutes of open floor.
No, I'm good. Go straight into questioning. There's no way we're getting anywhere with this moron.
You're letting-
I'm 3 questions in, and I got no answer on all 3 questions. Not a single answer to any of the fucking questions. He could not answer a single one. I asked him, "Hey, can you define?" Actually, this is best for conclusions. So go ahead.
First Amender, the DEI
Do you want
argument,
to?
the whole claim. That's
So
why.
do you guys? Do you guys want another 30 minutes or?
No, I'm good. I've got work in the morning. Honestly,
Okay.
I really do. I have work in the morning.
All right, Martae, I said you could answer that question before we get into the. So go ahead.
Okay, so here's the thing, though. When we look at this, it's measurable as well, too. We're talking about workers being compensated. 47% of whites are shown that DEI practices hurt the workplace when it comes to white men. 29% of white adults say DEI practices hurt white women, which is a lower amount because that's white women. All of these were measured, and not to mention this, but there's also graphs that also elaborate how they're financially hurt as well, too, from the company aspect of this. And they're talking about DEI practices in the workplace. Companies are actually down from actually 16% to 21%. There's been a change in workers and also not only safety, and all this has been elaborated in this peer research as well, too. Not only do the graphs talk about this, but you're denying the peer research that we're showing through graphs and also this. So whenever I bring up something that's peer research, which is also peer-reviewed research as well, too, you want to deny it, and you don't like this because you don't want to bite the bullet on this because it destroys your whole fucking argument. That's all I'm saying.
All right. And so that is going to conclude the open floor. So first off, excellent exchange from both sides tonight. We're going to enter into the final phase of the debate here, the closing statements. I just want to remind you all in the live chat that the Q&A is there in the live chat. So get your questions in. But remember, the Super Chats, PayPals, Cash Apps, these will get priority. And if they fill up the whole 30 minutes, we may not get to your questions there. So if you got something you really want to ask, send it through one of those options, and we'll make sure it gets asked. With that said, we're going to move into closings. We're going to start with Martae, so that will give Amender the last word. So Martae, whenever you are ready for your closing statement, I will start the timer up with your voice.
Okay, so I brought up the stats in the beginning and also cited my sources as well, too. And then when he asked me for an evidentiary claim, and then I brought it up. And the reason why we stuck on DEI is because he says something which is asinine and really crazy, by the way. That's not an ad hom, but the statement that he said is asinine. That's what I'm talking about, not him as a person. Meanwhile, he continues to ad hom me through this debate. Not once have I ad hommed him one time, because I just want to contend with the argument, because he believes that white people aren't negatively affected, which is crazy. This is a crazy notion. If you ask or even poll anybody, according to Pew Research too, they have shown that systematically this is negatively affecting everything. So when I bring up the riots, the way that the black community works is they literally cost taxpayers thousands of dollars. And then when I run this train of logic saying that when blacks move into neighborhood, property value goes down, gee, I wonder what this causes. And then he brings up poverty too, which is causal because of crime. This actually puts more white people in poverty as well too. So yes, EBT is closely affected by this as well too. So although I can say that EBT needs a total overhaul, because I think that we could change things like if a black person robs from a grocery store, I think she should be cut off. These aren't happening right now. We're giving black people too much of a pass. They're siphoning our nation's wealth, and we're allowing more blacks, which are Somalians, to come in the nation and siphon our wealth right now. Insert the Somali thing that's happening right now. Matter of fact, if these Somalians are taking so much money from our system, I think that that money should be given back to us, because it's causing Americans pain and anguish. The reparations that we need are to repair damage and anguish. Are Somalians black? Yes. Should we get reparations from this incident that happened in Minnesota? Yes. That's a form of reparation when we reverse these systems and eliminate these programs that afford them the right to rob us in broad daylight when we're having these systemic issues that happen with ICE that are distraction from the Somali epidemic. That's also a demonstrably example of how blacks are costing white people and everybody else taxpayer funding and money. I don't even want to go over the diatribe over how much this has cost Americans in the long run, but also systemically, we have programs like the NAACP and all this. Meanwhile, whites can't have any of these programs. No whites can have any of these programs. They're literally denied this by causing pain. This is a reduction of scholarship, a reduction of opportunities, a reduction of business as well too. Because if I owned a white-owned barbershop, that's racist as hell. But if a black person had a black-owned barbershop, oh, kudos to you, you're good, brother. Let's stand up for the man, right? Against the man. To me, we have to reverse these social changes that have happened right now, because that all that is just covert reverse racism towards white people. When we're saying that blacks can be proud of their race, but white people can't because something that happened eons ago is crazy. All that does is hamstring white people from development, from actually increasing our infrastructure. And I'll tell you why. DEI, if you're having shitty teachers, that produces more of a black inmate population. That's what I'm saying. So this also affects us systemically. So we have to babysit more people who are incarcerated, and recidivism rises up because of this. I've not only detailed this specifically, but First Amender wants to say, well, I don't like your source when I bring up peer-reviewed research and all this, and then also cite stats. Well, I don't like that. I don't like DEI because originally its inception, from what I get from his argument, is it's not a racist program and it's not geared toward race. Well, actually, that's what it is. It's geared toward race and sex. And what is it being used for? He wants to deny the reality that it blocks white men from getting jobs who are actually more of a hard worker than a black person than Shaniqua trying to fly the jet, which actually you'd have Soul Plane Part 2, which would end up in just a fucking accident if this was a realistic thing. And let's face it, First Amender wakes up, $400 is missing from his check because his dream of incentivizing black people through reparations, even though he's never owned a slave, never, not only not owned a slave, but never seen slavery himself, but he's going to wake up and see $400. He'd say that there's a robbery that happened. And although he may not respect the federal government, he would respect the IRS if they took this from his funds. And then not to mention this, First Amender goes into a hospital, bless his heart if this would ever happen. I'm not praying that this happens. He doesn't want to have a DI heart surgeon, which would mostly be a black person or some guy from India or something like that. The reparations are damages from recouping compensation from the inept programs that we have right now. So DI, and not to mention this, but the reparations can be, and when I say reparations, that is a form of reparations. I end it right there.
All right. Thank you for that closing statement. And with that, we're going to hand the mic over to First Amender. Whenever you are ready for your closing statement, I will start the timer up with your voice.
So the claim that we started with was that Black Americans somehow owe white Americans reparations. We've asked for specifics. What federal policy are targeting white people? What measurable economic harm did it cause? And there was no answer. That's because the reason why is because there actually literally is no historical or legal basis for that idea. That's why I've asked those questions. The only example that was even remotely offered would be DEI programs. However, empirically, those do not harm white people. In fact, they actually benefit everybody by reducing bias. It improves workplace fairness, and it creates for better opportunities. DEI is about fairness. It's not about creating a debt that is owed to anyone and therefore would not be reparations. This argument is a classical reversal of victimhood. It flips history on its own head, and it basically just treats historically oppressed as the oppressors. It's just not reality. I'm sorry, it's just not. Reparations, where they do exist, are about governments that address a systemic harm, not about some arbitrary racial accounting or punishing people today for histories that they didn't create. The claim also relies on a false idea of collective guilt, that somehow an entire race can owe another entire race. That's not what the law is. That's not the policy. And that's also not how history works. Collective responsibility in this sense is completely meaningless. Society moves forward by addressing real inequities and historical harms, not by inventing impossible reverse debts. Facts, evidence, and measurable harm are what matter. And then we test that claim against those standards. When we do so, it just totally collapses. So the idea that Black Americans owe white Americans reparations isn't just unsupported, it's incoherent. There is no policy, no legal precedent. There is no rational basis for it. It fails every reasonable test of logic. It fails history, and it fails fairness. It just everything. It just fails. And I cede the rest of my time.
All right. Thank you for that closing statement. That is going to conclude the closing statements. Great work from both debaters tonight. If you are enjoying what you are seeing out there, make sure you like the stream, subscribe to the channel so you don't miss any of the debates we host here on Swords of Reasons. We run all kinds of matchups, political, cultural, social issues, philosophy, internet beefs. Literally anywhere there's a conversation worth clashing over, we'll put it in the arena. And also, don't forget to subscribe to tonight's debaters as well. Their links are in the description, so make sure you guys go show them support for stepping into the arena and sharpening their arguments tonight in front of us all. All right. And before I start the timer for the chat Q&A, I always like to ask a question or two for both sides. Based off things I heard, arguments I want clarified, points I think were missed, things like this. And then once those questions are answered, we'll begin the official 30-minute Q&A. So for my first questions, I'm going to start with the affirmative side. So like if, for you, Martae, if removing DEI or similar policies like you mentioned is considered reparations, what would make that different from like any political policy change that a group dislikes? Like, where's the line between restitution and just ordinary governance?
So the line between this is like, we're not diving into Americans' pockets, or also not only this, but when I brought up like First Amender, the example of him waking up and noticing $400 missing from his next paycheck, like this would actually eliminate this through savings and loss and recouping losses that we have. DEI, in effect, and the reason why I harp on this is because of I would say the absurd denial of him to attribute this to not being about race or anything like that when we demonstrated this. But back to this, I think that not only is this there's a delineation between this, because normally when people think DEI practices, they think we're just going to take this from the American taxpayer. All this does is penalize people that weren't included, people that weren't alive during slavery or anything like this. All I'm saying is that if we remove these race-based policies off the platform and off the board, now we have a savings that doesn't rob the American citizen of these funds who never experienced slavery, weren't alive, never owned slavery or anything like this. Matter of fact, the immigration populace that comes in, they would be taxed from this too. How else are you going to get this reparation happening? That's what I'm saying. My foundational basis for this argument is that nobody should get DEI, but since we're arguing that blacks should pay whites, yes, blacks cost the system more than white people. Whites have more innovation than anything else. Blacks don't build anything in society, and it's rare that they ever do, costing the city thousands of dollars. They leave their shitty countries to come here for more development, to be honest with you.
So just so I'm clear on your answer, try to make it a little like a shorter, dumbed down version for myself. It would be like basically the line between it is if the policy involves anything to do with race, that would would be the line. Okay.
Yeah, race.
And did you have anything for that, Amender?
I mean, sorry, can you ask the question one more time? I was reading something.
Yeah, he wasn't.
Yeah, no worries. I had asked him if removing DEI or any similar policies would be considered reparations. What makes that different just from any political policy change? Like, what is the line between restitution and ordinary governance?
I was very clear on what a reparation was. It is an affirmative compensation for harm, and this is typically like a societal. So usually it is through government that reparations are done. Government will take out money from one location or one group of people and give it to the said victims of said thing that was caused by the government. That's what a reparation is. DEI positively affects, it's just not any of that. DEI is not what a reparation, getting rid of DEI, the dismantling of policies that are intended to positively affect people is not would not be a reparation by its very definition. So that's the delineative line.
All right. All right. And then my second question for you, Martae, is so it's kind of what Amender was asking, and I kind of just want it to be like clarified so you get to just fully explain it. Is like, what was the specific measurable economic harm that you believed Americans have suffered that is like to justify the reparations?
When you think about this, the societal harm that we see is there's not like it would be like an abstract metric that we're looking at right now. The reason why it's hard to even delineate is because to even and I'll walk this back real quick a little bit in my favor, by the way. If we think about giving reparations to Black people, what I brought up in the beginning of the argument is like, okay, cool.
Talk about giving reparations to Black people.
Hold on. Can I
This debate is about.
Let him answer. Let him answer. You can respond after.
I never interrupted you during this whole argument. How unprofessional of you to do this.
I don't care. You're a moron.
You're a walking
You
SSRI.
deserve to be interrupted because you are a moron.
All right. Just let him answer. Let him answer.
So when I talked about this, it's like incremental when we talk about this. So First Amendment kind of interrupted me. It kind of threw me off, to be honest. That's crazy. Ask the question again first.
No, just it's basically the same question he was asking earlier, just so that you get to answer it with in full. Is what's the measurable economic harm that white Americans have suffered that justifies the reparations?
The reason why it's hard to delineate and why we need a clear distinction of like cutting programs is because in order to figure out like who deserves reparations and where they should go from, the oversight and cost would actually cripple our budget to some degree to where it's like just waste in spending. So that's what I'm saying. In order to do this, I'm skipping over the part of saying we don't even need to do that. Just cut these programs that are race-based in order just to cut through the bullshit to where we're not harming white people anymore, because DEI specifically harms white people. Let's be honest with you. When he says it doesn't, it does. That hopefully that answers the question directly.
All right. And did you want to respond to that now, Amanda?
So the reason why that he can't actually delineate an answer to that is because, and I'd hate to say it, there is none. I asked specifically if there's any scientific backing that DEI negatively impacts white people. And the only thing that could be found was an article that had no sources or attribution. The other dozen articles or so said no to that answer, to that question, where it is specifically studied. The problem is that the issue that you're pointing out doesn't exist. At least empirically, it doesn't exist. It's all in podcast world where they like to argue over these silly things that do not exist. And then they rage bait all sorts of people because it gets people to click and like things. And it's fucking idiotic. And you're hook, line, and sinker into so much idiocy that you're willing to actually play Uncle Ruckus for other Black people. It's fucking wild.
Racist of you to even say that. That's just insane. You're calling me a coon.
You are an Uncle Ruckus, dude. You're Uncle Ruckus.
Am I a coon?
You wish you were white.
Oh, so that's so racist right now. You're calling me a coon? That's crazy.
Feel like you would feel that way.
I'm just a coon, right? I play basketball. We play basketball. What do you want me to say? I eat fried chicken and watermelon. Actually, that's delicious, by the way. I'll even
everybody likes fried chicken and watermelon. I have no idea why that even sticks as a ring. Also, I brought up basketball because you're pivoting. You're the king of pivoting.
Oh, how convenient!
That's why I brought up basketball. And yes, white people also play basketball. I don't know what but maybe you're trying to DEI your way into this. Fucking idiot.
No, so the loss of employment right now and opportunity decreases also affects white people. And also when we're talking about I would say the harming in media through white people.
I once again point out that there is no empirical basis behind what you're saying. All you have is mafifis.
No,
your fifis don't care about your facts. Facts are there, and regardless of how you feel, the facts don't show that DEI has negatively impacted white people. You troglodyte, you freaking knuckle dragging caveman moron. You're a moron. You have no idea what you're talking about.
I'm a black ape now
Go
because
take more
cracked my
Trent.
knuckles? This is crazy.
Why don't you go take more
All
Trent?
right, let's let's
Wait,
get on to my next questions here.
Oh.
So
all these racist tropes right now. This is crazy,
all
bro.
right, all right. So my next questions here, and we'll go for the negative side. So for you, Amender, so do you believe, just so everyone knows your position clearly, like, do you believe reparations are ever justified in principle? And like, if so, it's kind of two part. If so, what would be the criteria that must be met? And then you could say like why this doesn't fit there.
Were you asking me?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, are DEI? Did you say are DEI policies ever justifiable? Was that the question?
Oh no. Sorry.
Sorry, my
Do you
apologies.
believe reparations are ever justified in principle? And like, if
So-
so, what's the criteria that must be met?
I've looked at the measurable impact specifically towards Black, where Black Americans got negatively affected over the history of the United States. And honestly, the number is so astronomically huge that I have no idea how I would even approach such an insanely high number. I don't know what I could possibly like. I honestly have no meaningful policy for like what would actually match the harm that has been caused. And I would probably want to seek alternatives. I would probably want to see Black communities and how we could potentially help out Black communities and impoverished locations. I would want to see that the exacerbation of wealth that is exceedingly at the top in zip codes where they're overwhelmingly white, and the overwhelmingly Black populations in zip codes that are very poor, they receive a lot less money than the rich affluent because of the property values being a lot lower. I would probably want to take some of the money from the rich affluent neighborhoods and place it into the poor. As to whether or not that refers to a reparation, I don't even think that's even a reparation, like by policy impact. Again, the idea of the reparation, I think it's a good idea. I just think that I don't know how to have some meaningful impact there, I guess. I understand that's a little wishy-washy, but genuinely heart of hearts, I would have to really spend some time thinking about it.
All right. And then, Martae, did you have something to respond to that?
Yeah, he states that we should. He hints at taking money from these people who have incentivized themselves through hard merit programs and maybe earning potential as well too through hard work, and then giving it to low income communities. That's literally endorsing the programs that I want eliminated. When you do this, you're actually stringing the Black community and also handicapping them by not promoting hard work. When you're saying we're going to take from the rich and get to the poor, that really doesn't work in reality. All you're doing is handicapping people. I can point to speakeasies country in Canada where they did give reparations to Native Americans, and what did they do? Became more destitute, more drunk, more full of SSRIs, which I see in the panel right now, and more mental illness. That didn't even help them at all. But if you think about it, if we give programs to white people, they industrialize more. This is proven through history and metrics, through scientific innovation and everything else in programs. Matter of fact, we industrialize cities and I'm not saying we, but whites industrialize cities and countries as a whole. Why do you think that everybody wants to leave their countries after they trash it to come here, where white people run countries and protect people and incentivize people for hard work? That's why. What you're talking about is the reverse of that, supporting my argument, saying we're going to rob from the rich and get to the poor, from urban communities to poor communities. Right now, that's just undoing the programs and undoing American values, culture, and traditions that we have, thus destabilizing America so that we can turn into a third world country, which is crazy.
All right. And then my second question for you, Amender, is like, if a policy like DEI did show that it was systematically like disadvantaging white people, would you reject the compensation in that case, or is it only specifically this one?
If we lived in an alternate universe where white people were statistically disadvantaged and it could be shown in an economic way, and Black people were far ahead of white people, then yeah, there would be a justification to that. We just don't live in that reality.
All right. And did you have a Anything for that, Martae?
No, I don't have anything other than that. Like I am taking note of the racist bigotry. He called me a knuckle dragging basketball player, Uncle Ruckus. Like I'm like, if you tie all this together, you might as well say the N-word right now to me right now. Get it off your chest, why don't you, real quick while we're at it, and get your feet on a bunch right now. Let's do it.
Let's not do any N-words, but anyway.
You see what I'm saying? That's what I mean. He wants to get it off his chest. After you get off, say it all you want. I don't care. I'll give you a pass for that because you look emotionally triggered.
All right.
So
so we'll get into the 30-minute Q&A now. Remember, chat, if you guys want to get yourself in for sure, make sure you send it through a super chat priority option. But if we have time, we're going to get to the Q&A in the chat as well. So let's start this timer up. First one that comes in is $2 from How Long Nate. Says slideshow and bring your proof. Thank you very much, How Long Nate. I appreciate that big time. How Long Nate with another $5 says stop nuzzling D Lemon's gelato and subscribe. Share this stream. F slurs. Thank you very much. How long, Nate? I appreciate that big time. Joseph, I know that Joseph has a question. This was blank, but this was for Joseph's question that he was gonna say after. Joseph, where are you there? What is, or did you send it? Maybe you put it in the Q&A. Let me just check the Q&A quick. No, you didn't put it in the Q&A, Joseph. Oh, he said, no, I'm good. All right. Thank you very much for the support. Prince of Dogs with a big gifted 10 memberships. Thank you very much, you legend. Thank you. I can't thank you guys enough for the support. How Long Nate, new member. Thank you very much. Dog said, just some support. God bless, brother. Thank you for the work you do. Thank you very much, Dogs. I can't thank you enough. This one... First Amendment. Every time there's like always a why are you gay? No matter who's on, somebody gets the why are you gay question. Yeah, boy for $5 says, when will First Amender respond to my lawyer's liabilities contract when it comes to our MMA match? Have you been training, First Amender? Are you in for an MMA match? I didn't know.
He still hasn't given me a time, date, anything. I haven't received anything. It's just being a moron.
Oh, okay. Damn, maybe a future MMA match in the presence, guys. Everyone got to tune in for that. First Amender, why push the red herring of policy when the topic simply doesn't mention policy?
Reparations is a policy, you troglodyte.
All right. Then we got Gravios for a big $50. Thank you very much. Says, what kind of upside down are we in here? Where the black guy is against reparations, but the white guy is all for it. Also, I agree with the black dude. Also, those shades don't work, First Amender. You can't hide from Andrew and Jim Bob. No response for that one. $5 comes in from How Long Nate. That basketball pivot diagram isn't even soft racism, First Amender. How do you defend your open bigotry?
You're the one coming in with the fucking racist bullshit. I don't know what to tell you. We're platforming open racism. And
What?
just because I pulled up basketball and pivoting, that wasn't an insinuation that he was black. The Uncle Ruckus, though, was.
Oh, so it is because I'm a knuckle dragging Uncle Ruckus basketball playing person.
Shut up,
you're gonna.
idiot.
I like watermelon too. This is crazy.
You obviously needed DEI to get yourself into college. That's for sure.
Oh,
all right.
Crazy.
Stink. This is a crazy name. Holy. This Stink Dig PC Gaming. All right. That's a crazy name. What are First Amender's thoughts on buck breaking?
It's fucking.
Damn, it's
I
crazy.
remember seeing the documentary. I thought it was wild. That's all I have to say.
All
You
right.
would watch the documentary for sure. I'm glad you didn't bring your buck breaking book and not your uterus book.
You asked for specific animal studies. I gave you an animal study, and you get freaked out that I bring up an animal study on it. Like I don't know why you're harping on like, hey, give me the evidence for that.
It's
I
funny
gave
how
you the evidence, and then you're like, what is this rat uterus book? Like
it's funny how you
it's like asking for evidence about like it's like asking for evidence about like nuclear reactors, and then I show you a fission. You're like, why are you giving me a physics book? You're just an idiot. You're an idiot. You obviously need DEI because there ain't no fucking way you're getting into a college entrance exam. You're a fucking moron.
Let me respond to this real quick, because when I asked him about animals, he just happened to have a rat uterus book on hand. Like, who has that on hand at the disposal? Like, you just happen to have this. Like, it's
called Brain Gender by Melissa Hines. It talks about the neurobiology as well as endocrinological basis, as well as it goes a little bit into the embryology of what causes gender, and that's one of the things that it talks about.
I've never heard rat uterus cope before, but this is crazy.
What a fucking idiot. God damn, he's stupid. Okay. Can we go to the next question? This guy's
all right. We got 10 pounds.
Babysit this moron.
10 pounds from Shazzy Bear, the lovely mama bear of the chat. I'm so fucking confused. I'll stay in Northern Ireland. I'm safe here. LOL. Good morning, Easy, Alicia, and chat. Thank you very much, Shazzy. You're absolutely amazing. Birds aren't even real for $10. What do you guys plan on researching more after the debate? And did you change your mind on any part of your original position? That's always a good question. I like that one.
I mean, maybe a bit more on DEI stuff, on how it could even be perceived as racism, I guess. And then the other thing that I did not change my mind on any part of the original position. He had provided no evidence for me to say that the contrary exists. If you want to see me change my mind on a dime, and I'm telling you on a dime, show me scientific consensus of something. And if I am saying the opposite of what the scientific consensus is, I will change my opinion right then and there. You'll watch me do it. And I've done it in previous debates. You just have to show me the facts, not your feelings, not what is said in a podcast, not what's popular versus unpopular. Very real empirical data proving the fact.
I can respond to that. So the two things I'll bring up right now. So when I do cite my sources and cite DEI, he denies the fact, the abject reality that this is weaponized against white people. Matter of fact, this has allowed liberal white women, to his credit.
Your research doesn't argue that, you moron.
Entrance in college. Yes, it does. We can actually do another debate later on about this.
Horrible reading comprehension on top of the fact that you wouldn't even pass a college entrance exam. You need DEI, my dude.
I graduated college already.
Did you?
Degree, yes.
What business degree did you get?
In dietetics. It's not a business degree. I graduated in dietetics. I'm a licensed nutritionist. So anyways, back to this.
Dietetics? That's a college degree, guys.
Yeah, a licensed nutritionist. Yeah. But anyways, back to this. When we talk about this and I bring up these cases, so here, just to answer the chatter's question.
I bet you got some pills to sell.
Hold on. Anyways, back to this. To answer the chatter's question without interruption from the DEI guy on the soy book economics. Here's the thing, though, I want to actually harp on right now. My argument isn't to change First Amenders' mind. My argument is actually to change hearts and minds at home so that we can see the open reality of what's used socially and weaponized against us. When he harps on books and I bring up peer-reviewed research from DI programs from and this is the thing that I brought up too. This is on Pew Research. He denies that and says, I only must approve of research that I approve of. And this is First Amenders logic. When I bring this up, he says, nope, I don't like it. DI, nope, I don't like this. There's not a standard that he'll take. But here's the thing, though. I'm appealing to the audience, which is going to vote in a poll after this. And that's really who I really want to affect and influence through conversation and means and logic. That's it.
Yeah, if you just have enough people like you, then all of a sudden that makes you right. Like the bunch of flat earthers in a bunch of flat earth Discord where they sit there and argue against a bunch of people that say the earth is round. Certainly you can't be wrong.
You have to have a convincing argument to sway people.
Wasting my it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. The facts
a lot.
Agree with you. You're just wrong.
Sure.
All right.
To yourself, to the audience, because one, we're going to see a poll.
Yeah, popularity doesn't mean you're right. You idiot. That's called an ad populum fallacy. You're just being an idiot.
Wait, hold
Jesus
on.
Christ. Can we move to the next question? I'm tired of talking to the moron. I'm tired of trying to spoon feed this fucking unironic child. I'm done.
I never brought up right or wrong. I brought up a poll because I'm trying to.
Can we get to the next question and stop? I don't want to listen to this idiot.
All right, just let him finish it. We'll get to.
I never once brought up right or wrong, so that's.
Oh, I think you muted yourself.
Can you hear me now?
Yep,
okay, so I'm not appealing to ad populum. What I'm citing is that, because I never mentioned right or wrong, I'm citing that the whole benefit and the whole purpose of debate is actually to sway and convince people of your worldview and belief when we can have a conversation. That's the whole point of this. All I'm saying is that
debates don't do that.
Debates do this. What is
empirically? Debates do not do that.
What do polls do? They show
empirically. Debates do not change minds. People come in with a preconceived worldview, and then they listen to a debate, and then they agree with the people that argue their position.
Okay.
That's and then they just get self-affirmed in that. That's what happens in debate. That's not actually what a real formal debate does.
If you have
the goal that I have for debate is to try to learn from what the other person has to bring to the table, but you didn't bring anything to the table. All that you brought was just rhetoric with zero actual argument, no policy, no substance, no answers. I asked question after question after question. All I gave you was 3 questions out of the 4, and you couldn't answer a single one. You didn't know an answer to any of these questions. You've done precisely zero research. Your research is podcasts. My research is actual scientific studies with real empirical scientific backing, not some fucking podcast.
Oh, hold on.
Idiot.
I'm going to talk to the audience just for 1 second without interruption.
Oh my God. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what the audience thinks.
Take easy. Give me 30
seconds. I don't care what the audience thinks.
Yeah, let him get it off, and we'll get to the next question.
Let me get 30 seconds real quick. So when you say that debates don't affect anybody, but there's a poll in the end, and then not to mention this, you're negating the fact that we can have people who are lukewarm fence sitters at home that may be undecided. What is the undecided vote? Think about this in America. It does matter because that pushes the vote from one side to the next.
Let me get the next question, please.
Hold on. I'm almost done.
Just let him finish it off. Just let him finish it off, Amender.
Almost done.
I want to get off of Mr. Bones' wild ride.
Real quick. Hold on. When presidents are running for candidacy, their decisions affect the nation. When we're talking about swaying the vote, these debates matter. I can talk about a debate in the home when you're trying to argue to buy a new car because it's not financially responsible or not. Debates happen all the time. Debates shift social circles all the time. To say debates don't matter is really an asinine statement to make because we can see this all around. In order to influence people, you have to have a good argument and present your case and convince people. That's what matters. We're convincing ourselves even. We have internal monologues all the time and even internal debates. That's stupid to even say.
All right. Next one comes in from How Long Nate says, First Amender, you mean you encouraged all 8 of your chat to drink when you say to?
So I'm a small YouTuber, therefore I'm wrong. Yeah, again, just stupidity, more stupidity.
Fair. $20 comes in from Gravios. I hate him. He's so disrespectful and disingenuous. First Amender, dude, the whole internet needs to trash him and shame him. Dude has no idea how to handle conversations or debates.
I can handle a conversation or a debate, no problem, provided that you come in good faith. This guy had zero attempt or effort to be in good faith. The fact that he had answered not a single of my 3 of 4 questions, I didn't even get a chance because he would not answer a single question. All he did was give platitudes. I need you to realize that's what he did. That's all he did. He didn't provide anything of substance. I can provide substance because the evidence actually shows in my favor here. You just have to look it up. Stop listening to these moronic podcasts that don't know anything about the world. They're just talking out of their ass for clicks. Now what you do is pull up actual scientific basis behind something and actually fucking learn something. Read a fucking book. not a podcast, not a fucking magazine, but a book. Read a book. Fucking move on. Fuck me, dude.
Okay,
Actual valid crash out.
my turn to respond. He accuses me of not having anything in platitudes, yet he offers just the same, if not more. And that's me actually being benevolent and generous by saying this. He hasn't even offered a metric yet, asked me for the metric of damages, when actually I give a viable solution in saying that we should eliminate these race-based programs off the map. He doesn't offer a solution, yet I do. That's it.
All right. Shazzy Bear says, for £5, now I know who first reminds me of Timmy out of Willy Wonka, the shrinking one. I'm trying to remember.
Crazy.
I don't remember Timmy. I can't remember. Is that the old? Wait, the shrinking one. Yeah, that's the old one. Gravios for $10 says, Speakeasy, ask for Amender if he or to act tough like this to Martae's face. He won't. He's a Chihuahua, all bark and no bite. I've been bit by a few Chihuahuas. I think they're assholes. Just saying, Chihuahuas bite, but you still can't hide from Andrew for Amender. You can only run for so long.
So if I meet Martae and what, he would physically assault me? Like I don't think he would. He doesn't seem to indicate that. He never said anything of the fact. I would have no reason to fear him in a conversational dialogue if I happen to find him. Like I don't see that again, like it's just complete nonsense. I mean, you're just looking, I mean, this is once again where the right literally wants violence upon the left and then claim that it is the left that wants to do violence on the right, even though once again, empirically speaking, the right overwhelmingly causes violence on the left. And this comment perfectly exemplifies it. Oh, incoming the finger with the Charlie Kirk. Go ahead.
So I do want to respond to this, and let me clarify what the speaker's saying. Let me know if I'm wrong, Gravios24. Now, the left all of a sudden becomes keyboard warriors, but also won't fight and also oppose ICE, but will tell you to do this like Wick last night. Will all of a sudden do this. What the chatter's implying, though, is that they will go ahead from their white ivory towers, say you should fight, but never develop any fortitude to actually combat the system by offering real solutions, as you have not in this debate, and I have.
The reason why I haven't come up with any solution is because I'm operating in the negative. You're the one arguing for positive reparations, but you couldn't define any actual reparation that you would want specifically for black people to pay to white people. I don't have to make an argument. I'm operating in the negative. That's why I didn't make an argument.
I offered a positive.
You need to make, yes, and you had no answers to the most basic policy term questions that you would have for reparations. All you said was end DEI, which is not a reparation.
That's a form idiot. That's a form of reparations. Yes.
Oh my God, move on, please. This fucking idiot.
All right. The next question comes in from Cap'n Planet for $5. Says, what measurable economic damage did slavery cause blacks? Show me.
What measurable economic damage did slavery cause? There's trillions of dollars of economic damage.
Let's get a number. Don't just assert this with no proof or anything like that.
All right, let's pull up consensus.app and I'll ask that question. What measurable economic damage did slavery cause black people?
Question. Yeah, he can't do the same thing that he asked me of.
What you're asking, and so I'm able to pull up. I'll just pull it up. What is the consensus on this? What is an actual measurable amount? And then we'll pull up the papers. This is the difference between you and me. I can back this stuff up, whereas you don't actually back anything up. You just have your fifis that you found from some fucking podcast, and you didn't read a single fucking book. I guarantee you that you wouldn't even be able to name the last book you've read. You probably don't read at all. You don't know anything. Yep. All right. So economic harms of slavery to black Americans, what researchers can quantify. Slavery and its aftermath has produced trillions of dollars of lost wealth in persistent income, education, and health disadvantages for black Americans that remain measurable today. There was wage theft under slavery, 12 to 13 trillion, land or price based, and 18.6 trillion to 6.2 quadrillion, wage based, 3 to 6% interest in cumulative losses to descendants of the enslaved, value of lost freedom, 16 to 35 quadrillion, 3 to 6% interest via an analogy to Japanese American internment reparations, unpaid wages to people enslaved and alive in an emancipation, 7 billion in 1860, $200 billion today, which is not compounded. Current black-white per capita wealth gap, anywhere between $352,000 to $400,000 per person, about $795,000 per household. Anyway, there are various numbers here. I mean, they're here. You can look it up. I mean, it's
Yeah,
there.
send it in the back chat real quick. I'd love to see this.
Why is this not shared on the screen?
Oh shit, you can't.
Oh, do you have something? Oh, sorry. I didn't notice you shared something else there. Let me just remove that. Make this big.
Yeah, so right here, wage
that?
theft under slavery. Here's your numbers. Value of lost freedom, 16 to 35. This is again using just consensus.app, and you can see the various citations. Wealth implications of slavery and racial discrimination for African Americans. There's 54 citations. It's a 2020 paper. 2022 paper, the cumulative cost of racism bill for black reparations. I mean, we can pull up details and see exactly what it says in each one of these. But yes, there's quantifiable amounts that slavery is. I don't know why this is even a question. I'll be honest with you. Anyway, go ahead. Sorry.
No, that's not quantifiable when we look at this. So that would be, I would say,
that's literally what quantifiable. It's a quantity that has been quantified. You fucking idiot, dude. We need to DEI this guy back into college.
You need to be able to quantify this. We need to trace this to the origin of where you got this accumulation of data. Right now, these are just assertions. And that's
it's listed in the source, you fucking idiot.
Historical
it would be listed in the paper, you idiot.
Do you know what biases are when it comes to data and research? When you look at this, what's the name of this?
All the scientists disagree with me because they're biased. It's not because I'm wrong or the fact that I haven't done any reading on this topic whatsoever. No, all scientists wrong, but me right. Me very right. Me watch Matt Walsh. Matt Walsh right because he say black people bad. You're a fucking idiot, dude.
If I wanted accumulation of polls from gamblers, why would I take a poll from gamblers? The citation comes from a black society or even a black organization. Of course, that's extremely biased. That's why I asked for the sources. When you show me accumulation of data and it shows a black organization, that's extremely biased. That's crazy.
All right. Next one, we got $2 from Prince of Dogs, just showing some support. Thank you, Prince of Dogs. We got $5 comes in from Big League Drew. Says, Martae, will you pay Amender $20 right now and practice what you preach?
Yeah, but this hasn't. My program actually comes out of taxpayers' pockets through no longer attributing a loss by eliminating race-based programs. So that way, that solves the problem of having to take it from American citizens or taxpayers, but putting it in their pockets. That's actually practicing what I preach by eliminating these programs that are also just catering to race-based politics. That's how we come up with the dollars.
All right. Then we got T. Gillies Pie says, where's my boots for Amender? Bullshit is getting too deep. Thank you very much for the $10 super chat. Then we got Greg Dorgan for $10. Says, first Amender, tell me how hiring with race consideration is not racist.
How hiring with race consideration is not racist. So quotas have never been implemented. That's something that was actually, they were implemented several decades ago. They were banned specifically for the exact thing that you're talking about. And if you actually look at the outcomes of hiring policies, it is still overwhelming that that whites are benefiting in terms of job placement in comparison to minorities. So once again, I understand that everybody's upsetty spaghetti about it, but there really just is no empirical basis behind it. That's the issue.
Use your two eyeballs and look socially around you. We can do that, right? That's possible First Amender.
Hey, look at your two eyeballs. You could see the earth is flat. See, now the earth is flat. Fucking idiot.
Who wears glasses inside, by the way? So, anyways, back to this.
Next question we got here is from Trench Deacon, $10. It's or a statement. First Amender be like, no, not that source. Gives me a peer review source from my pink-haired commie Coomer University. Get on your knees while I appeal to the secular humanist authority.
That's
Thank
great.
you, Trench, for the $10
weird.
super chat.
It's a really weird thing to say. And also, and also, if all of academics is disagreeing with you, either all of academia is wrong or you're wrong.
Wait, hold on. Let me address
All right.
this. Liberal academia that's become more feminized and liberated
Yeah,
from.
it turns out when you like research and do facts and actually do fact
hold on.
finding, you end up becoming more liberal. It's true.
You mean the fact that we've had
It's true. You tend to become more on the left when you become more educated. That's very true. I agree. Usually people who are very uneducated and know literally dip diddly squat come up with idiotic things like this, and then they basically parrot it because all they know is some idiot podcast and they don't do any reading, and they become a dietitian. Go ahead. Continue.
Hold on. So gender studies didn't come from conservative mindset. This came from liberal ideology. And all these bunk programs are in liberal universities. All of that is just asinine think that doesn't get real jobs and garner interest post-university. So that's nonsense. It doesn't make any sense.
I'm sure.
Yeah, it doesn't.
All right. Next one that comes in, $5 from Big League Drew, says he always crashes out. Thank you very much, Big League Drew. And then another 5 comes in right after that from Big League as well. It says, are blacks as a whole doing better or worse since the 1964 Civil Rights Act?
Worse.
They're actually doing better by virtually every metric. I've looked this up. I understood that people had that feeling that people are doing worse because they had this idea that since they were separated, they were able to create their own communities and it was better off. But by virtually every metric, from just personal rights to being able to access property, to being able to be in better conditions, to having specific worker rights, whereas they would normally have been discriminated from jobs, from locations, just by virtually every empirical metric, blacks are better off now than they ever were. But prior to the Civil Rights Act, it's total nonsense, just completely made up by podcasters having no basis in empirical reality.
I'll even address this right now. So the goal of the civil rights movement was to present equitable change. Now, blacks before civil rights had more marriages, more intact traditional families, and actually more business owners existed before that. Ever since that's happened, we've been giving more handouts
Also
to blacks,
untrue.
which has crippled them. Incentives. Nope, that's not true. This is demonstrably proven through a quick Google research. More blacks were married, and
I did research this. You're wrong.
Just let Martae finish his answer.
You're wrong. So traditionally, we had more black families that stayed together before that happened. Post the civil rights movement, we've actually had a disintegration of the traditional family. Right now, black families are less together than ever. That's actually demonstrably true. We can look it up through a Google search and see that right now. Use your own 2 eyes as well, too, because that'll help. Shades don't always help.
Let's look it up. We'll do it right now. Can I share my screen?
Yeah.
Okay. Hold on. Just give me one quick second.
Yeah, I can share my screen too. I also have evidentiary claims about this too. Significant declines in 1960. 61% of black adults were married. Before then, dropped by 32%. The decline is actually increasing by sharper than experienced by more other racial groups as well too. Post-civil rights.
Okay.
I'm really reading this off right now through peer-reviewed research.
I'm getting mixed data here.
It's mixed because, my studies aren't working for you when actually I can show you positive data in the affirmative on
my screen. We can take a look at it real quick. Black business ownership has grown since the 1960s, but relative context has changed. Did Black Americans own more businesses before the Civil Rights Act of 1964 than after? what the research shows. There's a long-run trend from the 1980s to present. Quantitative data from 1982 to 2012 show that the share of Black labor market participants who own businesses rose from about 4% to 16%, while non-Black shares rose from 14 to 19%, implying substantial growth in Black entrepreneurship and declining barriers over time. More recent work finds Black-owned businesses expanded faster overall businesses counts from 1990 to 2010. These studies indicate more Black business ownership now than in the late 20th century, not less.
All right. I'll show my data right
Before
now.
the Civil Rights Act, segregation forced many Black-owned firms to serve Black consumers who were excluded from white businesses, creating a visible Black business districts, but mostly in low-capital personal service sectors. After 1964, desegregation opened the mainstream opportunities, but also exposed Black firms to more competition, reshaping sectors and sometimes shrinking traditional Black business districts. Conclusion: available quantitative evidence shows that Black business ownership has increased substantially since the 1960s in an absolute labor force terms. Even in a classical segregated Black businesses, districts declined. So Black people did not generally own more businesses overall before the Civil Rights Act. The main change is where it is where and in which sectors those businesses operate and under what competitive conditions. There you go.
So, Speakeasy, I actually have data I'll show too. I also shared a screen as well too, if we can get into that. So
I got it up here.
if you look at this decline in marriage, the
Wait,
marriage
what did you wait? No. What did you Google? Why is
hold
it? Why did you hide it? Why did you hide what you Googled?
I didn't hide it. Let me go look this up. So decline in marriage, the marriage rate for Black Americans.
Why is it empty?
Hold on.
Why is your query empty? What are you trying to hide?
I didn't hide anything. Has been a steep decline, falling from 61% in 1960 to 32% in 2008. Economic factors and welfare policy. The decline has been linked to shifts in economy, high unemployment rates for Black men. And also this is de-incentivized marriage to low-income families. Also structural barriers. Researchers argue rather than the civil rights movement itself, it is the ongoing economic disparity.
Did you type?
Failures. Shut the fuck up. I'm not done yet. Such as the
I want to know what you typed to get this AI result.
I did not interrupt you the whole time. We can get back to that later.
I just want to know what you typed.
Can you shut up?
What did you type?
Well, let him
What a
finish and then
douchebag.
ask him it after.
This
What
guy's
a
crazy.
douchebag.
The whole time. And we can actually scroll down here too. Impact on business owners, systemic barriers to capital, continue to face significant long-term barriers. Low approval rates in 2021, only 13% of Black-owned businesses were like to receive funding. This was actually after post-civil rights as well too. Impact of segregation redlining. So when we think about this, all of this, the context, legacy of racism, economic progress, and all this.
Oh man, don't read that stuff.
Yes.
You don't want to read that. That's all liberal stuff.
All in my favor.
What a douchebag.
Yes.
What an idiot.
Thank
So what
you.
did you type? Why did you clear out what you typed in the search?
I didn't clear it out. I actually
you
pressed
did.
enter.
Because when you press enter, it still shows the query.
Okay,
What did
so
you type?
is it wrong?
What did you type? I'm asking what you typed. I didn't say it was wrong. I'm asking what did you type?
I typed in what were the negative effects post-civil rights to Black communities and businesses. That's
Okay.
what I typed in.
Okay, great. I don't necessarily disagree with that. However,
Right.
what
Agree.
you argued
Hey,
is, did Black people own more businesses prior to the Civil Rights Act? The
That's
answer
not what I put
empirically, no, that's not the case. More Black people own businesses now than they did prior to the Civil Rights Act.
Hold on.
That's true.
But
Oh my
speaking-
fucking God.
I can actually answer this. That's because the Black populace has grown. That's why. That's the only attributable measure that we can look at. There were
Can
less
we move
Blacks
on?
back
This
then
guy's
than
an
there were
idiot.
now. That's why.
He thinks
No,
he
it's
thinks
common
people
sense.
that have studied their entire life on statistics would have no fucking idea how to deal with population growth, or that wouldn't be accounted. What a fucking idiot, dude. What he thinks he knows more than scientists who have spent decades of research on this. This guy couldn't do a fucking standard deviation. He doesn't even know what a standard deviation is. Hell, I don't even think he knows what the fucking sum symbol is. This guy's a fucking moron that knows literally zero. And he needs DEI so he can go back to fucking college and stop being a fucking moron on the internet. Go ahead, moving on. Next question.
real quick.
Moving
So
on.
I'll
Next
ask you a
question.
simple question, real quick. Were there
Next question. I ain't got all fucking night. I have
All
a
right.
hard
Yeah,
cutoff at 11.
Let him,
what-
let him just finish. We only got a few more to go. Let him just finish. We'll get to the next
I
one.
just want to ask a question. Were there more blacks now, or were there more blacks back then before civil rights that existed in America?
By population, there's more black people now than there was back then.
So there would be more businesses. This is a tribute to a booming
Do you
population.
think that that's something that is not accounted for in fucking regular studies? You
No.
moron.
Not
You
in
fuck-
liberal
it's called a fucking percentage, idiot.
They're
It's a
never-
percentage. You're an
all the-
actual fucking troglodyte.
Well,
Fuck
understand
me.
this.
He
Excuse-
actually has zero idea what he's talking about.
Use
I
research
fucking hate
why.
these people. They're so dumb.
Research.
You are
When I
so dumb. I
when I
can't
brought up-
handle how
with-
dumb you are. No wonder you're a fucking nutritionist. You're
All
a
right,
moron.
let him finish his point so we can move on.
When
Go
I
ahead.
bring up a booming population, there would be an incremental amount of businesses accumulated. This doesn't make your argument when we say this. This is an economic stasis that I can bring up to you, showing numbers. And this is just, I dumbed this down really simple for you so you can understand how this skews research. This is insane.
All right. Next one we got here. John Mondragon for $5 says, I got to be honest, little guy brought the heat tonight. You've come a long way, my friend.
Appreciate it.
Thank you very much for the $5. And sorry, would you say there, Amender? I talked over you. My bad.
I appreciate it. And just out of curiosity, right? Because you're just so educated on this. What is a sum symbol? Can you explain what is a sum symbol?
Say it again. What
a
is a
sum symbol? You know, typically used for standard deviations. This is actually used in just about any rudimentary high school level of math.
Are you talking about
What is a sum symbol?
the thing that looks like the letter E used to add things up?
Okay, what is that symbol? What's the name?
Starts with the first number. It means sum. That's what they talk about this. Starts with the first
sigma.
number.
It's called a sigma. Jesus fuck, dude.
Yeah, good
All right,
for
go
you.
ahead. Moving on.
That doesn't
Another
prove your
moron.
argument.
No, it just means you don't know anything. You
All
don't
right.
even know basic. You don't even know basic arithmetic. You're not going to be able to interact with any. And you're sitting there saying, "Oh, I know more than these dumb scientists who come here and they come here with stats." But did you consider population? And then the scientist is sitting there. Whoa! No one, dude. I never thought of that. Fuck. Holy shit, I gotta undo all of this. I didn't think about population at all. I had no fucking idea. Holy shit, you are so smart. Where did you get your degree? You're a fucking moron, dude.
Speakeasy. If you notice, the guy talks about basketball. I'm Uncle Ruckus. I'm a knuckle dragger. Now he says these people. I mean, this just adds up right now. The guy's a bigot. Let's go, bro.
We got $5 from Avarice. Says, did I miss the PowerPoint? No, Avarice. Both of them didn't bring a PowerPoint for us this morning. Tonight. No, normally both of these debaters will have some type of presentation for us,
You do.
and
Yeah.
not one of them did today. All right, so you didn't miss that.
I didn't have any real metrics. That's why.
Scott for $5 says, can First Amender argue without righteous indignation or tone policing?
Regardless of whether or not that I am incapable of righteous indignation or tone policing, I'm not wrong. You actually can't prove me wrong because I've actually done my homework. I actually know what I am talking about. And this moron has nothing but podcasts. He doesn't actually do any reading. He doesn't actually understand any of these studies. He doesn't read any studies. He just looks at Twitter or whatever fucking nonsense and becomes a goddamn quote unquote health professional. Fucking idiot. He's a moron.
All right. And next one comes in from Greg Dorgan for $10. Says, First Amender, you contradicted yourself saying hiring is no longer quota based. What do you think DEI is? Just no numbers to meet, but race considered?
Quotas. I'm going to repeat it one more time because you could just look this up. Quotas have never I'm sorry, let me repeat that. They have been, but it has been decades since it has been banned. What the fuck do you think DEI does? Just no numbers to meet, but race considered you more. Yeah, once again, decades old. It's just not a thing, and nor would I even argue in favor of it. I would look at targeted things that would positively affect people that would normally get negatively affect under specific conditions. And you know what? It's funny because I know that Martae is laughing, but he actually argued in favor of a DEI policy. He argued in favor of parental leave, which I agree that is a bipartisan approval. But
Not
that
racist.
is also a form of DEI. You can look that up. Is that a form of DEI? The answer is yes. There's forms of DEI that positively affect people, including white people, where they are negatively disenfranchised. A Pell Grant would be an example of diversity, equity, and inclusion, because people who are poor can't go to college necessarily, but they can go to college if there is a grant that allows them to go to college. That is an example of DEI that would positively affect white people.
So, okay, I'll respond to this. I will argue for maybe things like, handicapped people, pregnant women, things like this. None of that, notice, involves race at all. My whole argument was the claim that we should eliminate all these race-based programs and policies that we have in effect that are jeopardizing our communities and siphoning tax dollars, unnecessarily causing much more harm to society than anything else. Now, granted, I do agree that maybe there can be a little bit of quota for women to some degree. And handicapped people like the ADA, that's good. I can argue for that. But notice how you're arguing for race-based DEI and I'm not. Inevitably, that's what you're doing, which is crazy and lunacy.
You're the one arguing for a reverse race-based DEI. It says there that you're in favor of black people paying reparations to white people. That would be a form of a reverse DEI.
And then how did I
are you talking about?
How did I arrive?
I'm the one coming here with the negative where I say, I don't have a position on this. I don't agree that black people should have to give. My policy position is none of those fucking things. Your policy position is a positive one. Fuck me, dude. I'm going to spell this shit out to you. You're a fucking moron, dude.
I arrived at this conclusion.
Oh my God. Can we just move on?
Not taking money from taxpayer citizens. This is a different form of reparations. You did say it's not reparations. It's just a different form of reparations, which is not siphoning the system through loss of dollars by robbing people who were never involved in slavery, any of that bullshit. That's crazy. I offer a solution and still you don't.
All right. Vigilante for $5 says, Martae, were Jim Crow laws a good thing? Did getting rid of Jim Crow negatively impact both white and black people?
I think there's a mixed consensus on this, to be honest. Hold on, I can actually.
The black guy is saying it's mixed. We don't know if Jim Crow laws were good or bad. That's great. I love it. Clipping that. Woo! God, holy shit. The black guy is like, man, it's mixed. We can't figure it out. It doesn't. What?
There's nuance.
Listen, there's nuance to Jim Crow laws, guys. Guys, we should hear out the Jim Crow laws. I want to be discriminated on. Discriminate on me, daddy. Please step on me, daddy. You have a fucking fetish for a fucking boot on your back, bro.
Okay.
What a fucking idiot, dude.
Let Martae answer.
What a moron. Holy shit. This is a fucking deer arguing for there to be more cars, bro.
Hold up, Amender. Hold on. Let him answer.
I'm not justifying this. I'm saying this is what happened when every race has been enslaved. If you look at Europe, Christians were enslaved, and that's what happens. This is what happens to conquered people all the time. And matter of fact, historically, races get conquered all the time. This is what happens. I'm not justifying that this happens. Everybody some people were incentivized during Jim Crow. That's why it's mixed and nuanced. Some people it negatively impacted, and then some people it didn't negatively impact. When we talk about this, we need to create a distinction between the two. There were blacks who weren't penalized through Jim Crow who didn't even live in the States. This did exist. So the two things can be true. It depends on who you ask at the time.
All right. All right. Next, we only got a few more here. Next one, World Radio, $5 says, "Why is First Amender dressed like Keith Gill, Roaring Kitty from GME?"
I like the look. I think it looks cool. I've been growing my hair out. It's been going over my head, so I put a headband on, and I'm like, hey, let's get some glasses. It'll be look kind of cool.
That's what's up. $2 from Bandit says, "What does first A mean, or 1A, sorry, mean? I hate these people."
Right wing chuds, not being right wing necessarily. I can discuss and have discussions with right wingers. I don't have an issue with right wingers, but there is an essence of just internet bound, basement dwelling, just stuck on the internet constantly and just getting inflamed over things that do not exist, specifically because there's just a lot of social media that gets a lot of clicks. And now it has become so prevalent that we now have here a black person saying Jim Crow laws is nuanced. So that's the type of person I hate. I hate people that are immune to facts, if you will. They refuse to acknowledge realities of situations.
I'll ask you a question.
This is your right-wing chuddery.
First Amender, is slavery a nuanced discussion?
No.
Oh, this is bullshit. All right. You're disingenuous and bad faith. Let's move on. That's crazy. Prisoners are a form of slavery that exists today. Yet, if we release,
I don't argue. I don't like.
Stupid.
I don't want prisoners to be used as forced labor. I agree with you. That should be abolished because I believe that is slavery.
We shouldn't take killers and put them away.
I don't believe. No, I did not say that. I did not say you can't incarcerate people. I'm saying that they can't. You cannot force them for work for profit. That's the problem.
Can. Do you lose?
I know we can. I know we can right now. I'm saying I'm providing you my moral position, which is I don't believe we should.
What's morally wrong about having a PDF file pick up trash on the side of the road and give back to the community? Can you tell me what?
I don't think that there should be a profit incentive towards prisons in general. I think what it does is it incentivizes reasons to get more people imprisoned. And because that there's a profit incentive behind it, more people get thrown into prison as a result. I understand it seems appropriate to apply a retributive justice on somebody that has done a wrong thing. I just think it leads to far worse outcomes than any benefit that is gained via the retribution.
Housing, feeding, and resources cost taxpayers thousands of dollars, $39,000 to house an inmate. Where's the financial incentive exactly coming from when they pick up on the side of the road? Are they not to give back to the community?
The private prison system.
Oh, the
community service is not forced. Community service is not profit via forced labor. It's free labor. There would be no money that is exchanged between whoever is receiving the service to who's providing the service, the prison. That's the difference.
Majority state prisons or private prisons?
Not against. I'm FYI. I'm not against community service. I understand that there is a necessity.
You just contradicted yourself.
Service. No, you just don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You're once again a complete fucking idiot.
You don't want PDF files to give back to the communities, the people that are going to be released. They should at least give back because they violated minors. That's it.
Move on.
Even say that.
This fucking moron.
All right. Next one, last two here. First one of the last two. Bandit says, "How does helping whites? How does helping whites improve DEI?"
How does helping whites improve DEI? We already help whites through DEI.
How?
There's the Pell Grant. That's one. Parental leave. That's another one. Non-discrimination based off of skin color. That's another one.
That's discriminating. Period. DEI.
Non-discrimination based on skin color is discrimination. Yeah. And it is not discrimination to discriminate based on skin color. Do you not listen to yourself talk? You're a fucking idiot, dude. Holy shit, dude.
DEI is discriminative towards.
Dude, how much lead is in the walls? How much lead did you eat as a kid?
Notice how he's not contending with the argument right now.
Yes,
Chad.
because you literally contradicted yourself in a single sentence.
I
You
didn't.
didn't say anything even remotely logical.
What
What am I supposed to? I'm sitting. You're sitting there saying the rain isn't wet. I was dry out in the rain. I'm like, what the fuck is happening? What?
Yeah,
Fucking
this
idiot.
question. Let's read
All
this.
right.
Jesus
We got the
Christ.
last
Fucking
question
morons.
over here.
This question.
Martae
wild.
and First Amender, you're both men, humans with superior male intellect. Today's society's earners as
No.
a whole, which group is a bigger contributor financially and shows return on investment?
White men. Tell me how I'm wrong.
I mean, I think that question is ignoring.
Oh shit! White men. Tell me how I'm wrong.
Yeah, so that question is ignoring the socioeconomic issues of the past and why it exists right now. That's true. That's the case. That's why they earn less. I agree with you. White men earn more. Great. Why? I'm telling you why, but you could just ignore the why and then go ahead and just say that there is no oppression whatsoever and none of these bad things happened in the past. And we could just ignore all of it. And we could just, whatever, who cares? Like, I don't know. It's a fucking idiot and idiot responses with zero solutions. Just total fucking idiot. Yeah. Well, because you're a fucking idiot. Any logical argument I make is going to go right over your head. It doesn't matter. It's just a fucking idiot. Let's move on.
Superior nations who's created
Uncle
aerospace
Ruckus ass fucking moron.
and not to mention this, but systemically help infrastructure as well. It's been the white man. To be honest, why are other nations fleeing to come to our nations? It's because of the white man.
Yeah,
it's true. And
right.
Very good for being racist by calling me Uncle Ruckus, the black troll.
Oh, real quick, last one that came in there, just real quick, said you said right wing Chad's wrong.
Yeah, good one.
So that right there is going to wrap up the Q&A for tonight. Thank you to everyone in the live chat for all the questions, the engagement, the support. It's seriously what allows me to keep bringing you these debates and conversations, and the entire Swords of Reason experience week after week is because of you guys. I appreciate every single one of you. And of course, a huge thank you to our debaters for stepping into the arena tonight. Again, a huge reason we're able to bring these Swords of Reason experiences weekly for you guys is because of the debaters. So make sure you guys go and check them out. Go subscribe, send them money, all of that. And so real quick, before I move on, are either of you planning to hang out for the open panel tonight?
No, I got to go to bed.
Oh, you're always going to run. You never stick around. I noticed that.
I don't stick around for the fuck because last time that it happened, all I did was get dogpiled by 20 fucking asshole idiots. Why the fuck would I waste my time with that?
That's fair.
Why would I fucking do that?
No, that's fair. That's fair. That's why, it's always an optional thing for everyone. So what we're going to do. So what we're going to do next is we're going to roll the debate outro song and video to run for about 4 minutes. Perfect time for everyone to hit the washroom, grab a drink, go stretch your legs, do whatever you need to do before the Chaos and Chill open panel begins. During that outro, I'm going to drop the link in the chat for anyone who wants to join the open panel, test your ideas, continue the conversation of tonight's topic. Anyone is welcome to hop in. Just come ready, think, question, debate. If you're going to try to come in and troll, bring personal dramas, anything like this, you're just going to get muted and then most likely booted. So while you're ahead with this idea, quit. And before we run the outro, one last reminder. Make sure you guys subscribe to both debaters, okay? Their links are in the description. Whether you agree or disagree, it takes more than you guys know to come up here and do this stuff for you guys. So go show some support. And also make sure you sub up here to the Speakeasy channel as well. Don't miss any upcoming Swords of Reason battles we have Mondays, Tuesdays, and Wednesdays. This is where logic meets passion. All right, let's...
Real quick, when is the poll going to come out? Before or after?
Right as I start the outro, I'll put the poll up. Yeah. All right, cool. Let's roll the outro, and I will see you all in a few minutes for the Chaos and Chill.
into the circle where the echoes collide. Truth through the static, no place to hide. Iron tongue, sharpened fire in our breath. We dance with conviction on the edge of death. Your words are bullets, mine are storms. Ideas forged where lightning forms. No retreat, no treason. This is the season. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through lies with steel precision. No faith, no fear, just raw collision. We clash our swords of reason. Facts burn brighter than a prophet's flame. Egos crumble, but the truth remains. Every scar, a mark of thought's crusade. In the battlefield of minds we've made. Speak your truth, but bear the cost. Every claim can still get lost in the war of voice and vision. Feel the friction. We clash our swords of reason. No silence left for indecision. Ideas break with loud precision. We clash our swords of reason. Strike me with logic, I'll bleed my proof. We cut through chaos to carve out truth. Let the sparks fly, let the echo scream. This is no debate, it's a metal dream. We clash our swords of reason. In the storm of thought collision. Forged in fire, pure precision. We clash our swords of reason. Reason bleeds but never dies. No surrender, no retreat. In the war of words, we find a beat. Swords of reason. Oh.
And we're back. Oh shit! I didn't move the overlay. Hold up. There we go. Welcome, welcome, everybody. Oh, what happened? There we go. There we go.
Hey,
What it
How's
do?
everyone
I got a show to get back to, so I'll make it quick. I just wanted to combat with Martae for a minute here with the prompt.
Let's do it. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Fantastic. So why should I, and just put it, clarify, the prompt is that the blacks should pay reparations to the whites, correct?
Yeah.
Pretty much in a nutshell. Okay, let's, and I'm just going to be pretty much, since we're friends here, I'm not going to put any disingenuous spin on it. Why pay the whites instead of just pay like the nations or the cities that need the help? Like, why not like put it into infrastructure, roads, or things that need it, like extra money into that? Why the whites need the money?
So I actually wrote some notes on this. So if you think about this, whites attribute more towards GDP than anything else. And then not to mention this, but it shows that there's historically a 75% of total U.S. Incentivization through white people back into infrastructure who add to infrastructure. And economically, when we show that we give back to blacks, they actually spend more towards programs like, and Nike could be a program at this point if it's a material possession. If we think about this, we're not actually using this as a reparations as like taking taxation away from people. The reparations I'm talking about is just cutting programs like DEI. Like if black people burn down cities, we're going to say, okay, that's more incentivization to cut these programs that are just race-based. I think that's where we're actually taking the money and giving it back to the American consumer instead of just catering to people, handicapping them. Because when you tell blacks to work harder, and I know this is kind of glossing over the subject, but that's what's going to help. Because whenever you give money to white people, to be honest, they actually build infrastructure, aerospace, scientific endeavors, and all this in industrialized nations. We see what happens to black communities. Matter of fact, real quick, I'm going to end this real quick. When they had the all-white city that they said we're going to have nothing but white people in here, they actually built the town. But when they had black people do this, there was nothing built.
No. So I think you have me mistaken here. Like, I don't want it. I don't.
They also smell wonderful. White people.
Well, hold on here. So I don't want them. I don't want the money to go back into white infrastructure. Right. Let's be very clear. I want it to go back into the black infrastructure to rebuild the shitty ass homes that were there. Right.
Why?
Wait. Hold on for a second. Hear me out.
All that money's going to do is end back up in the hands of pimps and politicians.
Yeah, well, you can say that, but like, if let's say we put it back into like a housing, let's say we put it back into like a housing market or something like that, like, or we can actually sell these houses and then like incentivize the money into the housing to incentivize people buying these houses that are run down in these shitty ass neighborhoods. It doesn't matter if you're white or black who moves in. We incentivize at least rebuilding those neighborhoods.
I agree.
I get it. It's good in theory, but like, it's clear to me as the years go on when I hear these type of arguments, how none of these people ever spend any amount of even insignificant time around the black community.
I'm not talking about I'm not talking about incentivizing.
Like, until you change,
you have to buy the house to be incentivized.
Hear me out, Avarice.
You have to have stake
until you yeet money down the void. Until you start yeeting money into the void. That's all
I
you're going to do.
Money into the all. That's all I do.
We all ain't big dick powerballing like you. I'm sorry, bro.
Well, you say until you eat money into the void. That's all we do. That's all I ever do is eat money into the void. What are you talking about?
What I'm getting at is that's all there is until certain like fundamental cultural elements are addressed. Like a whole culture.
I would rather Chicago. I'd rather Chicago look like Chicago again than look like a fucking dump pile.
But I'm saying you could throw $1 billion, 200 billion, $1 trillion fucking dollars at it, right? And you're not going to change anything until you fundamentally change the culture. Look how every year in California,
sure,
all
but that
the
doesn't help.
That go
again, but sure, we can entrench.
But
yes, we can change the culture of those cities, but that doesn't require giving the money to the white man.
I just say what white man is important, not the communist degenerate white man, because all that money's going to do is scratch his back and scratch the back of all his like.
So now we're going to pick and choose which white man.
I'm not going to fix the problem. Like
pretty much,
all the white men line up. Duck. You get a check.
What I'm saying is the NGOs. I mean, you might as well, to be honest,
you might as well.
I mean, you'll have this.
How much Irish people?
Listen, I'm just saying, like, I mean,
can I have $100 Everest?
Throwing at incentivizing programs to like fix cities or fix the areas. Maybe incentivize the people to fix their culture.
Maybe how much it's like when they put more money into something.
But maybe we can send the money, instead of sending it to the white man, we can send it to a propaganda technique to propaganda the black culture to make it more white.
Well, I'd be.
How about we just stop sending money?
Then every black man is what?
Remember, white people don't have culture.
Then every black person is just black Obamas. They just talk like the white man.
No, it's one thing to talk like the white man.
I know all kinds of. Maybe we can have like Trump funds instead of the Obama fund.
I'm just saying, why does the money have to go to the white man? Why can't it go to some system or better doctrination system,
nice
or even to a better
I think it'd be better. I think it'd be better put in some kind of universal program. It doesn't have to be the white man, but the white man.
Again, you're right, but you're right, and that's not just the white man, which is
like I'm just going to keep it real with
the white man.
What we're fucked once white people cook themselves. Like
that doesn't.
Once y'all niggas are cooked, dude, we're all fucked. Like we're counting on y'all.
Okay, but.
Here's y'all got a Larry Bird this shit, dude.
Oh, so hold on real quick. So to answer what he's talking about just directly real quick, we're not exactly like directly paying white people. So when we think about this, STEM fields exist of 67% of white people in the workforce and 92% of agricultural construction from the workforce. White people also attribute 67% of agricultural management and other infrastructure jobs like aerospace and all this. So if you pay these infrastructure jobs more and we eliminate these programs that just incentivize just race-based politics, it goes to white people naturally when we actually put back into the system.
Sure. Again, that's not saying that we should just give it to the white man. We should incentivize programs. If those programs target primarily white people, sure, but we shouldn't just say duck, duck, goose to which white man gets a check.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I disagree. I actually agree with you. We shouldn't do the duck, duck, goose. But when we talk about the infrastructure and we're giving back to aerospace, science, tech, and all this, they're monopolized by like 92% of white people. And then not to mention this, but 96%.
I mean, take back education. Let's start there.
But what I'm saying is that we should. Yeah. What I'm saying is that we shouldn't even just look at we shouldn't just look at just putting it into tech and seeing how big and bad our guns are too. We should also think about how are we going to fix the cities before they collapse and we just make new major cities. Then we keep going on to the next new major city. Like a part about being hold on. A part about being on the right is about being conservative. Yes. How do we go and conserve our once in great cities?
There needs to be a push for positive natalism, and by that I mean like the reinforcement of the nuclear traditional family, and it doesn't have to go off into religious context. It can be
which has nothing to do with redistributing the.
It has everything. When look at black women, right?
Resource-wise, it's economic.
Because this is probably the biggest problem with the black community. Which I have suffered.
Again, but Trench, what's the prompt?
Reparations.
I've got a solution.
Who gets the reparations, boss?
It says the black people should pay reparations to the white people.
Hold on, Avarice. Instead of paying the people that go on to Mari, have the people that go on to Mari pay the people that have to watch that bullshit.
It doesn't have to be. I don't even think it has to be like a financial reparations to white people. It could be a cultural thing where, you will go to school, or else we're gonna arrest your fucking parents.
Yeah, Tomahawk, you will go.
That already happened.
Will go to school. Yeah.
It doesn't really happen. I mean, Kamala Harris did it kind of once, and that was that.
Martae, did you go to school? Do you know what a summation is? Huh?
That's why it's right wing. No, he's right wing. We're not educated, right?
You like how that nigga fucking assumes nobody's been to college?
Never.
Like, who hasn't been to fucking college, dude?
I just watch podcasts. That's all. Apparently, that's all.
Yeah. Apparently, looking up peer review research center.
And Jerry Springer. You sprinkle a bit of Jerry Springer right in between. It really helps.
That nigga put down 2 years of junior college at the fucking community college and thinks he's got a master's degree.
We Rich Award. If you're talking about did I listen into the debate? No, I've been busy as fuck. I waited till the Q&A and then I waited some more. I did a quick drive-by with I had no idea what was going on. I would have asked if I missed a PowerPoint. So I started with just a simple question. Just because we
didn't have PowerPoint. He just had a vodka bottle with water in it.
I wanted a piece of First Amender, but he ran, so I had to come up with something. So I came up with something on the fly to at least get 10
Listen, though, to be fair to First Amender, and like I have to like remind a lot of the guys that come up here on the after panel of this often. A lot of the times, right, what happens on these after panels is it's one guy on the one side, and then a bunch of people on the other side come up and they start dogpiling him. One person will ask a
You're
question.
right.
He'll answer the question, and then the next person, instead of continuing on the answer there, will fire another question at them. And then as they're trying to answer that question, another person comes in with it. I wouldn't stay for that shit either. If I couldn't even talk, you know what I mean? Like, I get it. At the very first time with Amender, it was bad, dude. Like, the first time with Amender on, he tried to stay for the open panel, and it was bad, dude. Nobody
mogged that.
Yeah, fucking leave, bro. Fucking leave.
I was there for it.
It's like, do you guys want to have a conversation, or are you trying to get him to rage quit? Like, what? You know what I mean? So, like, it's
both are acceptable.
You have to be fair here. I wouldn't want to stay for that shit either.
When I say this, it's not directed
You're right,
directly
French.
at you, but it's one of those things that it seems like every time that, oh, well, we have to give them preference on the whole, like, oh, well, you're going to have 5 to 10 people coming at you. That's only a concern when it's someone on the left. When it's someone on the right, hell, have at them. You can't defend your position? Good fucking luck.
They mogged up on Rob.
You're across the bear.
Bandit, I don't mean this in a bad way. Can you do a good Kermit the Frog impression?
Kermit the Frog here.
Oh, goodness.
Yo, sidebar, panel in chat. Look at Easy over there looking like Trap Jesus. I see you, blood. I see you.
I know, with that fucking hair, dude.
But yeah, again, to be fair, I understand it. It's like it's and what you're saying about when it's someone on the right, have at it. Yeah, they will pile themselves up against people when they have the backup. But you know why? Especially what'll happen, I think it's because they just don't have the backup as often. The left is fighting each other just as much as they fight us, right? So like, that's why they don't have the backup.
I tried to come up with a decent argument with Martae.
One thing, but then they start fighting each other about the nuances of that one thing. It's like, wait a minute, what are we doing here?
Me and Avarice are full of hate, so we would absolutely stay by ourselves, surrounded by liberals.
I'm absolutely, I'm pure hatred. Pure hatred. I've seen some shit.
We got someone I don't think I'm familiar with in the back. You don't have to come up on cam, but if you could just throw your cam on, give me a peace sign so I know there's like an actual person behind there, and then you can turn it off to come back up.
Oh, somebody
Johnny, Johnny McVito.
Johnny McVito. Don't call him a Guido.
Word.
Sometimes he wears a Speedo. And he gets crumbs on his fingers because he eats
You can turn
Cheetos.
it off if you want to come back. Yeah, all right. Perfect. Thank you.
Johnny McVito.
Welcome. He's part Irish.
Sounds like a special agent.
Are you a
Whenever
Guido?
I hear the word, when I hear Johnny, the first thing I thought of was Johnny Tests.
I heard Johnny, and I just
Zoomers.
think of the here's Johnny.
Who's Johnny
Oh,
Test?
that too. I mean, that works as well. I have a cartoon, so
You're
'cause I'm
muted,
younger.
Johnny. You can't say hi.
If you're trying.
How's it going, fellas? Sorry.
Hey.
Hello,
enjoying
Johnny.
Martae pushed some First Amender there. Man, it had some interesting points and some things I didn't even think about. So I'm actually enjoying watching this content. Yeah, caught him on Wick, destroying him. Holy smokes, that was just crazy. But yeah, I love seeing the up and comers and enjoying content from him, Andrew Wilson, some of those other popular right wing people trying to bring some normalcy back to the world, man. So I'm here for the support.
Hey, you sound like me.
Thank you, man. I appreciate it a lot.
No, he sounds nothing like you. He actually
No, he
sounds
doesn't
white.
sound like me. He sounds like me.
If you need me to put my camera on to verify anything, yeah.
He's definitely
Maybe
white.
next year at the Super Bowl, they'll actually be singing in English.
No, they won't.
Oh, it wasn't.
So too.
When are you
Maybe
people
That was
going
a
to realize
maybe, okay?
They're
they
not
fucking
actually singing in
hate
language
us?
that anyone can understand. Apparently, even Spanish-speaking people couldn't understand Bad Bunny.
Nope.
Hey, you know what?
Doesn't make sense.
He literally just spoke gibberish
never-
at the
That's
halftime
because
show.
Puerto Ricans
Okay,
speak
I got
Yo.
so mad because I wanted
they
to do the
wax their
fucking
eyebrows
Cadillac
like
commercial.
metrosexuals.
So I was waiting for that fucking Cadillac livery. and fucking so subjected. I told you he was white. I called it tomahawk.
Yeah,
Hey, motherfucker.
Put it out there. Put it out there.
And he's built like a Mack
sounds
truck.
like me. How I came into this space.
I know another guy that's built just as big as you. His name is Brandon. Fucking Mack truck
dang.
build.
Yep. 6'3",
You're the kind of guy. You're the kind of guy I like to take.
boy.
You're the kind of guy I like to take fen tipping with me.
Could you imagine fucking First Amender in real life going up to a power lifter like Martae and like telling him he's a troglodyte and a fucking retard? Like,
I can imagine
going up to
saying
anybody.
We don't have to imagine it happening.
Call
in this very
him
debate.
an Uncle Tom. No, the internet gives people all kinds of like tonnage to their nutsack that's unwarranted and unjustified.
Wait a second.
It's the veil. It's the veil of anonymity.
It's funny because he did that with the debate versus me as well. He called me like Uncle Tom shit as well, even though I didn't have nearly as much articulation.
So y'all are both too nice. I'd be like, boy, I'm about to smack my dick out your mouth.
Well, maybe if you took the
hold on, Trench
tomahawk,
you
if you
made
took
one
the
mistake.
broomstick out the back of your broom there, maybe you'd look less, housebroken. Yeah, there you go. Just let's get that out of the way. There we go.
Well, hey, Trench Deacon, you made one mistake. You said tonnage
That's his
when
staff.
First Amender's looking for poundage or ounces.
I mean,
that definitely
that's why I acted like he had a big one. He acted like he was packing heat.
I'll definitely bring
he
this
looked
to the
like
next debate
a
that I have
lesbian
with
Top
Amender.
Gun with that bandana on.
Like, I bet you your favorite Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle is Donatello, isn't it?
It is not actually.
Sure.
It's not actually.
No, it's
all right. So
it's Michelangelo.
All right, so I don't know if anyone's ever seen it, but Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, the reason they're given the weapons they have is because it's the exact inverse of their personality. So, like Donatello is the
this nigga eating
the most technically advanced one, and he's given a fucking
You
stick.
leave the stereotype, aren't we, Martae?
And I love watermelon too. What are you talking about?
Me too. Me too.
Do you like grape drink?
Great drink.
Yeah.
I got my great drink right there, buddy.
Oh man, we're
Hell
full of stereotypes today.
Yeah.
I think we already know what I have. I have the same drink every time. It's this
fucking white Mike.
So, just curious, is there?
Don't put your fucking
anyone
race car jacket on.
Is there anyone else that has anything like on the topic that was of tonight, like what their thoughts are?
Oh yeah, there was one thing. It's like I don't know how many of y'all know like old black necks that are like have been married for 20, 30, 50 years, right? It's like a whole aspect of black culture that is virtually non-existent today. Like, and that was kind of like you
Well, I mean,
hovered over that.
if you're gonna say black culture in America, is that what you're saying? Because like,
yeah,
black culture.
And you guys kind of hovered over it when you were talking about like things being demonstrably worse for the black community post segregation or desegregation, excuse me. And it's like my grandparents even admit that like desegregation was done incorrectly. Now everybody likes being able to shop at the white Walmart and not get German Shepherd sicked on your ass for whistling at a white girl, but it was done incorrectly. Like it destroyed the black aristocracy. It destroyed the black patriarchy. And like you cannot account for the damage of like 5 generations of single motherhood, single mothers having single mothers having single mothers having single mothers. And white people are just now starting to get a taste of it in the last like generation or two. And it's going to melt down worse. It's going to, if y'all don't pump the brakes, y'all are going to be the new niggas.
White people are starting to get a
people had
taste
it a
of
little
what?
bit
Sorry,
different.
I'm confused.
Just the
I gotta get back to my show. I came on to just heckle Martae for a second. $15 till you hit dono bar. So get the fucking $15 in, chat. Good quality information or good quality entertainment. Entertainment. So
Yeah.
Have a good night, everybody.
Yeah,
Pistachio family. Martae.
Thank you for coming,
have a good one,
Everest.
everybody.
Oh, Everest, quick
07.
question. Were you ever told that you couldn't engage a target with the 50 cal directly, that you had to engage like equipment?
Ooh.
I can neither confirm nor deny what I've been told or not told while in the air of a plane.
All right, motherfucker. See you later.
Tried to really try it hard. That hit.
No, I've asked him. Abe didn't have the same experience as me and Krusty.
I have a couple things to say.
Rumpelstiltskin.
I have a couple things.
Yeah, go ahead.
I won't talk too long as normal. First, speak. You're doing so well, and
Thank you.
You guys are going to hit 25,000 within 6 months. I'm praying that happens. You've earned it. You deserve it. And I'm watching your thing grow. You're doing a beautiful job. So is your lovely wife. I pray that I always want and I can't, I'm only one person and I can't get, but it's going to go. You guys are going to go up because you're too unique. So as far as that horrible young man that was talking, I was so mortified, and I'm a woman. Okay. You guys might just take that as men because men talk like that to each other, I guess. But I was so mortified by the things that he was saying. He called him a troglodyte. That boy, wearing his headband and his sunglasses, and if he's listening,
looking like a gay Cobra Kai,
he doesn't need to
Probably
monstrously. People would acquiesce more to his ideas and beliefs if he didn't behave like a little demonic monster, which he was. And he was telling your audience that he hated them all, and this is ridiculous. And I know that builds. I actually know that that type of behavior helps build your site. I know that, and because people like watching. People like watching this. So I hope that it helps. But he was ghastly to me. And the last thing I'm going to say, and then I'll pop off so that somebody maybe in the back can come up.
Who's scribbling in the background?
Oh, my bad. I'm hitting scratchers tickets. My fault.
This guy.
Oh, bro, that's crazy.
My last little thing, between the finances and whites and blacks and who's doing better and how they're doing, I can tell you one thing, and I've mentioned this before. I grew up in a solidly middle-class family, upper middle class. My father was a very good businessman. We owned a motorcycle shop, Hondas. And
nice.
My 92-year-old mother and I are, and then my kids, you guys know I have kids. We never in my life have we struggled like this. I never in my life thought that we would. I never thought that we would get to this point. We got hit with a tax bill, and we pay a lot of money in taxes. And we got hit with a tax bill that almost gave me a heart attack. So things are not getting better. I don't know how they're doing for blacks, but everybody needs reparations. You know what I mean? And one last thing, maybe you guys don't know this. Did you know that the Philharmonic Orchestra, the way that they used to hire musicians was the musician would play behind a curtain so that the judges had no idea who the person was, man, woman, black, white. They had no idea. And it was just through the music. And then they would say, yes, you're hired. No, you're not hired. And then they would see the person afterwards. That that is how you achieve excellence, is making it a blind study on who's best. So DEI is going to kill people. It's all, but it's really out of control, and we are all in terrible trouble. And that poor little guy who, I don't know if that's just his thing, but it was
some people, you can tell they've just never been punched in the mouth before.
Yeah, never been
I think he'd probably be cool. Once he gets socked in the mouth, watch that dude be like the coolest nigga ever.
Yeah, right.
Sorry, just real quick. I missed the first part of it. Was he trying to do a thing, or was like him looking like the mix of Apocalypse Now and Deer Hunter?
No, he saw me wearing sunglasses and my headband, and then he fucking rode my nuts thinking he was cool.
Oh, okay.
What he had said, Bandit,
the background and the headband and the sunglasses.
Well, the background he always has. He always has that background. But what he had said was that his hair has been growing longer, and it was like going in his face. So he put a headband on, and then he said he liked the look with the glasses.
Dude, he's getting ready to transition.
The combination, it was like it looked like some like B-tiered like Vietnam movie.
Well, he
looked like Rachel Maddow.
He's a little kid trying to find his, okay, this is me, this is me. You'll remember that. We all went through those phases where we looked like idiots, but if he was a
God love him.
kinder,
Community college is a hell of a drug.
Yeah, no, Speak mentioned that he tried it once and got a dog pile, and he probably did. But if he was a little more...
And like I normally have to tell the guys, yo, chill, remember that's 10 of you and one of them, but this one was just like bad. He didn't even get a chance. And like dudes on the panel were like, yo, yeah, fucking leave. We don't even want you to talk. Leave. Like they just wanted to make him rage quit.
Well, and see, that's the problem. See, he created that for himself, because I had great difficulty watching. It was hurting my feelings, and I like Martae, and it was because I'm a woman. It was making me feel bad. I mean, I actually had tears coming down because those were terrible things. And if he would behave just a little more like a human, he might be perceived as a human and have people be more willing to talk to him. Anyway, gentlemen,
if it makes you feel any better, Premonition, I am sure Martae has not only heard worse, but has also said worse himself. So, you were right when you said, I don't know if it's just like a way men can deal with it because they say this type of stuff to each other. Yeah, we get pretty vulgar.
Yeah, and
Martae's he's a good boy though. Like, he's a nice guy. He's almost baptized.
Men used to stand.
I'm proud of you, nigga. I'm proud of you.
I got baptized in the Orthodox Church last month, so yeah.
Oh, congratulations, bro.
Do you guys remember when men used to stand around the engine of a truck with a hood up and talk and cuss at each other and drink their beer? Were you guys around then? I
still do that shit.
I saw that.
Yeah, that's like nowadays.
I got a radiator that needs to get changed tomorrow.
Yeah, we're kind of doing that right now.
You'd have
I'm doing it right now.
In under the hood, and that's how I remember men. Or they'd be hovered around their pew-pews, and comparing them, and that I'd be actually involved in that. But
what you packing, base granny? What you got? What you sling?
She's on 9 mil.
A 9?
Yeah, that's right.
I figured you'd have a 45 for some crazy reason.
I've got it.
I had her as a 44 Smith or 44 Mag.
I've got a 9, and I have what I won't say what I have, a longer.
Oh, you can bring up that AR. Don't be shy.
Yeah.
Thank you. That's
there you go.
Yeah, I won't say it.
Come take it.
You had the thing that fell in the lake during the unfortunate boating accident.
Yeah, you know what else? Last thing before I go. Anyone, I've mentioned this before. If I've got you in my sights, you're probably not going to get away from pretty much any distance.
She probably has something retarded like a 454 Casul fucking raging judge. She's blowing fucking melon holes inside of motherfuckers.
Hell yeah.
That's right.
I think she's the kind that's has got that old school Mosin with the 762x54 dialed in. She has no right to be able to hit anything, but she can.
Oh, I can. And I've got, also from the 1893 Springfield Armory.
Ooh, M1A?
Yeah.
Bolt
a
action.
grand? Oh, okay.
I had the wrong caliber, but I'm right. She just proved me right.
30-06.
30, yep. So, anyway, you guys are lovely. Speak.
It's a fine rifle.
I will be here to watch you, and you gentlemen, I'll make room for everybody else. You guys are all so lovely.
I think I'm in love now.
Thank you.
Later, base granny.
Always a pleasure.
Okay, we'll talk to you guys later.
See you soon.
Care.
Bye, base granny.
Bye.
So first Burger's favorite argument of transsexuals, are real. Men are transsexuals or whatever. So what if he took that against Manar? Who would get dogpiled more in the after panel?
Somewhere in those sentences.
The debate
Say that
was,
again.
are you asking
the answers?
if the debate topic was
First Amender likes to bring up if he took that against Manar, do you think that either side would be preferred for the dog pile?
Dude, I'd be rooting for Manar.
Well,
dude.
everybody would
awesome.
be on. There would be more people on Menar's side for that topic for sure.
I'm sorry, I can't. Manar could root for breathing, and I couldn't side with Manar.
Well,
that sounds close.
So
that's
Sunday,
gonna be my apprentice.
It might have to be
nigga.
this Sunday because I don't want to fit him into my regular schedule. But this Sunday,
that would be insane.
It was going to be another day if something had got pulled out. But so this Sunday, he wants to debate me about if what was the topic? I'm not a real Christian. That is going to be the debate topic.
He wants to debate everyone if
and then
they're a real Christian.
Whatever.
I told him,
all he's going to do is, what did your Bible say?
Moderator. Hold up, because he wants a moderator, right? Because at first I said, it's if the topic's just about me being a fake Christian, then we can just handle that. We don't need a moderator. But if you want a moderator, can it be two topics? Can we have a second topic? And then he said, yeah. So I said, can the second topic be Islam is not good for society? And then he said yes.
He just got destroyed on that. What a dummy.
Dumb boy.
Yeah,
well, wait. You have to word that in such a way to make sure that he has the negative, because he's gonna mealy mouth that in such a way that no matter what the topic is, if you have the positive, you're not going to get a word in edgewise to be able to prove your point.
Oh, this is easy.
Easy's a pro.
It's easy work for me. Trust me.
He knows his style.
And I've been actually wanting someone to take this exact topic for a long time, because I have a really good couple angles to hit this with, right? And I think people are gonna start using my argument after I lay it out. So this is one I've been excited for, and that's the only reason, because of the second topic. I want to do it for sure, and I don't know who the fuck his moderator is going to be. He doesn't want me to bring a moderator because they said they're all too biased towards me. So I'm not allowed to.
The 2v1.
I'll be your moderator, Easy.
I'm not allowed to find a moderator.
I'll go talk to my
I think
boy.
he said something about workademics. Who's that again? Why does that name sound?
You need to beat him good into a fucking little puddle of jelly so I can mold him.
Do you know who that is, Martae?
I do. I actually did a 1v2 against Minar and him and destroyed both of them.
Oh, Mr. His other name is Mr. Work, isn't it?
Yeah, Mr. Work.
I
remember him.
I know who that is.
Yeah,
I put that nigga through a wall.
Yeah, he's another TikTok.
Yeah,
brain
he's looking.
dude.
Be sure. I hope you know that with Mr. Work also going to moderate that debate, it's going to be a 2v1.
That's fine.
Yeah, he's not going to.
Yeah.
He has no
He's gonna have
experience.
7 people with him, bro.
Their moms ate a bunch of Tylenol.
I thrive in that shit. I like that.
Yeah.
I was
careful.
actually.
He's like, I run the fucking Spurg Circus. What the fuck you talking about?
Yeah, I don't know how you guys do it. I don't.
I thrive in these. I go to like a lot of the open panel purges that I do is me going to these panels where like the whole panel is against me.
Right.
And I just I love those spots.
That's the point.
He's done rubbing
That
it
makes
out.
it cool.
It's something that First Amender could. It's something that First Amender could do himself. Do exactly what Speakeasy does and sharpen his own iron versus the masses.
That's the thing.
But he doesn't do that.
You got to have interesting people to like orbit you.
Yeah, and you got to have talent. Like first Amender streams, he has like debate a liberal, and he's just sitting there like.
Dude, what would his channel be? Come into the echo chamber, and then they just like echo.
Talent. Anyone who calls in, he just spurgs on because I saw Martae own him once before, so I actually went to his channel just to see what he's up to, and he has no talent, and he has that TikTok brain where he's just so his lack of awareness of how bad he is just so insane. And Martae, I don't know how you guys have the patience to deal with
He's so
these
fucking smug,
idiots.
though.
He's just such an idiot, and I find it rich that like the concept of reparations is okay if the people who did the wronging and those who were wronged are still alive. You know what I'm saying? Then that party can but once those parties die off, it's over with. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
There's no justice there anymore. And then he talks about DEI and all this other stuff. DEI did hurt white people because white women got the most from affirmative action in DEI and white men got cooked. So you can technically say that it hurt white people. And it's just anyone who could actually say that socially and community-wise, the Black community wasn't doing better before civil rights is on crack. My mom and my grandma tell me now that the Black community now is basically unrecognizable when they were growing up. Yeah. And us Blacks, we started out lower socioeconomically, but we're actually developing like really, 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 really fast. And civil rights actually messed that up for us. So, and what's crazy with single moms and all this other stuff, us Blacks, we're the canary in the coal mines. What happens to us happens to whites next. And now you see it in all these white communities now. Single moms, welfare, all this other stuff. But
abortion, like 1/3 of Zoomers has been annihilated.
Yeah, that's why us Blacks, we've been 13.5% of the population for the last 40 years. The only thing that's keeping our community stable is immigration from Africa and the islands. You know what I mean? Because of abortion. And First Amender, he has that TikTok brain where he's trying to like own people and blah, 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 to where nothing you ever say will ever make him change his position because of his perceived TikTok audience, like that, Parker and all those idiots that Andrew Wilson destroys.
The derangement is strong.
He's the type of dude that only hangs out with upper middle class white kids.
Exactly.
Bandit,
he doesn't know any.
Real quick, one sec. Bandit, I see you came back, but it says device is not connected. You have to, like, when you come into the StreamYard, you have to allow the mic and cam access so that I can bring you up. It won't let me bring you up because it says device is not connected.
Yeah.
Just to let you know.
If you ever run into a country nigga, like, make him your friend. I'm telling you, you will have somebody show up and turn wrenches with you in your driveway, a hunting buddy. Like my grandma grows fucking tomatoes, and she makes fried green tomatoes still. Fucking fire.
Yeah, my best friend I'm from Seattle. He's from Aberdeen, Washington. That's from where Kurt Cobain is from, out in the middle of redneck nowhere. And we've been best friends for 30 years. You know what I'm saying? Anytime I'm in a jam, he helps me out. I help him out. But first, Amender, do you see how racist he is? He cannot hear a black person telling him, I'm not.
He's the type of white liberal that will go and tell the world that black people need voter ID because they don't know how to read. They don't know how to use the internet. It's like, nigga, have you played Call of Duty?
Yeah.
Like you need an ID, signaler, dude.
You need an ID so you can have it.
You mean they'll say we can't have voting ID because of this? Right?
Yeah.
No, you
that's
what
they'll
have an
usually
ID.
That's usually the idea.
That's what I meant.
We can't have voting ID.
Right, we knew what you meant. We've seen those. Yeah,
the minorities of the world.
I'm a little retarded.
And then, if you tell them,
I knew what you meant, though. I knew what
and
you
then
meant.
if you tell them that actually you can, especially if you're one that is of the skin color that they're talking about, they say, hey, actually, yeah, we can because we need it for other stuff. They will immediately go into KKK mode.
Yeah, dude, like that motherfucker is the type of dude who gets furious because Tomahawk's parents make more money than his parents do.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. My one friend, his girlfriend, she's super woke liberal white woman, and I'm a conservative, and so she's like, AJ, you're conservative. Well, what you need to understand about the black experience? Like, I am black.
No, people
are you fucking kidding me?
How do you not know?
Yeah,
it's because they're white liberals. So because they've graced you with their privilege, they've like marked you white.
Ridiculous.
You wanted them.
Well, that and then that was one of the things that probably upset me.
Joe Biden took your blackness away.
Just that, and then being bad faith, like not even trying to contend. Like Martae brought up a fantastic point. Like, yeah, if the reparations deal, if you cut off benefits and programs like that, then that doesn't. It's a good thing, but it's still paid for by taxpayers. So you cut that, and then you can reallocate that to improve, places like Detroit and stuff like that. No, you can't continue with that because you're trying to take away positive, and that has nothing to do with it. It's like bullshit. You wouldn't contest with it, and that was like, are you kidding? Like Martae's bringing up a good point. Just contest with it. I mean,
that's why I tried to this is the thing I think a lot of moderators won't do, and when you find something like that happening, right? There was clearly like a definition dispute. It ended up being right because he's using just the standard policy definition that means strictly there's some type of payment or benefit going out, and that's what reparations is for.
Yes.
Sorry.
And I thought you were doing a great job.
Martae was using a sort of like a stretched definition, but he was saying how this is taking away, so taking that away would be giving. And he explained that, and I thought that was a fair explanation. So
he doesn't.
I think it was.
It's funny.
It's funny. It was more. I think it would have been more productive, if he would have just continued on with that for sure. But
this
drives
me
I
crazy.
can't direct how people go because that'll be, it'll start looking like we have a potato show over here.
The thing with First Amender's whole argument compared to Martae's is Martae's argument is what is the effect that First Amender's side, that the leftists want to have happen. But they'll explain it in the way that First Amender says it, in that it's just a payment. It's just a payment, but the actual effect that they're looking for is what Martae explains. That's what they don't say.
Yeah.
And they don't care how the sausage is made, and it's like that's where Martae was literally getting into it has this and this, and there you go. That doesn't matter. It's just that's a benefit. It doesn't affect
they don't know what they don't know what the limits are. They don't have limits of what how much reparations or for how long they should be going for. Because like you said, a program like that should stop at some point because like you said. What Jay said, for reparations to be effective, they need to affect the people that it directly affects, not their next of kin, because their next of kin didn't experience what the people who had experienced had gone through to know why they would need reparations for that. So, damn it, I lost my train
I
of
don't
thought.
even
But
think
basically,
that the
just
community
the
could
way Martae
settle.
explains it and how it's a program that needs to. Oh, there needs to be an end.
Just need to end child support.
Yeah,
end state child support and watch fucking things in the black community turn. I'm in the trap of Kansas City, nigga. Like, you know how many niggas I know whose lives are
you say
utterly
Kansas City?
destroyed. Yeah. Destroyed by fucking child
Kansas
support.
City right here, rap man. I live an hour south of there. I actually work in Kansas City, so love to hear the locals, man.
Fuck yeah.
Don't be too mad at me though, man. I'm the one doing the shutdowns. We do that traffic control stuff.
They treat
Martae,
money as though
are you
money and
talking?
resources as though it's infinite, which is why they never
it's
have
not
any
that.
sort of end.
It just
or
makes
like-
women
you're muted on the
unaccountable.
StreamYard.
It makes women unaccountable, and it destroys the patriarchy in men's lives.
Yeah, because they don't need us anyway. Remember, they're strong, independent.
They go to jail.
One sec, boys. One sec. Martae's mic cuts out when everyone's talking, and he was trying to get a word in there.
Yeah, just understand I need a new mic. So I operated with a handicap last night against Wick TV, and it was a 2v1. I literally destroyed Wick on this debate. But anyways, back to this. The thing, though, that we have to consider, too, is I'm not taking anything away from the system. What I'm doing is I'm removing a detriment, which will be another form of reparations, into the pockets of taxpayers, because I'm operating on a common sense approach by not saying we're going to give black people money without having to work for this. In order to work for this, you see how we're incentivizing the system by saying we're going to promote a more merit-based system to where you're not in because you're Martaquisha and you're black and you're going to fly a jet. You actually have to pass an entrance exam and have to fulfill criteria, which provides a more safer society with people who are heart surgeons. We don't want DEI heart surgeons. Well, what we're doing is we're actually reducing waste and spending, and all that does is go into taxpayer funding in wallets and promotes education, so that way a DEI teacher isn't teaching your student that's going to be promoting recidivism back into prison. So that's the solution. But First Amender wanted to deny that, reparations is something giving back for pain. I'm like, no, there's current pain that we're suffering because we're promoting people based on skin color. If we reduce this, that's literally a form of reparation that's giving back into systems through hard work and ethical foundations.
Yes, exactly. And that's like that's even answering his second question too, with the same deal. It's like, hey, well, what policy is in effect that negatively affects white people? And then you called it out right there, just spot on. It's like, look, here's this. We have more airplane crashes. They're costing this. There's 66% of planes that get wrecked because, and there's only 10% of that from the, I'm trying to find the exact framing there for the word, but you hit the nail on the head with that. And he wouldn't even contest with that. Well, that's not a policy that negatively affects it. And then DEIA, and then trying to add a letter. And it's like, look, this isn't like LGBTQ, just going to add the whole alphabet to DEI. DEI is, diversity, equity, inclusion. And then when he's trying to throw in ADA standards.
Is that Asians throw off the whole DEI thing anyways. Because my home school district, where I went to high school, Asians aren't considered students of color because they do so well, right? And then UT Austin had a big DEI event, and it said no whites and no Asians allowed, right? So, do they really want diversity, equity, and inclusion when the Asians don't count?
Apparently, or they get penalized they have to score literally 10% higher to get the same merits as
That's why
someone else is like, and then anyone else is it's wild. But Martae, 100%, man. That merit-based systems. If you're good at your job, you should have it.
Should always be a meritocracy.
Thank you.
Never not.
And people
You were in law enforcement, Marty, right?
Yeah, Martae, yes, I believe he was.
Yeah, I was an agent with HSI for a couple of years, and also before police, and also corrections for 1 year.
So check this out, dude. What would you think that for back child support, the incarcerated population, for debtors, the debtors jail, what percentage of them do you think are black?
I actually don't know. I'm kind of slightly ignorant about that, but I can also admit to this. But First Amender, if you notice that he will never say where he's wrong or it's got something wrong. I at least have the abject.
No, this wasn't a call out. It's just it just had me thinking. I just Googled this because it really got me thinking. But like half of the child support debtors jail are black dudes. Literally half of the population.
Wow, that's crazy. Yeah.
Yeah. So like if you get rid, like just the net benefit, not just to the black community, but to the greater male population of getting rid of these debtors jails for not being ransomed by the state for some worthless bitch to abscond with your child. That's nuts. Like I can't think of anything more fucking satanic, bro.
Well, look at Kentucky.
I agree.
They have an automatic custody law that passed where it's automatic 50-50 custody, and divorces went down 40%.
I mean, I'd even be cool. Like 50-50 is great, but I'd even be cool with like a judge, like unbiasedly sitting down and being like, clearly you're the better parent. You're the one with all the money. You're the stable one. And they have to weigh this too, like single dads. Like the statistics are night and day. Single dads have a much higher success rate. Like their kids turn up normal, like in the normal statistics. Whereas single motherhood, children automatically operate with a handicap. You're like your chances of being SA'd, abused, criminality, chronic poverty, all this like multiplies by
that the judges get the percentage of that money, though, guys. That's what people don't get. The feds match 70 cents on the dollar for every child support.
The black women have married the state, and they take money from all the working men who are the tax harvest, and they give it to these bitches. And if you can't pay off that debt, they throw your ass in jail.
Yep.
Go Martae.
So I know my mic, I need to get a new mic. So I have a Cash App, $ Martae Rueless, by the way. But give me a new mic if you guys can. But anyways, back to this real quick. I know you guys are talking and I get over top.
I'll donate on your next stream, Naga.
Right. But I do want to say that my solution also ends that in the interim because there has to be an outcome. We are looking at outcome-oriented solution. I did want to interject and say none of this has anything to do with race relations. When it does, Trench wisely pulls out that the majority that are affected are black people. But if we can change the DEI standards from teachers who are more qualified, we end up with less prison populations and people.
For sure. And then I dream of a world where all the teachers are veterans.
A lot of this fixes itself if we fix that, but I never got to the other programs that would need to be eliminated in the other ways that we can actually have reparations donated towards white. Like what I said with avarice is I said, no, we're not giving to white people. We're giving to industries which are monopolized by white people. And to me, that just makes sense. You're literally giving to white people. It's just the way that we're doing. Sounds more fair for me and consistent, less racist when I say that, right?
But just think of all the taxpayers' money paid for majority by whites to the programs of the welfare state for single moms and that are mostly black. I mean, I would think that at some point, even cutting that money off at some point would equal out to that money, like that money being saved at some point would equal back out to that money having been wasted the last 50 years. 60 years,
I remember,
70 years.
To speak on another point of First Amender, you know how leftists like to say, "Well, do you have that specific example that so specific?"
They want the peer-reviewed study.
Yeah, a peer-reviewed study and all that. Well,
from the Sisterhood of Traveling Pants.
It's funny because Martae tried to address this. He mentioned needing a specific study of how DEI affects the industry. Not only did Martae actually pull up numbers for this, but even absent numbers, there is a very much a cultural difference that the only way to really know that to know that this exists is to be able to look around and see in culture, in society, where you'll actively see in conversations how most people just talk down on white people and being like, oh, we don't need white men in this area. There would be there's not really a way to quantify it, but even if you could without the quantification, you just see it in demonstrations in culture. You see it in movies all the time, and games all the time, and in almost all sorts of media. You have everybody just going. Most leftist media just talking down on white people, and trying to switch in majority like white people IPs and whatnot, you have those same white characters being switched out, like literally race
y'all still getting dragged through the
changing
demoralization process.
But here's the thing:
exactly,
don't let that bother you.
But the thing is, with someone like First Amender, they don't see that as a bad thing.
Yeah, it's because he's in that. He worships on that altar.
Yeah, exactly. Since he worships that, he doesn't see the fact that demonstrable cases of race mixing, of race switching, of talking down on white people all the fucking time, in all the pieces, in every piece of media, they don't see that as quantifiable evidence.
Yeah,
they need the shit that Martae produced, which was, numbers and graphs that actively showed, hey, white people quantifiably in this industry are being negatively affected by these programs. But even when he didn't, he still didn't accept that, of course.
And this white guilt thing is so played out too, dude. Like,
exactly. White guilt. Don't even
there's
go
too
into
many white
guilt,
people. It's like, first remember, here, delete yourself then. Start with yourself. Like, if you think there's too many white people, here, go take a long walk off a short pier and do us a favor. But they won't do it. They won't do it.
We don't want to actually suggest that. But
what I'm
not in real life.
What I'm saying is that the whole thing with these liberal white people, the whole it's stolen land. Well, then leave. If you think that it's stolen land, leave. And my biggest thing, and then
but niggas will turn on you too, and they'll question your fucking your blackness and call you Uncle Tom as well, especially overweight black women.
Here's the thing, guys.
That's
different.
We get into a different.
I can't talk about politics with my dad.
Me neither. My entire family has sufficiently drank.
White women have done the okie doke, right? Where they're
which is crazy because they're like hardcore Baptist and like every aspect of their life is conservative.
Verna Desar sent in $5 here and had a question for everyone. He said, speaking of jail, how would you rehabilitate someone in jail? Disclaimer, no right answer. I'm just interested in people's answers.
I turn it into an Orthodox monastery, and you'll pay pittance.
I have an answer right now, and I'll give you one immediate result that I brought up in the debate. So if you have people that touch minors, I don't believe that there's a systemic or even a causal way that we can rehabilitate these people. Yeah. I think that we should basically ship them out of the country or somewhere else, because if you're ungrateful and you aren't producing to society to the point to where it's a detriment to our minors and our youth and things like this, I think that we should have an extradition program. I think that that's even better, because only people that could come in our country, merit-based is also active. This isn't like past-based or future-based.
Where would we send them?
We do this.
The fence around LA, and we just start to put people in LA.
Just send them into the ocean, man.
A prison underwater.
No, we just port them to LA. LA's lost.
You were forced to work.
Oh, send them to LA.
No, I have a solution.
Instead of living a pleasant life.
Well, guys, hold up. Let Martae answer where he means where we're sending them.
So this is my solution. I think that you should be able to earn your right back to compete your way to the U.S. And this could be fighting in a war-torn country. And we're not giving you guns, by the way. This should be through maybe boots on the ground, around people, supervised and things like this. You're going to be a support role. And I would say out of the country somewhere and helping the United States. And of course, remember what Suicide Squad did? They sent a bunch of criminals and convicts to act and didn't give them weapons, by the way. They said, you're going to go ahead and help our cause. I think that we should have a systemic structure, and I can't explain this right now, but it's a deep dive.
I think we should. I like the idea, but we should give them like a bolt action rifle for every like 10 of them. One bolt action rifle, then when one dies, the other one can pick it up, and we have commissars and machine guns behind them.
No, because Collins can't own guns, and I think that's a good reason. I think we should be consistent in our approach, because we'd be contradicting ourselves. I think that if we put them
the French Foreign Legion puts in that work, maybe.
Right, but at the same time, don't give them weapons. Just put them in a support role in really dangerous environments where they can prove their work and merit-based their way.
That's what the Legion do.
Yeah, they're still children in war zones.
Well, you see, rehabilitation can't just mean like make them useful or make them behave. You see, biblically, the issue is with the heart, and that's where real reform starts. So jails historically exist mainly to restrain evil and to protect the public.
Iron bars.
So,
It's called pittance. It's penitentiary.
Yes.
So you pay pittance. They used to be like a monastery. They used to run them like monasteries that you couldn't leave.
Oh, yeah,
You would spend your time working, gardening, keeping the place clean, and studying the Bible, and worshiping, and deep prayer and meditation, and thinking about the shit you've done.
Exactly. See, we can restrain sin and teach skills and try to reduce harm the best we can with incarceration, but we have to remember that only God regenerates. So the change of heart comes from him alone. I mean, there's no skill that can teach that, and there's no works that can produce
what are we 30, 40 years into some of these prisons being, community colleges?
Well, yeah, and you got to think rehab can't mean ignoring victims or erasing consequences either. So if we take PDFs and we take them out of jail and try to make them useful idiots to any extent, we're ignoring the victims.
Castration,
and we're erasing
physical
the
castration.
consequences of those actions. Because see, if we want any real reform, it all starts with accountability.
They're becoming
even from a spiritual level,
make it more accountable than having
to have that reform.
Your pecker torn off.
To throw a note in there on that would make it fair to say, like, your degree of the heinousness of the crime you've committed, which is like, it kind of reminds me of like the whole, like Martae, when you're debating Wick and he brought, well, these child molesters or whatever, and you just want to release them off into another country or whatever, and that means 1,000 childs are going to get, murdered or
Chomos.
Like, yeah, exactly. Oh, Chomo. Sorry, Chomo.
It's okay.
Sorry, speech, my bad. But so the Chomos and stuff, and it's like, well, there's the other alternatives of just saying, kill them. And it's like, then you wouldn't have to worry about them hurting other kids. But obviously, if there's people who've committed small petty crimes, or like, oh, they got caught with weed and then they get put in jail in the system, obviously working their way back.
just look at the institutions as they exist today. We spend billions, probably on like trillions in like the long term, as far as like social and logistics planning, and then for what? Like, dudes go in there, like, take serious dope boys and ganged up niggas, right? Like, they go in there and it's like a college. You come out a general in some cases, and you look at like what's going on in there.
Revenge.
Some of these, especially on the coasts, some of these prisons are the gang. The gang's running the place. The gang's calling the shot. The people
guys get out, and then they're like, "I got revenge to get."
The dudes in uniform working at these places are all on the gang payroll or extorted or whatever. So they fucking toe the line to these dope boys and fucking gang members. So, like, it's another one of the endless money pits where we could save so much money if we would just do the right thing and turn them into real places of penance, and not these postmodern junior colleges.
To the incarcerated is definitely a good thing to do.
Like how prisons acted before. Where
my stepdaddy,
there was actually
he runs a ministry on Fort Leavenworth at the disciplinary barracks there, and he has every range of inmate that was in the military, from murderers to child rapists to people who went AWOL for 30 years, the whole gamut. And like, his ministry's growing there, so I'm proud of him. Wish he convert to Orthodoxy, but that's another story. But I'm super proud of him. But his stories of like how their lives were before his ministry, and these guys aren't getting out. A handful of them, and how their life is now that they got a little bit of Jesus, and like the work that they're doing to like change themselves. It sucks. You fucked up. you cooked. Sorry that you have to learn this epiphany in prison, but I don't know, I'm gonna shut up. I think it just goes back to the root. You look at prison stats, and then you look at single mother households.
I actually want to answer Verna Desir's question, because I've thought about this question before a lot of times. I don't even think when it comes to adults, I don't think the purpose of prison should be rehabilitation whatsoever. I think the purpose should be simply a punishment and a societal protection. That's it. Because
Justice system.
they've literally had when it comes to an adult at least 18 years to learn how to be a law-abiding citizen. If that wasn't fucking good enough for them, too fucking bad. All right, now they get punished, and we protect the rest of society from them. All right, that's how I feel about adults in prison. Rehabilitation is for the youth. Okay, that's for the youth.
Yeah,
because
that's
they didn't have enough as much time to understand being a law-abiding citizen. That's my argument.
We call it
That's fair.
juvenile. Was it juvenile detention? What's
Just
the full name
Hall.
for it?
Yeah, juvie.
Juvenile detention. Yeah, that's where
detention.
rehabilitation should be a focus.
Yeah,
100%.
because instead of just imprisoning them for doing something bad, we're just detaining them for a little bit to get to rough them up a bit, and then put them back out and say, "Hey, don't do that shit again, or else you're in here for real." That's why we have that difference,
right? Like that, like the juvenile detention center rehabilitation should be a focus. This is where they should be bringing in those like ex-gang members that want to tell these kids, "Don't be a fucking gang member. This ain't the fucking life." Where this should be a main focus, right? Bringing God into these kids' lives. This should be a main focus for like juvenile detention. But when it comes to adults, we're punishing them. Right? They shouldn't even have this fucking where they're all allowed to go see each other for fucking hours of the day. No, you get a cell. Your shitter should be.
That's
right
all the
there.
gang shit
Your
happens.
shower should be right there. Everything in your cell, and you get to spend your time there. That's it. That's how jail should be. Jail shouldn't be this fucking. Oh, we gotta focus on making them happy in there and keeping them sane. No, bro, they already fucked up. Right?
No, and that's fair.
They could have the time in their own room to think about it.
Everybody gets one King James version or Orthodox Bible, and that's it.
So, you get to choose.
Yep.
And
it's your only choice.
Well, when it comes to the New Testament, they're essentially the same. They're based on the same textual tradition.
Sorry, what's that, Martae?
I just got to say, I do got to go, and I do agree with that. It should be.
Tell everyone where they find you, too.
You guys can find me. I'm the host of On the Edge. I don't know what the background interference is, but somebody's got their mic open. But you guys can find me. I'm the host of On the Edge. I cover controversial debates and everything else. The next debate coming up, prompt, is probably going to be wild. Should Speakeasy accept this and somebody accept it as an opponent? But yes, on Monday, we're going to host the new Woke Autopsy with 3 celebrity guests. With Cool Vic. You guys can stay tuned. I have more content coming. And thank you for having me on board. Tell the missus I said hi, and I appreciate having a spirited debate on the panel. Appreciate it.
Yes,
great job tonight,
thank you for coming. Great job tonight.
Yep, bless you, Martae. Thank you.
Marty, we got a debate on the same team together, though. I'm tired of watching you be nice. I'll be the last. We'll play good cop, bad cop.
That would actually be a really good one.
We'll play good ortho, bad ortho. It'll be a good time.
Why not?
You also give me something to review so that I don't shit the bed like I did the first time.
Wait. On the same topic or what?
Not the same topic, but just in general. Because you handled First Amender way better than I did, so that's all.
In relation to this, I think that when people are attacking us with ad homs, sometimes we can give them too much of a green light to do the same thing, and in a sense, it actually works against them because they look more villainous, and actually it creates less of a mercenary environment on your part, and you actually win the audience over. I'm just making an assumptive claim. But they'll paint them as the villain because they have to attack you. And notice how I just wanted to engage in the argument. That was my whole interest, and it looked like he just wanted to deviate through frustration. So he actually
so nice. See, I would have called him an N-word with a hard R after he called me an Uncle Tom. Dude.
You have to let him. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, Martae, and on that note, I noticed also you mentioned speaking to the audience and whatnot and letting the audience see them for who they are, basically, which is the correct way to go, especially in these debates. And it's funny that First Amender tried to fight you on this because it's like, Yeah, you already are, like, if you happen to have your mind changed from this debate, cool, that's a bonus. But it's only a bonus because really you're trying to talk to the audience to make sure that your argument gets out to the audience and the audience hears what you have to say versus what the other person has to say, and then the audience makes a determination of who has the better arguments and whether or not the audience gets their mind changed. For First Amender to call you out and say it's not for the audience, it's like, bro,
Yeah.
why even have debates at this point? He's basically just saying,
You're the ones
stay
voting,
in your own echo
nigga.
chamber. Just stay in your own side, stay in your own lane. Don't ever try to talk to the other side. Don't ever try to speak your mind. Don't ever try to make any sort of
No,
arguments.
he's
to the
just
other side,
retarded, dude. Because
and it's
people
like, just stay on your side and fight it out just physically, like, at that point. Like, don't even have debates. Don't even talk to the other side.
One last thing I want to say before I go. I'm a D level debater. I don't think I'm the best. I don't think I'm a C or B or whatever. I'm D. I'll just even say that because, I mean, I'd probably be on Piers Morgan if I was like a really good debater. But anyways, back to this though. You have to be able to learn and take this or leave it to shut the fuck up sometimes in debate, and pardon my language. But the reason why you say this is because if you let people talk long enough, they'll hand you the weapon for which to basically destroy their whole argument if you listen long enough. And then your recall is better if you shut up and you listen. And then not to mention this, you'll actually repeat some of the things and magnify them to the audience and say, see, he just demonstrated X, Y, and Z. And I think that helps sometimes if we just let the other person talk. I mean, but that's all I wanted to say. You guys have a good evening.
Class act.
Christ is
classy nigga.
Wait, hold on. I'm yellow. I'm high yellow. I'd be in the house during slavery.
Nice.
Me too. Why do you think my hair's so beautiful?
Shit. Oh, birds aren't even real. Came in for $5. Said trick question: should felons be allowed to vote?
No, because they would vote in and so that way they can have guns and all this other stuff that we should bar from them, and they would vote in their right to undo some of the votes we've had against them. Rightfully so. So, anyways, I'll talk to you guys later. Take it easy.
Have a good one. Take care.
See you guys later.
That's it.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, actually, I gotta go put my boys away, or not away. Well, to sleep. Well, it's getting late for me too.
But they have to go back into their box.
I mean, we
Thanks
know,
for
we
coming
know
up,
you're putting them to sleep.
Yep.
That's fine.
We'll see you guys next time.
Yes, sir.
Always a good time.
Verna Desire said bad ortho, good ortho, new BOGO panel. There you go.
Hell yeah.
I like it.
Oh, that'd be kind of entertaining.
It'll be really interesting.
And also, Verna Desire did say earlier, he said, thank you for the answers. Now I have more to think on. And you're welcome. Yeah, I've thought about that a lot of times about like that. Like, if you think about this, it comes down to very simply, right? Like a system that works, like that's going to focus on rehabilitation is basically saying, if you commit a crime, we'll try to help you.
If you do
But the system that centers on punishment says, if you fucking commit a crime, you lose you're
in trouble.
You suffer a loss of liberty. Right?
Yeah, no one fucks around when they know their nuts
Liberty
are get
has to go back to. Liberty has to go back to.
That's what it is, right? And
liberty has to go back to being.
That's why we have a death penalty.
It's why women. Why women act out because they know they can get away with
I
shit.
think crosses a line that I don't want to cross. But the whole thing is about accountability, right? Like, how can we say that you're accountable for the things you do, and then on the other side of our mouth say, but it's due to improper conditioning, so we're gonna help you out.
Yeah, you're poor. That's why you're.
It's either they understand, they're competent and can understand what they do, and they are responsible for their choices, or your choices were just a result of your improper conditioning. It can't be both.
So speak.
Yeah, it's that materialist worldview, easy. Because they worship things and money. If you're poor or you didn't get indoctrinated the right way with the upper middle liberal fucking thing, it's just a complete anathema to them.
So what you're saying, Speak, is that we need to teach proactivity again.
Well, yeah, like again, and I think again we still do in a sense, right? Like again, I'm talking about adults. When it comes to adults, they've had at least 18 years to understand what fucking being a law-abiding citizen is, right?
Yeah,
So,
that's what I mean. So you need to teach being proactive and understanding that you were taught this before. You were let known what the rules were before. You didn't follow
years
them.
of schooling, social exposure to other people. They have legal awareness. They've obviously had a repeated cultural messaging around them about what right and wrong is. That your
Most
time for
ex-cons I know are
rehabilitation
conservative.
can be after you leave your punishment, if you even get to leave.
Of course,
That's
yeah,
the
and of
And I
course,
think that's where, like, when I was trying to say the degree of stuff of the crime, it's like, I mean, I'll be straight up. I've actually got some ex-felons who work for me, and man, they're some of the hardest working people. They've literally messed up when they were younger, and they got put in there for 15, 20 years. And I mean, I had a guy come out, and he's there like, "What's this?" I'm like, "Well, this is a smartphone." He's like, "Smartphone?" He's like, "Why is it's not a flip phone?" And he didn't even realize you could look up YouTube videos and on
That's
a
wild.
phone. It's like, man, are you serious? Like, and
That's
then getting them
nuts.
a phone, and then actually just giving them an opportunity for the job, because I sit down with every interview that I have, and they tell me, like, look, like, I'm willing to do whatever you tell me to do. I'm trying to make up for what I've done. He's like, I'm down. I'm gonna be up front. I have had a record. This is what I did. Ran from the cops or whatever. Just the one dumb mistake, and it's like, okay, you know what? Like, well, you made one dumb mistake, but I'm going to give you one shot to come in here, and if you want to make a name for yourself and make some money, I'll give you an opportunity, but don't screw me over. And man, these guys making making good money, and then they're actually getting opportunities to get houses, and I mean, it's just which is the rare cases. It doesn't always work out like that, but
I had a little
from the
neighbor
handful
that
of
was
guys
like that.
John,
Like both his sons, he put through college. Actually, one of them joined the Navy, and he's like getting ready to retire now. Like fucking outstanding service and shit. His sons played all the sports, like at like a college level, and he just dedicated all his time to them and not fucking around. He's like a fueler or some shit like that.
and to piggyback off of Johnny's point, I think, for that slight bit of credit for the whole rehabilitation, we shouldn't have rehabilitation. To Johnny's
Well,
point,
I think a lot of these
that
guys,
is,
it's not that they were rehabilitated; it's that they had their fucking nuts crushed. Like when you look at when you look at the cluster B of personality disorders, there's only one that stops fucking around. That's actually the antisocials, the narcissists, the female histrionics, and the borderlines. They continue to lose their minds till the day they die. But antisocials stop fucking around because they're tired of going to prison. So they mature about the age 40, 45, and they quit doing all the dumb shit that they were doing. It's because they're ex-convicts.
But to that point, to that end, rehabilitation only starts after they have suffered the consequences for the actions that they're being punished for. What's happening with the what's happening with the justice system right now, and we just saw this. I don't know if anybody has seen recently of that one black activist judge that let go of a black teen that also said, "Hey, I don't care about this woman that I killed or this woman that I did stuff to." He was about to get a 63 sentence, but the judge waved that off basically because he came up into the system all wrong and whatnot.
Well, a black psychotic crackhead woman here in Kansas City killed a firefighter not too long ago. Because also the gift that keeps on giving with liberalism. Kansas City for a long time was using firefighters for nuisance crime, things like drunken, disorderly, drug addicts, homeless people, schizos, psychos. The people all drugged out of their minds, screaming at the sky out in the middle of the street. So they were sending firefighters to do a law enforcement job, and finally, this poor guy got stabbed in the fucking throat, and it was because this woman kept getting sprung loose. She was just arrested like a week before, then 2 weeks before that for assaulting police officers. So, like, we have this complete dysgenic meat grinder that's in a race to the bottom to save every dragon loser of society. Another long-term ramification that came from the boomers is like after that movie, you're young, but any of you guys seen One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest? With Jack Nicholson?
Love it. It's old-fashioned.
And fucking Nurse Ratched and shit. So like that became the zeitgeist for mental health across the whole country. There was, to be fair, there was only 2 like really horrific fucking places where, you know, they were doing Dr. Kevorkian style lobotomies and fucking just all kinds of weird shit, filthy, depraved orderlies, the whole 9 yards.
Therapy.
Yeah, that was like its 1,000th problem. I'm talking about the cleanliness, the staff, just it was a pit. But there was only 2 of them. Generally speaking, the rest of the institutions were doing what they were supposed to do, keeping all the crazies, the drug addicts, the drunkards, the whores, and the schizos off the fucking street. But now, like, if someone sets up shop, like literally a whole fucking camp city in your backyard, you know, they're going to send the fire department out.
Yeah, but
when you want to run these people off, depending on which city you live in, is what I'm getting at. Like, they're not trying to do anything about it. And moreover, if you bring it up, you're the fucking asshole.
Of course.
Yeah, and
you're the tyrant. Just shitting on these poor, fucked up people that capitalism is steamrolled. No, motherfucker.
Of course.
That motherfucker's a twackhead. That motherfucker has like stage 5 fucking schizophrenia.
This dude's plenty folding right here, dude. Fuck this shit.
And all of them need to be in a fucking kind of white paper suit and get their little cup of pills.
That
be in a safe environment. That's controlled.
That threatens people's livelihoods too, like
where they can get therapy. It does. It's such a menace, and it's such an expensive menace. Like the logistics that go into it, sending a cop car versus sending a ladder truck out to fucking deal with the schizophrenic homeless guy that set up a tent in your backyard. It is a complete difference in cost.
Yeah,
like the tens of thousands of dollars it costs to roll a fucking engine out, just to go fucking pick up groceries.
And the prison system should go back to being a punishment, and they're in and with that.
It should just remain that always, like never not be that.
It needs to be punishment, but there need, like Rev and me were hitting on earlier. There does need to be it needs to be a place of penance. You also need to understand why you're being punished.
Yeah, accountability.
Because that's what we like. That's what we literally spend life doing. Is
I get it, but they clearly didn't get it because of the I guess where my bleeding heart.
They don't know what they did wrong. I mean, maybe that's.
Oh, they know what they did wrong.
Just keep them,
but I don't
away
know.
from society.
That's
I see, but I see in it.
The justice system.
This is what breaks my heart in it.
Wrong, and this is why you're getting punished. That's the whole judge.
But it needs to come from the metaphysical, spiritual, religious place.
That's what
that's
supposed to be.
Because they're just being told right now, you've broken the laws of man. You've transgressed against the municipality.
Basically, God, man is
some
God.
of that's so hard to push though when you got people that don't even believe in God. You know,
that's the only way society's gonna ever be able to function is having the force behind it, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's just how it works.
Which is
what I'm sad about is
my tangent about the judge is we would have the system working as intended, where where people who have committed these crimes get punished and then get those super long sentences, but they're not allowed. They're not even going to that point. They're not even going to that point because all these judges don't even give the sentences out for that punishment to even occur, for that natural rehabilitation.
I mean, some judges will smuggle illegal immigrant out of a courtroom while federal agents are descending on him.
Right.
Granted, she got fucking. She's getting exampled. They're gonna example her.
Yeah, those
but
judges.
what's tragic?
breaking
What's
out
tragic
illegal
to me
immigrants.
is I look at these prison populations: white, black, rich, poor, crazy, innocent, fucking evil, all of it, right? And I just see single motherhood. I see victims of single motherhood, and that's what breaks my heart. Great, they got to get their nuts crushed. Fuck
Listen,
you.
I told you, I said this the other day, and I stand by this. The issue, right? The main thing that all the degeneracy stems from is abortion, right? The fact that we've convinced, millions and millions and millions of people that it's okay and there's absolutely nothing wrong with you to just murk your baby in the womb.
It's all good.
I mean,
preach trap.
If you can bring people
satanic.
to that level, right? There's nothing that you can't bring them to.
Yeah, because at
nothing.
What is that movie? What is that movie?
Gravity. That's
You
where
just reminded me
everything
of
stems
Nefarious.
from. This is why abortion is the topic I get the most fucking passionate about. Not only because I think it's fucking disgusting, not only because of anecdotal experiences with it. It's because the main foundation that keeps this degeneracy fucking going is the fact that we allow this fucking shit to keep going on.
Well, we're not fighting the right enemy.
Millions of people to just murder their babies.
We're not fighting the right enemy because we're a rationalist logic society, scientific rationalism and whatnot. They're looking for the socioeconomic, psychological, philosophical, legal problem while they literally don't address the devil in the room.
Yeah, and that's why it's. I mean, it's nice seeing Speak and Martae and people like that actually calling them out on their shit, man. Because I mean, yeah, abortion is just heinous. Like
it's a disrespect.
You're literally
of life.
ripping.
It's a literal disrespect of life.
Well, it's like in the movie Nefarious when fucking the demons fucking like lecturing the lawyer, and he's like, "You don't think we own the world?" He's like, "We make women by the millions sacrifice their children in vitro on our altars." Like that was like the hair on the back of my neck stood up when I saw that shit.
Like it's true. It's a spiritual war.
You can get them to do anything you want.
You'll notice something. The more that
do what thy wilt is
over
the whole the fucking
as
law.
Abortion increased, so did all other forms of degeneracy. And you can literally look at the curve. As abortions increase, we see more degeneracy in pop culture. We see more degeneracy in music and television. We see more degeneracy being taught in schools openly.
Bad Bunny.
And then
this is why they knocked
we
out
start
the
reaching
first
this
pillar.
apex that we're at right now, we see them not only being openly degenerate and immoral, but they're also embracing Satan right on the open.
Yeah. And they're openly hostile to Christians, and that's a part of the Lucifer spirit in socialism, collectivism. Like everywhere it stood up under a fucking sickle and hammer, it then began to systematically exterminate Christians.
Yes, well,
like when you look at the Marxist,
the
Marxist manifesto, like every communist manifesto from Marx to fucking Alinsky is dedicated to Lucifer.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
like on the first fucking page.
Again, this all stems from legal abortion. I'm telling you right now that
it's the altar.
When you can convince everybody that murder's okay, that you've made it normal. You made
how is it not
tolerance?
You made an intentional killing normalized. Right?
How is it not How is it not child sacrifice to their God? How is it?
Because they don't call it that.
I don't know where you're going with it. I really.
Well, what I'm going with, like the Mayans. The Mayans and the Aztecs fucking sacrificed their children to the sky gods and the sun gods so that their crops would grow.
Yeah, you think every single person actually thinks that way?
No. These bitches sacrificed their children. I'm trying to get there. These bitches sacrificed their children in the name of hedonism and economics.
You're already wrong. The premise, I reject your premise because they don't look at it as sacrificing children. That's the problem.
It's not sacrifice to them.
You're going into this
they don't believe them as children.
Well, it's a word thing, but
it's no. What they've done is they've destroyed the moral foundation. That's what they've done by making everyone okay with a legal murder.
Oh,
do you understand that? That's what they.
No, we're not
sacrificing to sun gods and blah 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 blah.
No, but look at their justification. Remove the word sacrifice and take away all religiosity or mystical elements. Right? These
just call it power and control.
Make an egalitarian exchange. Like, listen to their language. That being born poor is a death sentence to them. It's like some form of mercy to the mother and the child if you just get rid of this burden.
And it's only, and again, it's like perceived poor too, because most of these are happening to women.
I mean, Americans have no idea how prosperous they are, even at the lowest echelons of society.
Most of these women, to be. A lot of these women here are being born.
They're outliers.
What would be basically middle class anywhere else, or even high class to most other countries in the world. So their version of poor is just lower middle class, but they don't call it the lower middle class.
It's just
at all.
It's just that our dirt poor under the poverty line, and we have a robust social security and safety network. I'm not against that. I'm not against certain egalitarian practices. The socialism, communism, fuck no. And especially what comes from like the church. Nobody donates more to the poor and homeless and needy than Christians. Like the government hails in comparison nationally, locally, or internationally. Like the bulk of charity comes from the benevolence of God-fearing folk, and then a little bit of your tax dollars. So like the standard of living for the poorest among us is nothing like that. Nobody on this panel can imagine how the poor lives in Iraq or like certain places in South America.
And to that end,
I can imagine. I can't understand.
Even those that live below the poverty line here in America, they still have those children, believe it or not.
Well, they have the children, they become single mothers because there's a whole government that you can marry.
Right. But
that's based on that's the moral standards, though.
That's the moral standard, and also
an incentive. Like women are also creatures, dude. They're gonna do the thing. If you offer them
in regards to abortion, they might just take the thing. That only really happens with like the white liberals that live in basically the middle class. Most poor people still have those children and will continue to have those children. That's why
the poor and the rich are the ones having children, because if you're poor, you're probably generationally poor and had parents, and poor people can survive, dude. It's just the nature of the beast.
Poor people can't survive, which is why most modern day liberals think that you can't survive, or they embrace abortionism because they perceive that they don't have enough.
Well, culturally, they forgo their childbearing years, and if they do reproduce, it happens when they get married in their mid 30s to 40s.
Yeah, during times when, if it's their first child, it's actually the risks are higher going later into your years. If you're having your first child at that time, than earlier on in your life, basically.
But it's all eugenics, and it's all funded by actually the white working man.
Especially if you're addicted to abortions, like some girl.
Yeah, some of these girls are really flaunting how many abortions that they have or can have or will have, and
I don't believe
when you look into their eyes.
Not one single one of those bitches that have been on the internet recently, like bragging as if they like proud of having abortions.
That's a
I don't
cope.
believe one single one of them. They're doing it just to rattle people up.
It's a cope too.
To have this conversation about them, I don't believe for one fucking second. I would put all my
like to believe that
on everything. No,
you let the demon come forward when you can't
believe
deal.
it. Don't believe it for one.
I'd like to
fucking
believe
second.
you. I'd like to believe you that they're just saying it to rattle people.
Yeah, they are.
It's literally for attention.
That's what it is. It's for
It's the
attention.
same reason why they
It
hate
gets people
Christianity
rattled.
so much
It gets
too.
clicks and views, and
that's-
ultimately, it's a way to cope with what they actually fucking feel. All right, that's what it is.
Which
And
is
this
hollowed out.
This is what I'm
Which is
saying.
flooded.
It's like,
baby fever.
Because deep down inside, every one of these communist pink-haired bitches wants to be a mommy and have a good nigga to love them and hold them.
but I
they get
find
dogs
I
and
want to
cats and
this is what I want to touch on, right? It touches people who the legal abortion thing that I'm talking about. The reason I'm saying this is like the foundation to all the moral decline, right? Is because the fact of like even people on our side are valuing human life less and less. There's conditions to what life we value. Right?
Preach,
We
trap
don't value
Jesus.
all human life, right? How many times have we been here and we've heard people say, if they're not American, I don't give a fuck what happens to them. Well, that's not valuing human life either. All right. So don't act like it doesn't affect people on the right as well. You can be against abortion and that shit is still affecting you because it's been allowed in society for so long. We've made it to the point where people have a condition on what human life is valued. Do you understand?
Yeah,
This
we could
is
be
the
against
problem.
immigration, but we still got to be human.
What?
I'm against immigration, but we still got to be human. Or like, illegal immigration. I'm against that shit.
Okay,
I was gonna say, you might wanna
but we also got to be human. I also think it's probably not good business to have so many people getting shot.
You could still help them, but they're illegal, so they can't be.
I think our best solution we
It'd
can
be nice
offer
if
for
they left.
illegal immigration is we fix the source of the problem. If the countries that they're running from are overrun by cartels or ran by cartels, communists and what have you, then they're just going to keep coming. And no matter how big of a wall we build, no matter what kind of programs we put in place here, it's never going to stop the problem. All it really is a band-aid on a
it's not even that. It's a war against you.
Yes, well, what we should do is probably go down there and try to help them solve their problems.
We were talking about
want more, so essentially Rev is calling for more Venezuelas.
Yes.
Oh, I believe that to be true.
Interventionism, yeah, let's go.
Yes, intervention is really the only solution to the immigration problem. There's kids being sent up here from like way far down in Latin America. They're coming up here unaccompanied. They're being carried by coyotes, cartel members who are trafficking them up here. There's videos of kids so drugged at the border that they can't even stand up. And I'm talking little kids, 5, 6, 7 years old, and they're getting trafficked right into our country. The only real way to solve this issue is to go down there and solve the problem that's causing them to come up here. It's the only real solution. Otherwise, we'll just keep spinning.
Well,
yeah, that's a lot easier said than done, though. Right?
It's where do you start? If we allow the problem in our doors, then that's where it's like, well, I mean, we're already just to dial back a few minutes from what we were talking about, we're already in such a cultural war right now between right and wrong. And, well, the government says that I can get an abortion. It's like, yeah, but you're literally killing a kid. Like, my gosh, do you not see that? Well, that's not what they say. I mean, it's when is a
clump of cells.
Yeah, we got to make sure the gates are shut before we go kicking ass all over the place. I mean, I'm all for clapping people and kidnapping people. We should do that. I don't want to see like Iraqs and Afghanistans where we're bogged down in these multi-trillion-dollar fucking policing operations where the military has no clear defined mission other than drive around and fight with people. Well, it's
because we don't follow what we know would be right, and then here it's like, you know, like the Biden pullout. It's like, damn, we left millions and millions and millions.
It was going to end shit.
Weapons, helicopters.
Here's the dirty truth. Like he fucked that up. He fucked that up sideways.
Yeah, but did the men get to go home to their families?
No, he fucked that up sideways. But there was no
I get it. That whole
exit out of Afghanistan.
Us being there was a fuck up, right? Like,
yeah,
how
it was
do
a whole fuck
fair.
up. It's easy for us to say, like, now, like,
yeah,
and I've even said that it was a big fuck up how we exited. But exiting it wasn't a fuck up because going there was the fuck up to begin with, right?
Yeah, the concept
should have stuck with the Trump. It would have been less fucked if they would have stuck to the Trump exit strategy. But it was going to be a fucking quagmire anyway. You fucking
slice. Right. But like, no matter what, like, this is what I'm saying. When this is, I'm actually like, I agree with you here, Rev. Right, but the thing is, to do that and still value human life, you have there's a certain ways this has to go, right? You can't just like go in
the
full
military
fucking attack mode, right?
We can
situations like
there's no such thing as a zero.
But then you get situations like what's happening in Israel, right? Where there's fucking kids dying, starving under fucking buildings now because like it's resulted to we just have to bomb out everything, right? Like
it's shit's bananas over there, and they
genocided. You gotta do things in a strategic way. You know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, which is why I said I specifically said Venezuela because that was the cleanest operation we've ever done. I think in my lifetime, certainly, but I think in history that I've seen.
Oh yeah, that was a very clean in and out. And I think
like if every operation was just the way that Venezuela did it. We'd have like that would be the perfect intervention strategy.
Yeah, but it was
not
low
everything
hanging
goes
fucking
to exactly
fruit.
the plan.
Here's also what was going on. It was low fucking hanging fruit. You understand that, right? Half the military, everybody in the military knew what was going down.
Sure,
like it was no surprise when them boys came, when them jump out boys came and yoked him up.
Yeah,
it was no surprise.
That's the whole that's the military apparatus.
Well, that's why he said, "Come and get me" before because he knew.
I mean, it called us cowards. Come get me, cowards.
Again, I'm not against the operation, and I'm certainly for clapping the cheeks off of fucking them drug boats. Keep more of that shit up. Shit's hilarious to me. But my problem is
it's just them testing the waters.
Do you want to be sure that they're drug boats or just say fuck it?
No, they were sure they were drug boats. There was no.
Well, I'm asking you though. Do you want to be sure that they're drug boats?
Absolutely. Okay. You don't want to blow up some fucking poor fisherman.
By the way, in regards to the valuing human life, in regards to those drug boats, how would you solve that?
I'd have interception. Right, like just like move up. I'd have like physical presence, right, and I'd have some like really big fucking ship come like physically knock them over, put them into the waters, and like give them a chance to surrender. And if not, you have to kill them, obviously, right? You can't. Not kill
for clarity's sake, me.
That's the way I would have handled it, though.
Me approving of Hellfire missiling them.
I'm against like caveat. Most people here might be on the opposite side of this, but I'm against. Oh wait, I'll wait for Trench to stop.
I'm sorry, bro.
I
wanted to put a caveat. I wanted to put a caveat on that. My bad.
Onto my answer.
Yes, I'm shutting up.
You wanted to put a caveat onto my answer. Trench is now answering for me, guys. Just
not your answer, bro. Not your answer. My answer, bro.
So if I know this correctly, you're basically advocating for essentially a blockade and an embargo on any shipping going in and out of Venezuela.
Yeah, like if you have if you have any like restricted waters that some ship, especially like the size of those little boats we're fucking rolling through, you have some really big boat pull up beside them and knock them over. Right? I don't know if you guys have ever been in boats, right? Like that little boat beside some big ass fucking boat rolling up beside it. It's going over. So I'd roll right through them, basically pull them over into the water, so they're helpless, and I'd give them a chance to surrender and get onto the boat and take them into prison. Or if they think they're gonna fight from inside the water, I guess that's it. They gotta go.
my support
if
for
they
it
won't
was
value their own lives,
conditional.
then we won't value their own.
Right, like if it's to the point they're in the water, helpless, and they still want to fight you, okay, well they got it. Like you can't do anything else, right? But like I'm against the death penalty, right? I don't think. First off, I don't think that decision is up to any of us. God's the only one who should be able to make any decision like that of life or death, and because like that's like the ultimate punishment.
The ultimate decider.
Yeah. What if they pull out guns and point them?
I can see that. I can see that. But how would you, if that's the case, how would you what would you do in that case for God?
He just told
God,
you.
Wait, in what case for God? In what case?
What am I trying to say? So for let's say a murderer. A murderer, if you're gonna just wait, you're not for the death penalty. You're not saying basically you don't want man to have the decision of life or death.
Right.
Only God will have that.
Right.
So I guess any sort of like serious crime, murderer that
the worst. I'll make this easy for you, Tomahawk. I'll make this easy for you. It could be a dude that raped 50,000 children, and I still don't want to put him to death.
So, just a side note, just because
the most heinous thing you can think of.
Hey, I want to put a caveat.
Think of, I still don't want that guy to be put.
I want to go back to the boats thing. Hold on. I want to go back to the boats thing because this is important for the discussion.
That's the prison for life sentence.
All right,
hold up. I can't hear everyone talking.
Hold on. I want to stay on the subject of the boats before we go into the death penalty versus no death penalty thing. That's lame.
Oh, no. I had one note I just wanted to throw on that. It is tied to the boat.
Boats.
Yes, with the boats in Hellfire.
Yeah, because
that's why we're talking about power of life and death. And for me,
and then that's where
if you're gonna,
good God, shut the fuck up. For me, like, I think Donald Trump fucking fumbled. Quite honestly, I think that the fucking the strike against Venezuela was low hanging fruit for a quick fucking PR fucking victory, a quick little slam dunk, quick little layup on the scoreboard, because he's fucking sucking ass on some of the shit he's supposed to be fucking doing right now. And it's fucking red meat to the fucking base. And
so what do you think about the?
We should be fucking. Hold on. We should be deporting fucking at 500,000 fucking people by now. But that's all fucked because we got retards blowing away dumb commies, throwing themselves against the fucking the wall of capitalism from their standpoint of view as martyrs.
I thought you were trying to. I thought you said you wanted to talk about the boats.
Yeah. The boats.
So
for me,
that's what I was
for me,
we take us back to the boats.
So for me, I'm for hitting the boats.
His logic, bro.
For me.
So can I throw my one note at the boats?
You just stop the conversation to bring.
I'm sorry. I'm trying to get back to the boats.
Something else.
I'm trying to get back to the boats. I'm trying to get back to the boat. Trump pissed me off.
That's all right.
Because I was
land your plane, man. Land your plane.
So back to the motherfucking boats. I'm for clapping the dope boys coming in, but that's circumstantially. That's for pressure against Venezuela. Well, you know what boats were not blowing up who were bringing in dope by the fucking tonnage? The Mexican boats, the fucking Colombian boats, the fucking China boats.
Wait. The Mexican
other
boats,
ones that have the same drugs.
Going up the coast or something like that?
They're coming in everywhere, dude.
Before we get too far off on that, you care if I make my one point towards? I was just wanting to get towards the life thing.
Get your boats out.
And we were talking about, you know, it's like, hey, like obviously God is the ultimate decider of life and death, right? But just something I was kind of thinking about when you're saying speak was.
I just didn't want to easy destroy this dude being pro-life over pro-death penalty because that was coming next.
Who's that guy?
Who are you talking about? I have no idea.
But so get this,
penalty falls short.
But what I was trying to get at was I know you're saying like, hey, like obviously, God's the ultimate decider of life and death, and here I was just thinking about it because we just got done watching David, which fantastic movie. If you guys haven't got a chance to see it, definitely check it out. But when David's going up against Goliath, he's like, hey, it's like, I'm coming before you, send your best man. And he's like, what power do you have here? I'm here, stand for the word of God. And, what kind of power do you think you have over, a person who can't pill a fire and is part of the seas? And then here Goliath is challenging God or whatnot. And then he throws, a sling and obviously kills Goliath. Now, he was doing those acts through God, but at the same time, that David, was a man. Where would you say on that point? I mean, if we have to be put in a situation where it's like, look, it's my, let's say it's in defense or whatever, it's a moment where I would have to be in the unfortunate circumstance of shedding blood. Would I, be wrong in trying to take somebody out who's trying to take me out or take out, a family member or something like that?
Self-defense, right? So that would be a different.
Pacifist.
That'd be completely different than a death death sentence. So self-defense, right? This is an action of protecting life.
Yeah.
Not taking
it.
And he wants him alive so he can punish him.
The taking of life in that situation is just an unfortunate outcome. It's not the intended outcome. If you were to shoot this guy that was attacking you and he didn't die, that would actually be still good because you still stopped the attack and he lived.
Oh, deterred it. Yes, I get that. But then here, that's circumstances like he took out Goliath, man. It's fantastic. But then here, just to circle it back to the boats, though, the boats are obviously, if we're trying to leave some, I don't know, ambiguity there, we don't know if they were fishing boats or whatever, but let's just say the boats that we believe are coming in with ill intentions of bringing drugs and things that could harm, hundreds of millions of Americans and with what they're bringing, are we not justified in taking out the boats before they come with their drugs to harm Americans? What are your thoughts?
Well, I think we, especially like given the size of those boats, I think we're well equipped to stop those boats without dropping bombs on them.
Oh, for sure. And the difference is, for me, if they were just dope boys, I'd probably be a little bit more upset about hellfiring them, to be honest with you. But here's the dirty secret.
That's another part of it, right? Like, are we saying we should like kill drug dealers now? Like,
no, I'm saying we should kill. I'm saying we should kill foreign intelligence officers because that's really what's going on in the South American drug game. The highest level pushers, movers, and shakers, and capos and generals are working for their states' intelligence agencies and militaries and governments. So I promise you, somewhere along the intelligence trail, the people that we've been clapping on these boats are also mid to high level foreign intelligence, military, or law enforcement. So we are, in fact, clapping foreign hostile military units. I mean, look at the cartels. In Mexico.
Look at the cartels. I have a buddy here that actually escaped the cartel. They got him when he was a kid. He was a part of them. They were making him run drugs for them and shit. He lives here in Canada now, right? Because he ended up claiming asylum over here. Like the dude, they shot him and left him for dead when he was like 12 years old.
And look at all of the famous,
they're
Pablo Escobar,
kids and just keeping them dumb, bro. That's the type of
El Chapo, from El Chapo, Pablo Escobar.
Not even
all of them were fucking police officers and intelligence and military.
Yeah. Could you tell me what I just said?
You said he survived some horrible shit. They left him for dead out in the middle of fucking nowhere.
What kind of horrible shit, Trench?
What was the
horrible shit?
Cradle to the grave. That's how cartels work. They indoctrinate you as a child, like 6, 7, 8 years old. They start.
When you're easier to control.
Absolutely.
And then you don't know anything outside of the cartel. That's normally how it goes for kids, and then they grow up to be adults, and cartels all they know.
Well, but Taylor, some of it it's cult. It's just cult tactics, so it's tailored to where you are.
Yes.
Because not everybody was born out in some fucking shithole Liberio. They were born in fucking Dade County, Miami-Dade County, or fucking Malibu.
It's circumstantial.
So there's.
Oh man, I heard some echo.
The things that make Americanized dudes join gangs, a lot of it has to do with the jails. You go to jail, guess what? You went in for DUI. Now you got to join the Aryan Brotherhood so you don't get raped by some black dude in the shower, or get shivved by a Mexican, or so quite frankly, you can push dope and take some heat as a fucking new guy for the Brotherhood. Congratulations. You're in jail. And then you get out and you're still in a gang. So I'm for Easy. Like I kind of understand. Easy wants to keep them alive so we can crush their nuts harder, longer.
Torture them, huh?
Pretty much.
Not physically torture them. We're not barbarians.
No.
No, you don't understand at all what I said, clearly.
I mean, like, I'm talking about earlier when you were like, you would pay them.
Nothing to do with crushing guys' nuts longer.
I'm talking about, like, giving somebody the proper prison sentence or...
No, has nothing to do with that
just
either.
Yapping, bro.
Nothing
He's
to do
just
with
been
that.
rambling this whole time, dude.
You didn't listen to me when I brought up what I was saying, so...
I was listening to you. I was agreeing with you.
Not really, no.
No, you weren't.
You didn't
my first off, my ultimate reason was because God is the author of life and death, right? Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, we was all vibing. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh,
so
because Rev brought up religiosity. I brought up religiosity.
Where did you get that? I want to crush their nuts longer. Where did you get that?
No.
I'm being sarcastic, bro.
No, you're just yapping. That's
dude,
what's
I'm a fucking psychopath, dude.
Trench is a rambler. This dude walks his own trenches.
No, I'm not a rambler.
Walks the trenches of his own mind.
Nut
to
job.
verbal
Shut
travel.
up. You shut your young mouth right now before I come over there and do what your dad should have done.
I bet I know your favorite song though. Lord, I was born a rambling man.
I knew it.
It's Trench Deacon.
Top 20 for sure. But I also gotta have some.
He likes hearing his own voice out in the world.
I also like it when you fucking step on my dick too.
Oh,
not gay.
With high heels.
I know.
I have performed no S&M tonight. Thank you very much.
Yeah,
why would
for yourself?
Why would you anyone here that is for the death penalty, like what is your reasoning you're for it?
I'm not really actually for the death penalty.
Oh my god.
I think are you saying you were asking are positives for death penalty?
Yeah, like what would be the reason for death penalty? Yeah.
Well,
I think
we
only
kind of
thing
went over it with the worst of the worst. Like you
yeah, like
worst,
if you're talking
worst
anyone, I guess what maybe an easier way to say this would say what would be the conditionals for death penalty? Like for me, obviously, believing in eye for an eye, and I'm not even saying who would be the one to, do that. I mean, life in prison seems like a just sentence for someone who perhaps ended another person's life. I think would say fair. I don't know.
To respect the life of the guy, but to respect the life of the human, but not respect the life of, I guess, the person victim controlling the human, as it were. That's a weird way to say it.
Killing them doesn't bring the person back, so that doesn't even make any sense. How does that?
So that's
if we kill the person, does it bring the person they killed back, or?
And that's like, is it more just to
pro.
To end their chapter there than not give them their proper.
It'd be more just.
Hold up, you guys are talking at the same time. Tomahawk, you keep talking while Johnny's trying to answer. At first you said you weren't even against it. Now you're talking about your guy.
You convinced him. You're such a good debater. Easy, you done flip flop this. No,
you don't even know.
but it's it's kind of trying to find the conditionals there. So I mean, obviously ending someone's life, and it's like that's a pretty hard one to bite. I mean, but if it's life in prison, then that's where we kind of fell into the whole cost. Like, well, between how long for the detainment and items like that. But then it's like, well, what would be another conditional? Like, I mean, the child molestation is pretty graphic. I mean, if you're capable of harming something innocent and defenseless, I mean, what more could you be capable of? I mean, that's, it's, who's the great equalizer in that, besides God? And that's where, when we're stuck here, it's the toughest decisions. I know I wouldn't want to have to be the one to have to pull the switch on the electric chair or put the bullet in,
Oh, that's why you think firing squad, they'd have like 5 people and only one of them would have a live round.
Like us. This is why we are needed. We
see, and that's where
work. So that 1,000, nay, 1,000,000 babies will live happy lives and not know the burden of good and evil.
Ever.
I just butchered the Brothers Karamazov Grand Inquisitor. Fucking slayed it. I'm a little buzzed. I fucked it up.
In Johnny's case, I would also be looking for the conditionals for enacting what the death penalty would be. And first of all, I'm not really.
It doesn't matter how you fucking the omelets.
I still don't even understand if you are for the death penalty or not, or why we should. Like, why? What's the reasoning for it? Like I said, think of the most heinous shit you could think of. Somebody's just done that. What would be the reason to kill them?
I mean, the only thing I could think of as far as what would probably be just prevention. I mean, if they did it once, they do it again, and what's the measure of a life? I mean,
you actually know the scientific rationalist philosophical reason?
Please let them answer, bro. Come on.
You know what I mean? Like, would it be okay? They kill one, and then it's like, okay, a 1 for 1. Is it a 5 for 1? Is it a 50, 500, 500,000? How heinous and graphic does life have to end before someone realizes that that's the life you need to take? You know what I mean? It's also, and that's a pretty.
I guess as an extension of as an extension for the self-defense argument, or maybe not self-defense, but going back to the boats, if they still want to, quote unquote, fight, then their life is forfeit at that point. But in this case, maybe they're not fighting per se, but
you never comprehend the general who burns the boats, so the men can't retreat.
What? No.
Violence is the supreme authority, my young Padawan. And so this is what's going on. We death penalty because of vengeance. The state executes people for capital offense to prevent family feuding first and foremost from a rationalist philosophical.
Yeah, from going
Hatfields and McCoys come up to mind. Last case scenario.
From going the life for a life route and having
has nothing to do with
a cycle of vengeance.
Dude, there's Christianity's 2,000 years old. There's been lots of let's not execute people for over 2,000 years now. The whole turn the cheek thing. It's
not turn the cheek. I mean, that's why I said eye for an eye earlier, and it's kind of a
It's not to say we're going to set you free. You're going to go to jail.
But I guess where I would be coming from, even though I'm kind of just, I guess, for playing, I don't know if you really call it playing devil's advocate, but in that sense, where would the, I guess, emotional closure come from if you had someone take a life from, I guess, somebody close to you in this case, and they're innocent, so it's murder.
So you killed my little
And you
brother.
I think
So check this out. You killed my little brother.
only level
and then
that
your family sleeps easy at night after your execution, knowing that I'm not going to come in the night and take 2 or 3 of them.
that's what I was. That's kind of where I was going to get is maybe the moral justification would be that, or the comfort would be that I know that they will never do that act again because they would cease to exist.
Yeah, if they did the heinous act of snuffing out a life and preventing and basically taking away someone else's right to life, they thus have forfeited their own right to life because they decided to do such a heinous act that at this point their life is
just
forfeit.
An assertion. It's not telling me the why we should do that.
That's arbitrary.
When Trench, you keep repeating yourself with vengeance. Let me refer you to Deuteronomy 32:35.
Oh, I get it.
Vengeance is mine, and their foot shall slip in due time. And then let me bring you over to Proverbs, where they said, "Do not say, I will repay evil. Wait for the Lord, and He will deliver you." You understand?
Amen, brother.
Vengeance is for the Lord alone. So that's
it.
a very bad reason.
I
For
didn't.
you to
I am just stating how it is. It's not.
What do you mean how it is? Well, okay, then why are you answering?
That's why
I didn't ask. I didn't ask that, Trench. What I asked, my question was, why should we kill the person who's done the most heinous act that you can think of? Why should we give them the death penalty?
Oh, like I said,
going based on...
I mean, I stand on that. Vengeance. It's just human nature. Yeah, we're falling, dude.
It's going based on.
So that's why we
whether you're a believer, whether you're a non-believer, vengeance is still in everybody's heart.
Well, Romans 12:19 also backs up what Speakeasy was saying.
I get what the scripture. I get what the scripture is.
Rather give place under wrath, for it is written, "Vengeance is mine; I will repay," saith the Lord.
Amen. You're assuming that I'm justifying take revenge on people.
No, of course. Well, you see, personally, I'm not eager to see anybody die, and if it were up to me as a private man, I'd rather show mercy, just as Christ has shown me mercy, and we're also commanded to be merciful as Christians, to forgive persons of wrongs, and to not take vengeance into our own hands, as the scripture I just cited. But the magistrate isn't me. You see, the civil ruler isn't acting as a private individual either, with like a private grievance. They're not a vigilante. The magistrate is actually acting as the public minister
that I'm
of God.
Vigilante? Hold on.
Hold on. The magistrate, I'm not. The magistrate's acting as the public minister of God for justice, and the magistrate's charged to protect the innocent and punish evildoers. And that's literally why this sword exists.
There's a reason why they're called a judge. This is a biblical terminology.
Yes, and personally, I'd rather
I brought up,
but I can't expect the magistrate to show
God
mercy.
is my judge.
Yes.
Yeah.
And of course it falls back to Genesis 9:6. Now, God made a covenant with Noah after the flood. And as we know, Noah's 3 sons are the progenitors of all of the tribes of the earth today. A part of this covenant was Genesis 9:6. Whosoever sheddeth man's blood, by man shall his blood be shed. For in the image of God made he man. See, when we destroy an image bearer, it is a grievous sin. It's not only a sin of murder, but we're destroying an image bearer as well.
He martyred himself. He said the last thing he said, Saint Moses the Black, was live by the sword, die by the sword, and he martyred himself into glory for the monastery that he had became a priest at. Brilliant story. You're singing to the fucking choir. But here's the difference. There are.
Can you, Trent, can you go ahead and bring up James? Can you go ahead and bring?
Are we going to read the whole Bible now?
No, Trent.
Probably.
This is an important.
Okay, I got one. That's my turn for. You both have hit me with some scripture. Let me hit one. Let me throw one out. Who is like the beast? Who can make one against him?
Trent, bring up James 1:19 and read it for us.
Dude, I'm not getting up out of my chair to go find a Bible.
I know
right
Rev's got it on hand. Rev, could you read James 1:19?
Hit me with it, Rev.
James 1:19. My Bible tool here. Wherefore,
You that
my
preach
beloved
to the
brethren,
trench deacon.
let every man be swift to
you be
hear,
preaching to
slow
the
to
trench
speak,
deacon
slow to
about
wrath.
Let him, Trench, please let him read this one.
James 1:19. This is one of my favorites, and this is actually why I talk slow and I take my time up here, because we're told, my beloved brethren, let every man be swift to hear, slow to speak, and slow to wrath.
You know what that means? It means you gotta listen
somebody
quickly.
read it already? 'Cause
That
I
should
just
be the
thought-
first
just
thing
thought
you
about
do is listen and slowly speak. Decide when you're gonna speak instead of always just speaking at us. That's what you're doing, Trent. You're not even listening to the things we're saying, and you're responding to something else.
He's listening to respond, not listening to listen.
Boy, if there wasn't hair on it, you wouldn't even know what hole to stick it in. You shut
Yeah,
your
don't be like
fucking
First
mouth.
Amender, all right?
Oh,
We're trying
no,
to get away
ow.
from being a leftist, not.
So when it comes to
Did-
something like the death penalty, it really has to be divided between
Well,
the duty
I'll let
of the
you guys keep
magistrate
going.
and then the preference of us as Christians who are
But
prone
you
to
let me
mercy
know
because Christ has shown
when it's
us
my
mercy.
turn to preach a little preaching.
Did you
You're not
guys
even
read
listening, Trench. That was my main point of trying to bring up James 1:19. That's the whole point. Is because you're just listening to respond. You're not even. It's like how
Dude, I got the point 20 minutes ago.
I have the scripture up, by the way. I could read
Here's
it
the
right
thing.
now.
We're just talking past each other.
I got the point 20 minutes ago.
Well,
all right.
okay, so you just don't care. I got you. All right.
I haven't even begun to debate fucking pro or con of the death penalty.
So do we want
outside of like
you just
what
interrupted
about
everyone
religion?
else while they were trying to do their pro or con of it, and then
I was actually pretty quiet.
What?
No, he wasn't. No, you weren't. No, you weren't.
I'm gonna go make sure I'm not dreaming. I'll be right back.
Yeah. I mean, that's like
leave us with the smart chair.
I mean, I even changed my profile picture and everything.
Did we read off the scripture already? Because I have it up right here. I have it.
No,
I think I heard it from the Russ.
Which one you got?
Well, that and then
the James 1:19 one.
I will hear
go ahead
no
and read
more
it. I
of your
love hearing
Protestant nonsense there, Junior. Once you get some more fucking fuzz on them peaches, then you fucking can come talk to me about the good Lord, okay?
Trench, I'm just reading a scripture. Someone asked for
It
a
doesn't
scripture.
matter,
I'm
dude.
just bringing.
I
a
have
scripture.
forgotten
Hey.
more scripture than you could fucking imagine.
Trench.
So,
Trench.
to be-
I'm just gonna read it. It says, "So
Hmm.
then, my beloved brethren, let every man be swift. To
Behold,
hear,
how good and how
slow
pleasant
to
it is
sp-
for brethren
Holy
to dwell
shit,
together in
Trench!
unity. It is like the precious ointment upon the
Fucking
head.
Trench.
He doesn't
that went
want to
down
hear
upon the
it.
beard. Even Aaron's
For some
beard.
reason.
Then went down to the skirts of his
I didn't
garment.
even fucking
For
finish.
there the
scripture,
Lord
bro.
commanded
He
the
already
blessing.
started talking.
You got 3 words
Even
into
life.
it. My beloved brother.
Yeah, kind of.
3 words.
All right, let's try this again. So then,
It's like a comedy show.
my beloved brethren, let every man be swift to hear, slow to speak, slow to wrath. All of which Trench is not.
Surely
right
I
now.
say unto you, if you love your life, you shall lose it. But if you hate your life, you shall keep it forever.
Is that talking about life on Earth, Trench?
Do not think
Mr.
I have
I don't want to
come
listen to Protestant bullshit. Is that talking
to
about
bring
life on
peace.
Earth? Is that talking
For
about
I've
life on
come
Earth?
to bring the
Trench?
sword.
What about
Is that talking about life on Earth? What you
I
just
will
talked
turn
about?
his daughter
Well,
against
there's-
mother.
Protestant bullshit.
is there?
Protestant
Is there-
bullshit,
Father.
Trench. Don't want to hear it. Don't want to hear your Protestant
Kinda.
bullshit, bro. Because that's not what it's talking about. It's not talking about life on Earth. So nice try, bud. Don't want to hear that Protestant bullshit, though.
And I think
I
Trench was trying to.
Whole rank over here about Protestant or Orthodox or anything when you're not gonna fucking live up to the challenge that you're fucking spewing out.
What challenge am I supposed to be living up to again? Why I'm pro death penalty?
When you just sat there and said, I don't want to hear your Protestant bullshit, and then you sit here and do some Protestant bullshit, that's crazy to me.
They did kind of catch
hypocrisy.
That is not that verse you just brought up is literally not talking about life on earth. You just did the Protestant thing.
What?
Yes,
What?
and
if you want if you love your life, you shall. If you love your life, you shall lose it. If you hate your life, you shall keep it forever.
That's not the accurate quote though.
Certainly about.
Is that what he was meaning?
That's not even. Hold on. That's not even a quote. That's not even a quote. Matthew 16:25. The words of our Lord Christ: "For whosoever will save his life shall lose it, and whosoever will lose his life for my sake shall find it."
Whoa.
Hey, would you mind pulling up Leviticus 24, 17 through 22?
Sure, I can do that. Since it's right here.
Why are we doing this?
I'm just trying to get that because I know like the old eye for an eye thing.
What?
Leviticus
All right. Leviticus 24.
You decided tonight that nobody's words were worth listening to but your own. So this is why we're doing it.
That's what I did.
Leviticus 24. What verses are you looking for?
17 through 22.
I got it right here.
And he that kills a man shall surely be put to death. And he that killeth a beast shall
I think something about an
make
animal
it
or
good.
something like
Yes.
that. Whoever kills another person must be put to death. Whoever kills an animal that belongs to another. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I apologize.
Yeah, I have it right here. It says, "Whoever kills any man shall surely be put to death. Whoever kills an animal shall make it good, animal for animal. If a man causes disfigurement of his neighbor, as he has done, so shall it be done to him. Fracture for fracture, eye for eye, tooth for tooth. As he has caused disfigurement of a man, so shall it be done to him. And whoever kills an
So
animal
you're
shall
saying there's
restore
no
it.
history
But
of the death
Come on, stop
penalty?
interrupting him. Give him a second, please.
I don't
But
need to hear
whoever
all the
kills a
scripture.
man shall be put to death. You
Well,
shall
we know
have the
that.
same law for the stranger and for one from your own country, for I am the Lord your God. I could
They
see
will
how
all be under
all
the
of that
same law.
could go for the death penalty, by the way, because
And not
basically
only that, it's actually calling for equal and just measure. So,
And that's it's
for
like if
example,
something
if somebody
happens.
Yeah,
kills
because
your
in those
dog, they can't
times,
come and take
it
your
was like
entire
what
house.
Trent
You
said.
know?
In those times, it was like what
Well,
Trent
first
was
of all, I just want to
saying,
point
someone
out
would
this nigga
kill
was
someone,
just
and
pro
that
death
person
penalty
would
10
come
minutes
back
ago.
in and murder 7 of their family members. That was so we're talking
Yeah,
about
people do
Old
that kind of
Testament
shit.
laws that we're talking
It was
about.
called the
personality
Hatfields and McCoys. It happened in
the-
U.S. history. We got guns here and shit. Dangerous
Yeah.
freedom over order.
You know,
and
Easy,
that's
by the
all.
way,
And
good
I'm
to
not.
see you, buddy.
And this is the
Good to see
law.
you.
Also, this
And
is
that's
the
where I'm not trying to
Levitical
sound like a
law.
football or nothing. I'm trying to think of the justified killings in the Bible. It's like, I know, obviously, yeah, speakeasy, like you said, self defense. 100%. Obviously, you gotta have.
You think
your own life.
if you got rid of the death
Warfare.
penalty, if they got rid of the death penalty,
Whoa,
do you think that you would have your
Whoa.
guns too?
Trench.
The law is good if a man uses
But then,
it
so then
lawfully.
warfare, in times of warfare, so it's like, I mean, we got to be able to have the rights to defend ourselves, so that's our gun rights. And then I think capital punishment, where it's like, you were saying earlier, I think Trench was like the judges and people who would maybe weigh in on the crimes. But I just remember the eye for an eye, but that's obviously the only part of the car I remember. But that's that, like you said, Leviticus 24, 17 through 22. That's just, I know the Bible's always an interpretation thing, but I always kind of thought maybe that would be your justification for if someone does something heinous, obviously like kills another person, would that not measure be weighed against them?
Right. So
I haven't brought in any
theology
theology into this though.
I can even answer to what you're saying here. So yes, God commanded eye for an eye, and this is in the
I never
Old
said
Testament,
that.
right? I'm answering Johnny.
Yeah, Trench. I'm trying to help.
I mean, you're not
I'm trying to help you out, Trench, but let's speak talk. He's literally just giving the.
Well, my defenses are up. I felt dogpiled, so I'm fighting.
Anyways, yes, God commands eye for an eye, but this is to limit vengeance in a violent, like tribalistic world. This is ancient Israel we're talking about at this time, right? So like when Christ comes, Christ calls us to go beyond the retaliation and go towards mercy, right? Like yes, execution would have been permitted in ancient Israel, right? But it doesn't align with the salvific mission that Jesus Christ came and fulfilled.
And you know what, Easy? Jesus reflects the words of even the Psalms in his Sermon on the Mount when he says, "Don't be anxious." And if you think about it, you can see how it connects directly to the Psalms when it says, "Don't fret because wicked men prosper," right? So that's one of the things we have to be careful of, is that judgment is not for us to deal out. And yes, there is the wrath that can happen, that God will allow to happen through governments and whatnot. But the question is whether there's a moral advocation for the death penalty, which I think is what you've been talking about, right? Maybe I'm misunderstanding that.
Yeah, we've been talking about like, what's the justification behind the death penalty? And at first I asked like either or, like if they wanted to give me like a pragmatic one, they could have, but especially when it comes to morals, I don't see. Hey, shout out to Rob Noor for the raid. Let's fucking go.
What up?
Oh, Ron. No, yeah. A little normal America raid. I love it. That's some good.
My scripture was from John 12:25. Actually, I don't have Rev's mind. I can't remember the numbers in the books. I just
John 12:25.
I get the.
John, I don't remember numbers either. I fuck them up all the time.
I get the vibe.
You remember. You remember.
I get the vibe off the spirit.
Yeah. Hold on, John 12:25.
Yeah, anyone who loves their life will lose it. Anyone who hates their life in this world will keep it eternally.
He who, yeah.
Right. So
the words.
Yeah.
Exactly.
But remember, he's talking. But this isn't talking about life on Earth.
I know that was a diversion. I was like doing a ninja smoke screen when I threw that out. Because here's the thing.
Yeah, I thought you were pulling some John Wick sarcasm. He who clings to life dies. He who
I'm
clings to
not
death
debating
lives.
no theologies because I can't. Next,
that's fair. It's fair. Listen, that's fair. But I had to, when you pulled the Protestant thing and then did that right after, I had to get you.
I'm angry.
Too tempting.
I'm angry. I'm in fight mode. I'm not fucking one nut fucking first Amender. Okay, I will stand in fight surrounded by Comanches. I don't give a fuck.
You sure interrupt like him though.
Shut the fuck up. Anyway, I'm trying to be nice.
But yeah,
really trying to be nice.
John, to Johnny there, you are not John.
So I'm trying to make. I'm trying
Johnny when I'm talking to the other.
Oh, Johnny, whatever you.
I'm trying to make an appeal to Byzantine.
I don't want him to
Big
get
Vito.
confused.
Big Vito.
But yeah,
Vito. What?
But yeah,
Vito's fine. That's actually my gamer handle.
There is that command when it's in the Old Testament talking about ancient Israel. But again, when Christ comes, he commands us towards mercy rather than retaliation, and explicitly says what God explicitly says.
Well, I purposely gave you that. I purposely gave you that verse, and that was me.
And I'm going to tell you all an anecdotal thing. Okay, let me tell you an anecdotal thing that you take it and leave it. Okay, ever since I've really gave my life to Christ. And I've decided, like, there's times I want to fucking do certain things that people have done. Do things to, like when people do certain shit, I think of some ways I want to get back at them.
But the First Amender was my silly.
I've strictly stuck to I'm never going to go for vengeance. I'm always going to leave it to God. And that's
a good way to be, brother.
It's always been fulfilled.
I get you.
It gets fulfilled better than if I would have did it myself. Okay,
I get you.
Don't worry, vengeance always comes. You don't have to get it yourself, bro.
Like, there's a part of me that wants to do
evil doesn't win things in the end. All right,
there's a part of me that wants to do horrific things to First Amender, and it just
I recommend praying for those
I can't do those things. because
so
that's wrong. That's evil. We all know
that. And then I would say my only rebuttal would be where, I mean, you see me, I'm a bigger guy, 6'3", 330 pounds. Like, I don't tend to get
glass
messed with,
jaws, though.
but I've been blessed in life to where, I've been put in situations that I always try to live as good as I can by God. And when presented with confrontation, I've always been able to diffuse it because, for one, I've just been gifted in size, but also, somewhat gifted in speech, I guess. Maybe just, hey, like, calm down, guys. Like, no, you're not going to beat his ass. You're not going to beat his ass, kind of thing. And then, but it's just, there's been situations where it's been put on me to have to be, a diffuser with someone who may be presenting more of a force. And it's just trying to see,
I get
obviously,
all the morality,
the hypotheticals that you played. Well, let me finish out real quick. I mean, it's always those thoughts in your head that you worry about. Like, you want to be ready for anything, but the times where it's like, if you are presented in that situation, what would you do? And that's kind of where I'm trying to get at. Obviously, we're not judges and stuff. We're just trying to live the best as we can by God's word and take care of people and follow the golden rule, treat others the way you want to be treated. But, in certain situations, you may be met with a force of evil that you have to, take a stand on. And that's kind of where, I'm not saying just the death penalty, but just seeing, if you're, just to present a hypothetical, if you're in a situation where, you got two people getting ready to harm one another, one of them has a weapon, and you can see that, okay, their intentions are definitely not good. If you're in that spot, what do you do?
Can I ask you guys a question, like a historical question? Let's play a history game for a second. Do you think, throw out all the Hollywood and Netflix bullshit you've seen, do you think Cesare Borgia was an evil person?
Who?
I don't even know who that is, my man.
Cesare Borgia was the son of Pope Alexander, the Borgia Pope.
Are you talking about some Assassin's Creed 2 stuff?
Good fucking God.
No, he's not.
And this is why this is also part of why I'm so fucking nuts, because like when we toe the waters like the real,
too fucking old. Is that what you're saying?
Because you're too dumb.
I apologize if that offends you. My bad, man. I heard Borgias and I'm trying to relate, but I don't know who that is.
It's history. It's like part of why people are Protestant today. Like the wickedness of the Alexander Pope was like part of the bulwark of Martin Luther's correct judgment of the Catholic Church.
Well, not only Martin Luther, but several other ones, such as John Wycliffe, my grandfather, John Knox, John Calvin.
Exactly. But I want to throw all of the priesthood and like the religiosity aside, and let's step into some philosophical water from a pragmatic leader of human beings of in groups and out groups, specifically the Italian clan system that was going on, and Cesare Borgia's gang. And the name of his game was capturing other city-states to grow the empire. Not just for himself in his title, but also for the papal states, right? So it was like a double-edged sword coming at you. Granted, I don't agree with any of this, but it was pure genius the way they operated. And you would be stupid not to fucking follow their lesson in a cesspool of warring mafiosa city-states, each one plotting against the other in more sophisticated and technologically advanced and culturally advanced ways than the day before.
So if we're doing theology aside, then are you now saying from the philosophical perspective that pragmatism is the highest.
I think what I'm trying what I'm trying to describe is a balance. Where I'm trying to land this plane. I'm going to show you where I'm throwing this spear. Is like the Byzantine double-headed eagle, right? You have half of it that is, and it's one body, but it's two heads. There's the church, and then there's the state, and they stay out of each other's ways so much as they can. Because there's like a whole body going on that they share. I think we need to get something towards that. I think that's where the balance actually is, because the state has to be able to execute people. Otherwise, you don't have a state. Period.
So then, what you're saying then is that the needs of the state will alter. You have to be able to justify it through a theological lens, and the only problem I have with
that's not a theological lens,
Christian doctrine.
No, it's not. It's not. I'm using a historical.
But the church.
I'm using a historical doctrine from the nation state standpoint, from the empire, from the king. The king has to be able to fucking put people down from time to time. It's better to be loved. It's best to be loved. That's why Cesare Borgia built lots of schools, hospitals, markets, bazaars, theaters, churches, cathedrals, etc. Provided men for the arms, order to the chaos.
So basically what you're saying is he is the Italian version of Frank Lucas.
Well, that's the story of America.
Amore.
And this is also probably why there's that. This is a hidden, nuanced culture that's universal in the sense of there is that thing of ours, the La Costa Nostra of every racial demographic. This thing of ours. That's why I like the Orthodox Church. It operates kind of like a confederacy of bishops, of bishoprics. So it's not one ring to rule them all. That's the Catholic collectivist version. And it's not pure, unadulterated individualism. That's where I'll be nice, because I'm an individualist at my core. I'm a man of the West.
Yeah, because if you're not a seventh or eighth generational Eastern European descendant, or you're Eastern Orthodox, then you can definitely thank Protestantism for your ability to go and choose an Orthodox church to go to attend today.
Absolutely. I think things come full circle. I think that there's been, what year are we on now of awakenings that come in the 80, 100-year cycles? It's just the fourth or the fifth one.
What's your thoughts on Cyril of Jerusalem, by the way?
I don't know that.
You never heard of Cyril of Jerusalem?
I've heard of it, but I'm all over the place in my studies right now. So,
okay, well,
I don't know.
Do you recognize him as a father, a church father, or not?
Yeah, but there are so many church fathers. You can tell me he's a church father, and I will look him up.
Okay.
But there are so many church fathers. Like, who's your favorite church father? Name all the church. Name all the church fathers. I know, but
and I didn't ask you to name all the church fathers. Have you heard of Cyril of Jerusalem?
No.
That was a pre-qualified
question.
I've
heard the name. I've heard the name, but I don't know his story. I've heard the name, and there's lots of Orthodox that take on that name as their Christian name. So I don't know. I don't know that. I'm assuming he's a saint.
Well, he is a church father, obviously, and he.
Well, yes, I'm assuming he's a saint, but I don't know his story, dude. I'm only on like 20 saints deep. I'm only 20 saints deep right now, bro.
But you would say that you would recognize most church fathers from the 4th century AD, correct?
I mean, the schism isn't till what, 1100?
So you would acknowledge and recognize that as probably most likely a good person.
I mean, it's one universal church at this point,
right?
And the canon has just hit the deck for close to 200 years. You said 400.
If you were to read one of his quotes where he says, "We should not give a casual remark to anything without first considering the Holy Scriptures."
And you'll find a lot of that with early patristics, that that they used the scripture as authority, that they had to refer to that first.
Well, I mean, that's all there. That's all there. That's all there.
That's all there
was, though. Yeah, but that's all there was, though. There's a solid 200 to 300 year gap before the Gospels are fully vetted and canonized.
That's not entirely true.
The Gospels are circulating.
They're around. I would agree.
Yes.
The canonization was complete, but they were around, and they were.
I mean, but you're not gonna hold me to some double standard where we all stand on. I'm assuming you're all in on the first through third for sure, and possibly fourth ecumenical council.
Yeah, I even to the fifth, to the sixth.
Exactly. So we'll just. We'll just end up in a big fucking feedback loop, basically.
Oh, there you go. There you go.
If you catch what I'm throwing down.
All right, boys. Listen, there's never a good time to wrap this up, but
thanks for having me on, Easy. It's good to see you.
Gonna wrap it up. It's good to see you. I'm glad to see you. I'm glad things are getting good, and definitely be in my prayers for your checkup.
I appreciate it.
Easy. I like the hair. I'm gonna
start. Pretty cool.
I'm gonna start shaving one of my eyebrows. I think now.
You know, it's the funniest thing is originally a long time ago. This actually happened by accident. Like I ended up doing it by accident, and it was not like so much of just a line. I almost I took a pretty big chunk out, but like I liked the look of it, and I was like, you know what? So I just always do it. It's like a habit.
I want to get some face and neck tattoos here soon. Like,
no, don't do that.
I'm telling you, dude. I'm telling you, my priest is absolutely shredded. He was a tattoo artist for like 25 years before he joined the church, and then dedicated his life to the priesthood. Like half of the priests.
Does he still do tattoos or no?
I think he does. I'm telling you, dude. I'm gonna get fucking tattooed by this dude. That's my fucking. That's my fucking.
Tattoo?
That's my life goal before I die is to get fucking tattooed by this priest. He's an iconist. And you'll see lots of tattooed Orthodox priests. They look like wizards, man. Beards, tattoos. I love it. It's a good time.
They look like wizards. Shit. All right. Anyone have anything else for the chat before you go?
No, thank you for having us up and hosting the Martae debate with First Amender, and I appreciate what you do, man. God bless for you and your family and everyone here in the panel. Wishing you all well, and if you're ever in a situation where you couldn't defend yourself, speakeasy, I would happily, if I was there, defend you.
I appreciate it. Thank you. And it's anytime you want to come up, man. I do open panels often. Every Friday we have a open panel blood sport debate. I don't know if you've seen that yet, but
oh yeah.
Okay, yeah. So
I've watched a lot. This is the first time tuning in. I was like, oh man, I didn't realize I was getting in on the panel. I was like, oh.
That's what's up. But, yeah, man.
Hopefully it's been entertaining, man. It's been a good conversation. So yeah, appreciate hearing you guys' input, and yeah, thank you again for the chat.
Thank you. God bless.
God bless.
God bless.
Amen. God bless. And of course, I've always got some scripture for you guys. So I'll give you guys Romans 12:17-21. Recompense to no man evil for evil. Provide things honest in the sight of all men. And if it be possible, as much as lieth in you, live peaceably with all men. Dearly beloved, avenge not yourselves, but rather give place unto wrath. For it is written, Vengeance is mine, I will repay, saith the Lord. Therefore, if thine enemy be hungry, feed him. If he thirst, give him drink. For in so doing, thou shalt heap coals of fire on his head. And be not overcome of evil, but overcome evil with good. Amen, everybody, and God bless.
Amen. God bless.
Amen.
Amen. God bless.
All right, boys. Thank you all for coming. I'm going to be sending you all over to Teriak. I think he's says chat and chill. So I think he's got a open panel going too, actually. So you guys can go hop on his open panel and give him the work, all right? Go hop on his open panel, take over, all right? That's what you guys can do. I'm going to send you guys over there. Drop some bears in when you guys get in the chat over there. And if you're not going to stay, that's fine. Just hit the like at least. Hit the like before you go. And if you haven't subbed here yet, why not? Why not? All right. But tomorrow, don't forget, we got the Nora Prep debate show. It's going to be a good one. All right. Another surprise debater for a surprise topic. Rob has no clue what he's getting into with tomorrow, okay? Because this one's a little bit different than the normal Rob Nora debates. For all you Norons out there, you're going to be like, oh, shit. Is Rob going to even want to debate this topic? And maybe there's going to be some of you that's like, oh, really? What the hell? What the hell? All right, but listen. You shouldn't be expecting only political debates with these Nora Prep debates. There's going to be all types of them, all right? So don't only expect political debates. I'm not saying tomorrow's not a political debate, but don't always expect that, right? Because we're going to have some fun ones. I have some really good fun ones planned as well. Because... yeah, Rob said to just go wild with the concept he gave me, and I have a lot of good ideas. All right, a lot of good ideas. So make sure you guys are here for that. Okay. Oh shit, we got Trench with a big 20. Salute to you, Trench. And then we got William with a $2. Let's go, William. Salute to you. You guys are amazing. All right. Thank you all so much. Yeah, Chad, look at this. You smash the dono goal, hit the W's and the crowns in the chat for chat. All right. Because you guys just smashed it. Like I always say, all right, there can be 30 of you in the chat. There can be 2,000 of you in the chat. Best chat on YouTube, hands fucking down. All right. I love you guys. Have a beautiful morning, night, evening, whatever it is, wherever you're at. All right. And for now.
This is Sparta! Spartans! What is your profession?